Chapter 1149. The candidates that were initially getting thrown across the place found stability as the suit glued them to the floor of the spacecraft. With this, they began making their way forward in a bit to understand what exactly was happening. Within the control room, Gustav sat in place with metallic straps connected to his body as he looked up ahead. The pilots and the navigators had looks of horrors as they tapped on multiple buttons while the lights in the entire control room kept flickering. From the transparent glass walls up ahead, all that could be seen was strobing red lines of light. They were transverse, a world of complete red, and Gustav could tell that this gateway wouldn't lead to anywhere good. His eyes formed slits as he peered forward with a suspicious but calm gaze. This was a set-up, he instantly came to this conclusion. We're gonna appear somewhere different in the next second, the system suddenly informed him. Tap, tap, tap. Gustav tapped on his dimensional bracelet at very quick pace and activated it in less than a second. The bracelet displayed this information, which caused Gustav's face to deepen with suspicions. He initially wanted to try if the bracelet could transport the entire spacecraft away before they arrived at the other side of the gateway, but unfortunately this was the result. It didn't make sense to Gustav considering they were in a dimensional gateway at the moment, which increased his suspicions. We are being drawn to the other side, we can't make a getaway, the pilot yelled with a disturbed look. Activate the drift beam, it isn't functional. The jump back checkpoint beam? Also currently unoperational. We have to do something before it is too late. Zizian and Tilda, a golden light suddenly illuminated the entire area and sucked the spacecraft into it. Seeing Tilda, they appeared within an unknown area in the next instant. The functionality of the entire spacecraft came to a stop at this point as everything turned off. The engines, the lights, the navigation systems, the spacecraft began slowly drifting in this unknown space without any direction. The sticky void, one of the pilots voiced with a defeated tone as he looked up ahead after letting go of the control jockey. Whatever that means. I can tell it isn't anything nice. Gustav unstrapped himself as he stood to his feet. He moved forward as well to scrutinize this unknown part of space where they had appeared in. All that could be seen in the vicinity were glowing golden sands in different areas. Not a single star could be sighted in this part of space, but one could see a cluster of floating rocks towards the southeast. It really didn't look like they had arrived anywhere special from what Gustav could see, but he knew there was more to this unknown part of space than met the eyes. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav let out an exclamation of confusion as he looked around with God Eyes activated. Everything would usually have a kind of reading and different look whenever he activated God Eyes, but surprisingly everything in this part of space remained its usual color. There was no reading, there was no difference, like they weren't really there. What is up with this? Gustav wondered as he took another step forward. Finhin's hey Tilda, he suddenly felt a strange energy as his body let off slight afterimage before returning to normal. This was something that shouldn't be happening unless he was making use of his speed, so it made things even more confusing. We won't be able to leave here without help, the other pilot stated. What exactly is this place? Gustav questioned. It is a part of space that is usually avoided by spacecraft pilots and Captain. Grand Commander Shen suddenly appeared within the control room. Why? Gustav questioned. Because everything that finds itself here gets trapped and eventually gets snuffed out of existence, Grand Commander Shen replied. Usually there is a 0% chance of the pilots will make a mistake that would lead us here, which means, we got here through unknown means, he added. Gustav was still waiting for them to explain why this sticky void was as bad as they said it was. We believe the Orion 2 gateway was sabotaged, which led us to a different location than intended, the pilot voiced out. The question now is who or what is responsible for the sabotage and what their aim is. Grand Commander Cheyenne's face displayed a calm but deep expression. How exactly do we perish here? Can't the engines be restarted? Gustav questioned. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. The sticky void works by. Just as Great Commander Shen was about to explain, a bright glow of light drew everyone's attention. A spacecraft surrounded by a weird milky bubble suddenly appeared up ahead. All of the ISOP candidates and substitutes had gathered in the sitting area, so they had all witnessed the appearance of this strange spacecraft amidst their confusion. Their faces displayed an even more conflicted expression upon the appearance of this dark spacecraft. What is going on? This was still the question running through the minds of everyone. A male with a dark helmet suddenly appeared above the spacecraft a moment later. Dark tentacles could be seen protruding from his sides, and he was well over 10 feet tall as he stood proudly above the spacecraft. Two others appeared and stood right beside him as they stared directly at the ISOP spacecraft. SSOF media outlets were buzzing with this information. A lot of people wonder what the cause could be. Bang! 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 All of a sudden white streaks fell from the skies and landed in the premises of the conventional center. An unknown group in white battle mech have just arrived at the venue. While breaking the news, another crazy scenario began playing out. Get into the conventional center and assist the other team, the whitish mech in the middle of the 5 that had just arrived, voiced out with a commanding tone. The MBO officers who were in the vicinity took notice of their arrival and actively approached them. Concert had begun. Initially, it was meant to be an 8 hours concert and the nanits was set to explode when the event was at its peak. With the Jenksodus figuring out about the MBO having knowledge about their plan, they needed to speed up the process now. Gustav knew there was no guarantee the nanits wouldn't explode before the set time since the Jenksodus might become aware. This was why he actively searched for suspicious-looking fellows before he activated Night Eye. Delaying them was possible through this. The MBO officers are currently in a battle with a bunch of suspicious people they suspect to be Jenksodus members, the system reported. My haunch was right, they sent a group to manually detonate it. Looks like they really don't care for even their own subordinates. The team that had been sent to detonate the nanits manually would definitely perish here as well if they went through with it. Yet they still showed up to display their unfettered loyalty to the organization. Were they brainwashed? Gustav couldn't understand how they'd just throw their lives away for this. Gustav retained his focus on trying to complete the night projection while the MBO engaged the Jenksodus members they had come into contact with. Since Gustav was now assured of their presence, he tried to speed things up because there was no saying what could happen now. Breaking news. 4 reasons unknown MBO officers have been clearing fans within the premises of the conventional center. We bring you live news from the location of the event. The MBO officers taking fans away without permission, PAR, ND, ANOVE1 social media and all sorts of media outlets were buzzing with this information. A lot of people wonder what the cause could be. Bang! 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 All of a sudden white streaks fell from the skies and landed in the premises of the conventional center. An unknown group in white battle mech have just arrived at the venue. While breaking the news, another crazy scenario began playing out. Get into the conventional center and assist the other team, the whitish mech in the middle of the 5 that had just arrived, voiced out with a commanding tone. The MBO officers who were in the vicinity took notice of their arrival and actively approached the person reporting voiced out with an apologetic tone. They are trying to get as many people as possible away. This can ruin our plans of causing a major catastrophe. Activate the nanits now. One of the figures commanded. It will take us a few minutes to do so manually since we are no longer using the timer, the figure disclosed. Speed things up and get it done as soon as possible, one of the dark figures commanded yet again. Yes leader, we will do our best. The communication was cut off at this point. How in the world did they figure out our ploy? One of the dark figures voiced with a tone of bafflement. Do we have a mole? Chapter 1150 The Sticky Void. Grand Commander Cheyenne's original speed had been interfered with due to the laws of the Sticky Void. The unknown assailants were aware that someone as powerful as Grand Commander Shen would be able to break out of the void due to his strength, but the hindrance from the void had delayed him quite a bit. This was why they had acted very quickly in removing him from the equation, as they had not expected someone this powerful to be on the ship. They were well aware of the power level of the ISOP candidates being unable to contend against the laws of the Sticky Void, so the plan looked solid without Grand Commander Cheyenne's existence. Phew, the captain of the assailants let out a sigh of relief after Grand Commander Cheyenne's disappearance. Don't expect to be saved, we sent him very very far from here, he stated with a strong tone afterwards. Now send Gustav Crimson out if you all wish to survive, he added. Within the spacecraft, the candidates all stared at each other with conflicted looks as they struggled to come up with an answer to this unexpected predicament. Where is Gustav? I haven't seen him since. I think I saw him heading for the control room. We can't believe this maniacs. They are definitely lying. Gustav, who was stationed in the control room all this time, finally stepped out. A metallic shutter-like door slid open up ahead, and they watched as an irrefutably domineering presence walked towards them. "I'll go," Gustav voiced out amidst the chatters and stares. We don't even know what they want with you. It definitely isn't anything good," Matilda, Angie and Eldris voiced out simultaneously. "Send Gustav out now if you want to survive," the voice of the captain rang out once more. "Let us try to communicate with them first to find out why they want him," Falco suggested. Eldris tapped on some controls attached to the spacesuit which had a space transmission function. Although everything on the spacecraft had stopped working, the spacesuit still functioned well. The only bad part was they couldn't use the spacesuit to communicate with others at very long distances. "Incoming transmission link," Rick stated from within the other spacecraft. From the kids?" "Okay, accept it," the captain responded from above. A small static sound rang out before a masculine voice was heard. Why do you lots want Gustav Crimson? Who do you think we are and what do you think we do?" the captain questioned in response. "That is for you to reveal and for me to listen," Eldris replied with a calm tone. "You've got spunk, kid. We are intergalactic bounty hunters. We've got a contract for the Gustav Crimson's head," the captain replied while his dark tentacles kept waving. "So you have plans of killing him?" Eldris inquired. "Yes, that is what having a contract for his head means," the captain replied with a weird tone. "Unfortunately, we will have to refuse," Eldris replied. "You kids don't have a choice. Either you give him to us or you die here along with him," the captain stated. "You kids are lucky Rick doesn't want any collateral damage, which is why we are willing to save the rest of you. Should you kids decide to hand Gustav over, you get to live," he added. "I am guessing we all perish in this place if we fail to find our way out?" Eldris questioned in a knowing manner. "Yes. The sticky void keeps you within and then shrink everything within to a molecular level till eventually you all vanish, so even if we chose not to do anything, Gustav Crimson will still perish here. We are just being generous right now," the captain revealed. Within the ISOP spacecraft, the candidate gasped in terror upon the revelation of how dangerous the sticky void was. "Just as I thought," Gustav said internally as he slightly raised his left hand. After images appeared with every movement, which was another insight Gustav took notice of upon their arrival here. He could already sense the difference and how their internal anatomy as well as the anatomy of everything within this part of space was slowly changing. Movement was immensely difficult because it felt like you had to travel longer to get to where you wanted to be, and Gustav sensed it would be even worse outside the spacecraft. "If you kids want to get out of here, I suggest you hand over Gustav Crimson," the captain stated once more. The spacecraft was currently unoperational since the pilots and navigators had tried their best in starting it but nothing worked. If they had not knocked out the engines and energy systems of the spacecraft, the pilots would have been able to activate a jump that would get them out of the sticky void. Looks like they calculated properly before they made their move. Gustav could see that the intergalactic bounty hunters' actions were almost flawless to this point. "Why are you lots unaffected?" Eldris asked through the comms. "So long as we are inside this bubble, the laws of the sticky void will not apply to us. We are truly your only ticket out of here," the captain replied. "So, as long as we can get into that bubble, we're safe?" Eldris inquired. "Yes," the captain responded. "Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Alright then, well just switch spacecraft," Eldris stated. "What do you mean by that?" the captain questioned with a confused tone. "It means we're not giving Gustav up, you punkus bitch." ES loud voice suddenly rang out through the comms. "Who is that vulgar creature?" The captain sounded irritated as he spoke. "Go ask your granny motherfuck asterisk cos we bout to send you on a one-way ticket to the afterlife," EE replied with a loud laughter which caused everyone in the vicinity to also begin laughing. The tensed atmosphere turned lighter upon ES remark, causing everyone to relax a bit as they looked into the situation. I don't know about you guys, but I really wanna whoop these bounty hunters' asses, EE stated. They're getting on my nerves too, calling us kids, Fildhor voiced from the side with an annoyed look. I'm in for the ass whooping, Teamy announced. This sounds fun, count me in, Sheila giggled while voicing out. Count me in too, Angie yelled out. Me too, me too, me too. This created a domino effect in which everyone except for Gustav agreed to deal with the intergalactic bounty hunters. SS-3 officers landed hits on different body parts of the same mech again, causing it to fall to its knees as another fist-size hole was left on its armor. The MBO officers were winning, but they had no idea this was a distraction. Pan DN0VE1 Seom in another part of the conventional center, two Jenksodus members with black masks squatted and hid themselves within the multitude of fans. Dash status report, currently setting up the remote connector, one of them answered through their secret comms. Dash how long? In 3 minutes it will be ready and we will blast this place to kingdom come, the same masked member reported once more. On the ground they had a row of bar-like metals set on the ground. Dash how is the signal looking? Dash all good, it's almost set. From the looks of things, in 3 minutes the Jenksodus would manually detonate the nanits. Dash hold on for at least 3 minutes. Every Jenksodus member who had equipped the mech heard this announcement through the comms. At this point, 3 had been put out of commission but the members were still within. Stay down or you will perish right now. One of the MBO officers voiced out to the mech on the ground in front of them. It is very unwise to engage us knowing we do not care about the lives of anyone here. A voice was heard from the person within the mech. Heh! The MBO officers exclaimed while they moved closer. Detonate! The instant the MBO officers heard this their eyes widened. Get D, boom! The mech exploded in the next instant, engulfing a radius of 1,000 feet in an instant. Fuhum tilde a bluish sphere suddenly appeared around the flames, trapping them in a kind of bubble before they could spread any further. Unfortunately, some fans were caught in the range of the flames and were quickly turned into barbecue. Shit! One of the officers yelled out after witnessing this unfortunate sight, however they didn't know that this wasn't the end. Detonate! Detonate! The other 2 that had been put down as well also detonated their mech. Boom! Boom! Heh! What was that? Gustav wondered out loud as he felt the vibration from the original dimensional frequency. His original body was still passed out in place so he could sense his surroundings were in shambles. I can't waste any more time here, I need to get rid of this as soon as possible. Despite saying this, Gustav was still unsure of how to do this. What he was staring at was something that had no switches or buttons he could operate, so he was at a loss on how to deal with this. Chapter 1151 Her. The instant he turned around, a punch was already headed for his face. Bang! ES fist made contact with a crew member who the captain had grabbed with his dark tentacles and placed in front of him at the last instant. Bleerg tilde the crew member vomited out blood within his spacesuit helmet, causing the internal glass walls to be stained. Oops, EE jumped back after missing the punch. Sweehui tilde a dark tentacles swept across the place he had just leapt away from, but it didn't stop and kept stretching forward. Now that my dimensional abilities are no longer hindered, EE smiled while snapping his finger. Juicy. A violet vortex suddenly appeared right in front of him before the elongated tentacle could get to him. Contrary to ES expectations, the dark tentacle suddenly turned illusionary and phased through the vortex without getting teleported. Uh-oh, EE realized this a bit too late as the tentacle had arrived right before his face. G tilde a figure suddenly appeared right beside EE and grabbed hold of the tentacle before it made contact with EE Eldris. EE beamed with joy. Eldris nodded at him before voicing out, color absorption. A strange phenomenon suddenly occurred where the black from the tentacle drained at quick pace. Fwy tilde the captain quickly tried pulling the tentacle back, but it was too late. The color had drained completely and it looked like a piece of paper. What in the world? The captain could no longer feel any energy from that particular tentacle and could not control it as well. Half of Eldris' right arm had turned dark like the tentacle color and he raised it slightly. The darkened part of his arm turned illusionary for a bit before returning to normal. Thank you for this, Eldris stated. Let's get him, EE yelled out before charging forward. I will teach you kids a lesson. The captain yelled out as well as more tentacles shot out of his back while he charged forward as well. Within the spacecraft, everywhere had turned chaotic as the candidates battled with the crew members. Angie tried not to rip the place apart with her speed as he sped forward while grabbing the bodies of the crew members and slamming them against the walls. Bang! 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 The sounds of collisions rang out across the place. The spacecraft, which was larger than a football pitch, vibrated intensely as the candidates battled against the bounty hunters. Within one of the corridors, a man with black scarf covering half his face was moving forward at quick pace when two substitutes suddenly arrived before him. "You must be one of the crew members, let's get him." The male and female candidates charged forward instantly. "I didn't want to hurt you kids before, but now you leave me no choice," Rick voiced as he slowly pulled the scarf off his face. Zujuin tilde a bright light was instantly emitted from the side of his face as the two who charged at him displayed expressions of horror in the next instant. In another part of the spacecraft, Falco moved around with a dark burning flame on his forehead. "I told you I didn't want this," Falco voiced out like he was talking to himself, which made the crew members around him display weird looks. "No, you come out and take the wheel, bastard, I don't want this," Falco kept speaking while moving forward. The crew members charged at him with weapons and all sort of supernatural abilities. Falco turned his face to the side and the burning dark flame on his forehead increased. Kaya! The crew members who happened to be closest to him fell to their knees and began writhing in pain. "Aga! It burns! Kia! Make it stop! Make it stop!" They yelled and rolled on the floor in pain while begging with tears flowing from their eyes. "Please visit Panda, N0VE1. The others who were also charging forward initially stopped in place with looks of confusion on their faces. They stared at their subordinates on the floor and still couldn't understand what was happening. Their bodies looked okay and physically it seemed like they were unharmed, so they were at loss as to what was going on. Fine. Just this one time," Falco said out loud, once more causing them to wonder if he had a few screws loose in his head. "Good my king. Relish the feeling of darkness," Dark Falco voiced in his head. "Shut up. Don't say none of that." After voicing this out, a massive dark scythe appeared in Falco's grasp while he swung forward. Swywheelsh tilde the entire spacecraft instantly vibrated immensely as a large cut tore through the walls and left holes within. "Shit, that was too much," Falco voiced out while piles on torn-up bodies could be seen scattered across the place. Fuwu tilde a suction force came from the side of the spacecraft, which now had a long spacious cut, but Falco was unaffected due to the spacesuit. However, even if he was to get sucked out, the bubble covering the spacecraft would still stop him from drifting through space. As expected, the spacecraft isn't going to hold with how much damage they are causing. Gustav watched from his seating position with God eyes activated. He could see every corner of the spacecraft and it was almost as if he was witnessing everything going on like he was right there. A container holding popcorn was stationed in between his laps as he occasionally grabbed some and stuffed his mouth full. "Oh, those substitutes are pretty strong too," Gustav made another remark as he took note of a group of substitutes that arrived at the upper part of the spacecraft with coordination. They blasted their way through a group of crew members who were using spatial bombs. Fortunately, the spatial bombs didn't make contact with any of them, or their body parts would have been forcefully teleported to different locations in space. Which of course meant instant death. Some of the enemy's crew have abilities while some only have good weapons, Gustav analyzed as he kept eating his popcorn. Out of the 109 crew members, only around 13 of them are truly threats. "I don't think the whole group will come out of this unscathed," the system said internally. "Watch the corridor before the control room, we're about to have our first casualty," Gustav announced to the system. Since the system was within him, it could obviously see everything as well and instantly understood what Gustav was talking about. Just as he had mentioned, 2 candidates disappeared. "That is the most dangerous person on the spacecraft right now. Even more dangerous than the captain," Gustav voiced before stuffing his mouth full once more. "If he joins hands with the captain, EE and Eldris will have it more difficult up there," the system stated as well. "He won't be able to. He is about to make contact with Elevra is a bit further away," Gustav replied. "Wait, you are right. I don't sense any worry from you. You truly don't intend to help them?" The system questioned. No. I won't be interfering in the battle. They can handle themselves. Gustav sounded like a proud father as he voiced with a smile. Gustav wasn't bothered with sitting this out after witnessing how powerful his teammates had become. He was truly proud of them, especially seeing as they had new abilities that could easily level the spacecraft if they weren't holding back. That spacecraft won't last for long, so we'll have to look for another means of leaving the sticky void. Or, an idea suddenly flashed in Gustav's mind as he stared at a particular part of the spacecraft. Yeah, we could use that, Gustav smirked upon sighting what he was looking for. Atop the spacecraft, EE and Eldris had successfully dealt lot of blows to the captain, who happened to be very durable. However, it was quite obvious that both of them had the upper hand. Color absorbion, Eldris voiced out once more as he appeared on the left of the captain while his hand was directly placed upon another tentacle. You bastard! The captain yelled while another tentacle appeared from behind Eldris and stabbed forward. A vortex appeared right in between and the tentacle phased in before appeared in front of the captain's chest. His eyes widened as he quickly turned the tentacle illusionary, causing it to phase through him instead of piercing through. Eldris, who was by the side, threw a punch at the captain's face, causing him to get blasted backwards once more as his face displayed a look of fury. ND. A no VE1 multiple dark tentacles shot out of the captain's back while his body was traveling in mid-air and they all stabbed towards Eldris. Eldris disappeared into a vortex in the next instant, arriving behind the captain alongside F. They both threw out fierce punches at the captain's blind spots, which he realized too late. Bang! Bang! Sorry guys, privilege tiers are still unavailable. Recently lost a lot of words due to some situations. Chapter 1152 F. They both threw out fierce punches at the captain's blind spots, which he realized too late. Bang! Bang! The combined forces from both punches sent him reeling across the air in the opposite direction once more as he puked out blood. The captain quickly stabbed his dark tentacles into the top of the spacecraft to stop the movement of his body. Blood kept trailing down his mouth within the helmet. He glared forward with a look of anguish at his opponents. These kids are no ordinary kids, he internally came to this realization. EE and Eldris were about to charge forward once more when a figure suddenly appeared from an elevated stand that brought him to the top of the spacecraft. Unlike the others, this figure was clad in red spacesuit and had a feminine build. However, it was impossible to see her facial looks due to the darkness of her helmet. Tiara, you came at the right time, the captain stated grudgingly. Captain Gantz, how did you get so injured by two kids? She questioned while moving towards him. They're not ordinary kids, if you underestimate them you will come to regret it gravely, the captain replied with a strong tone. Sure oldie, she said after arriving before him. EE and Eldris glanced at each other before nodding. They both charged forward once more, however the moment they took a step forward the newcomer raised both her hands. Shreriayu. A sudden wave of circular energy instantly covered up the vicinity as the crew member who had just arrived vanished. The hell? EE voiced with a shocked tone as the surroundings turned a little darker. Eldris could feel a certain chill in the air which caused his hairs to stand on hair. The female figure suddenly appeared behind him with a blade 2 inches away and about to slice his head off. EE mouth widened as he turned to the side. It seemed like time had paused as the captain also appeared in front of Eldris at this instant, stabbing tentacles towards his ribs. Shit. What? They disappeared? Yes, and we can't make contact with them. How is that even possible? We don't understand as well. Grand Commander Shin is off comms too. How long has it been? 4 days. 4 days. You waited 4 days to tell me. Young Miss I, you dimwit. A conversation ensued when Miss Amy and an MBO agent that came to report an issue with her. They were currently at the MBO tower and fury had begun to build up within Miss Amy. Did you know about it too? She turned to glare at Gradia Xanatus, who seemed to be glued in place from pressure. I had no idea as well, he responded while shaking his head. Why did you wait so long to tell us you? Miss Amy's anguish was starting to twist the air in the room. Young miss, we should be more concerned about where they are and how to find them, Gradia Xanatus quickly voiced out before her fury would turn the officer into mincemeat. Someone could get obliterated from her fury alone, and there was nothing the MBO would be able to do about it. Mist Amy immediately calmed down afterwards and turned to stare at Gradia Xanatus. We already have a lot on our plate as it is. I wonder which idiot is behind this. I will rip them to pieces, Miss Amy stated with a strong tone. It might not even be what you think. There are a myriad of possibilities, Gradia Xanatus said with a calming tone. Where was their last notable location before they vanished? Gradia Xanatus asked the officer. The officer, who had a device in his grasp, operated it and a holographic screen appeared. Let's go, Miss Amy commanded while turned around to head for the exit. Huh? Gradia Xanatus stared at her from his position with a look of confusion. I don't know how to use that thing, so follow me, Miss Amy voiced before she resumed her movement. Just like that. Gradia Xanatus was still wrapping his head around how powerful she was as he quickened his pace to catch up with her. Are you not going to make use of your original self? He inquired after catching up with Miss Amy. Pa, ND. A no VE 1 inch, what if that I is responsible? Gradia Xanatus asked once more. It isn't. I have met enough dumb people to know this isn't related to that. My intuition tells me a stupid person is responsible for this, Miss Amy voiced solemnly before grabbing Gradia Xanatus and speeding out of the building. And I won't spare them, she added as they disappeared into the skies at high speed. Whom tilde all Gradia Xanatus noticed was they had somehow arrived in deep space in just a matter of moments. She's insanely fast, he yelled internally. Breaking news. The ISOP candidate spacecraft is reported missing. The MBO are currently doing their best to locate it. News was being broadcasted across the world. On the Earth, the ISOP candidates left 9 days ago. Meanwhile, in the sticky void, the candidates were sure they had only been gone for 5 days. The sticky void. Yeah, it's just right after that door. There are 2 crew members there, Gustav voiced through the comms. Hold on, there's someone coming your way. Gustav's tone turned a bit worried. Timmy, go meet up with Finks at the engine room. You're the closest to her, he added. I'm a little busy. I'm sure you can see, Timmy replied through the comms. Leave it to Falco, Gustav instructed. Falco isn't. Has coming up behind you. Leave the enemy right now and go back. Finks up. Timmy stopped arguing at this point and Gustav could see he had suddenly left the enemy and began running away. The crew member was baffled and wanted to go after him until he felt a dark presence in the vicinity. His being was glued to place and in the next few moments, he felt cold hands crawling all over the back of his neck. How do you wish to die? A cold voice that caused his heart to nearly jump out of his chest rang out. The fingers reached the top of his head and grabbed onto it firmly from behind. I asked you a question. How do you wish to die? Meanwhile, at the engine room, Finks had broken into it and beaten up the 2 crew members within. Just as she was about to pull a glowing grey stone out of a storage unit in the engine room, a large presence appeared behind her. You are not taking that. The massive figure voiced out while throwing an attack forward. At this same instant, Timmy arrived. Pull it oit right now, Gustav instructed as soon as the presence got distracted by Timmy's arrival. Finks grabbed hold of the glowing grey stone at this point while the dark figure reached out to grab her as well. Pa. Timmy slapped the hand of the figure before he could get hold of Finks. Hiya. Finks cried out as she pulled the grey stone from the storage unit. You little bitch. The figure yelled the instant she pulled it out. The entire vicinity suddenly turned weird as the sound of a powering down machine rang out. Good job, Gustav praised over the comms. Outside the spacecraft, the bubble covering them had holes appearing over as it shrieked before eventually disappearing. And Eldris, who had been getting their asses handed to them since the arrival of the female figure, paused. Everyone paused at this point as they felt a certain way. Moving their arms created after images and was even more strenuous. Eldris, you 2 can go all out now. Don't worry about the spacecraft getting destroyed, Gustav voiced through the comms. And Eldris turned to stare at each other as wide grins appeared on their faces. Go all out and show them they made a deadly mistake by messing with the wrong crew, Gustav voiced was like fuel as and Eldris, unleashed their full bloodline energies. Fauhuhum Tilda with the sudden outburst, despite the restriction of the sticky void since the bubble had been compromised, they still caused the entire spacecraft to quake intensely. The captain and female figure beside him had widened eyes as they stared at the two. They were holding back. This question rang through their minds like alarm bells. Color grading. Restructuring. As Eldris let out this whisper, the world around them suddenly went from its present state to colorless and then from colorless to a spectrum of colors. He stretched forth his hand at the two hostiles whose eyes were still widened in shock and fear. Monster. Chapter 1153. She stretched forth his hand at the two hostiles whose eyes were still widened in shock and fear. Monster. The captain yelled out just before his figure melted. Perurubly tilde dimension of colors, the spectrum of light formed walls on both sides of the enemies. They tried to escape but they couldn't, and in a couple of moments the walls of colorful lights boxed them in completely. The captain and the female figure melted like butter and turned into a puddle of color that got absorbed into the walls. Eldris snapped his finger and the walls disappeared in the next instant. Damn! You didn't even leave some for me, EE exclaimed with an expression of disbelief. Sorry, I got a little too carried away. Eldris displayed an apologetic smile as he voiced out. Tilde few tilde EE whistled as he was still astonished by the display he had just witnessed. There was a large hole atop the spacecraft at this point as Eldris' ability had affected it. Meanwhile, Gustav had stood up from his watching point and was currently atop the ISOP spacecraft. Zing tilde a head-shaped but transparent item appeared before him. The item had a fist-sized gleam of light within and floated before Gustav as the light occasionally flickered. Get the stone, Gustav commanded. The sacred jewel floated a bit forward and left after images behind as it only moved a couple of feet forward. Zizian tilde its entirety glowed intensely as a bolt of light shot forth from it. It pierced through the laws of the sticky void and soon arrived before the intergalactic bounty hunter's spacecraft. In the next instant it disappeared and a glowing grayish stone appeared before the sacred jewel. Hands grew out of the sacred jewel's glassy circumference and it grabbed onto the stone before flying towards Gustav. Gustav received the stone from the sacred jewel and nodded. Good job, he said before bringing an energy crystal out of his storage device and handing it to the sacred jewel. The sacred jewel seemed happy as the light within flickered even more before it disappeared into thin air. With this, there shouldn't be any more problems, Gustav voiced out as he held the glowing grey stone before his face. Do you guys need help destroying the spacecraft or should I do it myself? Gustav voiced through the comms as he stretched out his right arm. Dash don't you dare Gus, Dash we're having a lot of fun here, Dash we'll do it ourselves, Gustav chuckled as he heard their responses. He slowly lowered his arm. You guys have less than a minute to clean things up, he stated. In that same moment a purplish beam tore through the spacecraft from within, splitting the entire thing in two. Oh you, Gustav exclaimed as he swerved towards the right. The remnant of the destructive beam blasted past his initial position. Be careful with that Elevera, Gustav said through the comms. You gave us permission to go all out. Don't complain, she responded. Gustav clicked his tongue in pity for the opponent she had just obliterated. The sticky void laws were causing them to shrink and reducing the output of their abilities, yet the initial ability was still so powerful. Gustav moved back into the ISOP spacecraft and headed to the engine room with the stone in his grasp. I will activate the bubble when everyone gets back in the spacecraft, he announced. In a couple of seconds a blinding glows began to appear in different spots within the ISOP spacecraft. The candidates were reappearing one after the other and from the transparent view of the walls, a violet gate could be seen standing atop what was left of the intergalactic bounty hunter's spacecraft. When the last ISOP candidates phased into the violet-colored gate, the gate which seemed to be in the form of a person disappeared as well. The remnant of a once mighty and menacing-looking spacecraft could be seen drifting into space along with its multiple disjointed parts. We're back in Gus, Eldris voiced through the comms. Good, it's now time to activate the stone, Gusev replied through the comms. Pilots, prepare to restart the engine, Gustav voiced through the comms. The pilots in the control room replied immediately, but they were still reeling in shock from the kids handling this intergalactic bounty hunters that had handled the situation. In a couple of moments, a milky-colored bubble began forming around their spacecraft. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. Hey, I don't feel restricted anymore. Me too, I no longer feel sluggish. I've grown back to my original height. The ISOP candidates began to voice out their observations. P&DA, N0VE1. Good job out there you all. Gustav commended them and they bursted out in uproar. Yeah, we did it. They seemed proud of themselves. Although some had disheartened looks, and Gustav was instantly able to tell that these were close friends of the casualties that had fallen from their side. It was absolutely normal for them to have a couple of casualties, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Their numbers had lessened from 50 to 44. On the bright side, there wasn't a lot of casualties, however. Every single casualty was a substitute member. Gustav wasn't too surprised about this since the main members were way more powerful after the Oasis. The pilots had restarted the engines of the spacecraft and they worked perfectly within the bubble. He must be the one the captain was talking about, Gustav voiced out as he approached a person kneeling on the floor bound by dark glowing chains. Yeah, he is Rick, the co-captain, Eldris replied. Gustav arrived in front of Rick, who raised his head to stare at him with a blank look. The scarf covering part of his face, it's because that power activates when it's revealed, right? Gustav questioned. He already knew the answer since he witnessed the whole saga. That's why we had to leave it covered, or he would trap anyone he stared at here in that unknown realm, Timmy replied this time. You are Gustav Crimson, all of you are true monsters, Rick voiced with a regretful tone. He couldn't imagine how powerful Gustav was currently after witnessing the strength of his peers. Their data had been completely wrong because it gave info of the candidate's strength from months back. They had calculated their current strength based on that and it caused their failure. You wanted to spare everyone else and only let your crew members kill me. I commend you for that, but who sent you guys after me? Gustav questioned as their spacecraft began to move. The group known as Jenksodus gave us a contract for your head over 4 months ago. It was good profit and the captain couldn't turn it down despite your status, Rick explained. I see. But I am sure you lots are aware the Jenksodus got taken down. Why still do the job? Gustav inquired. Because the contracted protocols lets us get payment regardless so long as the job is done, Rick responded. I see, Gustav nodded in understanding. Can we kill him now? He is responsible for murdering Debbie. A substitute appeared from the side while voicing out. Without explaining, Gustav could tell Debbie was one of the substitutes who met her demise at Rick's hand. Hold on, can you bring them back? Gustav questioned Rick. Once anyone has been sucked into the 6th realm, they can never return, Rick shook his head. Oh, I guess this is where you meet your end then, Gustav stated and was about moving away when a sudden presence caused the spacecraft to be hooked in place. The spacecraft had just disappeared from the sticky void a while ago through a teleportation that caused them to appear right in front of the Orion 2 gateway. This was the same gateway they flew into and ended up in the diminishing void almost a day ago. The instant they reappeared here, the bubble surrounding the ISOP spacecraft disappeared. The pilots were initially on tenterhooks on whether or not to use the gateway again. After making the decision to head to the 3rd gateway point, which would cause more delays in their travel, they decided to move. However, at this instant the spacecraft paused in space as it found itself unable to move. Gustav and the others within the spacecraft had darkened faces as they felt an unfathomable force descend upon the spacecraft, pausing them in place. What is going on again? A candidate voiced out with a tone of terror. What they were all feeling at this moment was something they were sure they wouldn't be able to fight with. a whitish figure, suddenly appeared right in front of the spacecraft with flowing robes. She looked like an ethereal cosmic entity that was far above the level of mortal men. Her eyes looked sharp as she peered directly into the spacecraft like she was looking for someone. Miss Amy, Gustav voiced with a tone of surprise. Check out this WSA story. I am no longer human. Add to library and support it. Chapter 1154. Sheer eyes looked sharp as she peered directly into the spacecraft like she was looking for someone. Miss Amy, Gustav voiced with a tone of surprise. Miss Amy, who happened to be the ethereal-looking deity that took everyone by surprise and caused the spacecraft to halt in space. She floated closer to the spacecraft, made use of her finger to draw a rectangular drawer on the wall. Miss Amy instantly moved into the spacecraft along with another person who seemed to be behind her all this time. "Are you okay, kids?" Miss Amy questioned while floating towards Gustav. "Who is she?" "Is she?" Some candidates had no idea who Miss Amy was, while some had looks of astonishment and realization. "We're fine," Gustav replied with a smile as she arrived before him. "That's a relief," Miss Amy said while ruffling Gustav's hair. "Yo, it's Miss Amy," EE voiced from the side as the others gathered around her with smiles as well. "I heard she's a goddess. Yeah man, she created a whole planet with life. Damn, just how powerful is she?" The candidates discussed about Miss Amy in the background. "What are you doing here?" Gustav questioned. "Your spacecraft was reported missing," Miss Amy replied. "And it has already been a week," Gradia Xanatus added from behind. "What?" Gustav wasn't the only one who voiced out in shock, the others were stupefied as well. "We've only been gone for a day," Falco stated from the side. "We set out to find your spacecraft on the 4th day from Earth and it has been 3 days since then, making it a total of 1 week, Gradia Xanatus explained. "That would mean the sticky void also affects time," Gustav came to this conclusion. "It does, your atoms and everything within shrinks including time. Since the laws of the sticky void shrinks time, therefore making it slower, the original time outside the sticky void moves at a normal pace," Rick, who was still in a kneeling position, explained. "Sticky void? You all were trapped in the sticky void?" Gradia Xanatus' eyes widened as he questioned. "Yeah, for almost a day," Gustav replied. "How did you even manage to get out?" He was even more shocked after the confirmation. "We just did." Gustav wasn't ready to go over the details. "Is this person amongst the people responsible?" Miss Amy asked while moving to the side and lifting Rick. "Miss Amy, don't." Gustav was about to warn her about the scarf covering part of Rick's face but was too late. Miss Amy immediately pulled it down after lifting Rick. "Oh. Half of your face is the gateway to another realm," Miss Amy uttered with a look of interest. "She's unaffected," the others in the vicinity said with looks of astonishment. Rick was just as shocked himself. The moment a person stared at this part of his face, they would instant get sucked into the realm. "This is not enough to stop me from obliterating you for putting Gustav in harm's way," Miss Amy stated as her fingers wrapped around Rick's neck. "Hold on." Gustav quickly pulled Rick from Miss Amy's grasp before she could send him to the afterlife. "I still have something to do with him before he dies." Gustav quickly wrapped the scarf back around the half of Rick's face which held an unknown realm. Which is?" Miss Amy questioned. "It's private," Gustav replied before dragging Rick away. He headed towards the room area amidst the stares of everyone and soon was out of sight. They wondered what was on Gustav's mind but couldn't figure it out. "Oh yeah, he didn't come out at all during the ruckus," Gustav recalled something as he arrived before the room door. The door slid open and he walked right in with Rick still in his grasp. There he was, floating above a bed with a look of serenity while his forehead gleamed a bright green light. It was Endrick, who had been totally missing during the entire battle that went down. Gustav was well aware that he was in the room but didn't bother to disturb him, knowing that the others could handle the problem. Endrick seemed to be in a state of trance and Gustav was well aware that he was probably doing something important. "Another monster," Rick muttered the instant Gustav dropped him. He could already sense a mystical and quite unfathomable energy from Endrick as he floated above one of the beds with his eyes closed. "Why did you bring me here? Why not just let them kill me?" Rick questioned. "Don't be so hasty to die. Before you meet your end, be of good use to me first," Gustav responded as his eyes turned cold. "What are you?" Rick, who had been calm since the start, couldn't help but feel a little chill upon meeting Gustav's gaze. "Mental manipulation has been activated, memories siphoning," Gustav muttered as he suddenly reached out and grabbed Rick's head. "Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co, M. Ugh." Rick groaned in pain as a searing pain tore through his mind. Gustav was now able to use memory siphoning without having to take a bloodline boosting drug for the damaged mental manipulation bloodline like he used to in the past. He could now use it on command. Rick memories began to flow into his mind at a very quick pace. Unlike the last time in Arabia City where he was still a little slower in siphoning memories, this time was way quicker. In a couple of minutes, Gustav had siphoned up to 2 years' worth of memories and kept going. Kia! Rick kept yelling in agony as he felt like his brain was getting split apart. Make it stop. Arag. He kept screaming in pain. The scarf had fallen off his face at this point due to all the shaking, but this didn't deter Gustav in the slightest as he kept at it. PN0V1 Comet turned out that was what he was going to be facing. Demon. An hour later, Gustav let go of Rick's head and his body fell limply to the floor of the spacecraft. Blood was seeping out of his right eye, which was the only eye he had, as well as his left nose and side of his mouth. They were 2 hovercars speeding across the northeast streets, and within each of them, there were 4 occupants. With their speed, they would be able to arrive within the outskirts of the city in a couple of minutes. Ding, 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 ding. Alarms suddenly began blaring off within both hover cars as the security system sensed an hostile approach. What is that? Shit. It is an MBO officer. Activate the weapons system, the Jenksodus members in the second hover car voiced out frantically. Elevra, who approached from above, could see cannons phasing out of the hover cars. Bam! Ting! 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 Projectiles began shooting towards her in the next instant. Sweeve. Elevra gracefully swerved from side to side across the air, dodging the projectiles. One of them predicted her movement and fired out an explosive. The tarmac, who was a beautiful and muscular-looking lady with a scar ripping from her left cheek to chin, stood in place with a scowl on her face. Deactivate the barrier, the tarmac instructed. Deactivate the barrier. Sir Lucas yelled out the command. In the next instant a vibrating sound rang out like something powering down. A dome that surrounded this part of the city turned visible for an instant before disappearing. Bang. The tarmac leapt and landed right in front of Endrick. Endrick, who was less than 6 feet tall, was at least 3 heads shorter than the tarmac. I shall inspect it now, she voiced out before moving past him. Be quick before it reawakens, Endrick advised. The massive creature, which was dark brownish in color with a mixture of furs and scales on different areas of its body, was wrapped by these massive chains. The tarmac touched a part of its body and nodded her head. Open the gates, she said before turning around. Follow me, she instructed Endrick while proceeding to walk forward. Endrick picked up the end of the chain and began dragging the creature forward once more. Finally, he heaved a sigh of relief as he followed the tarmac into the city. Endrick, who was less than 6 feet tall, was at least 3 heads shorter than the tarmac. I shall inspect it now, she voiced out before moving past him. Be quick before it reawakens, Endrick advised. The massive creature, which was dark brownish in color with a mixture of furs and scales on different areas of its body, was wrapped by these massive chains. The tarmac touched a part of its body and nodded her head. Open the gates, she said before turning around. Follow me, she instructed Endrick while proceeding to walk forward. Endrick picked up the end of the chain and began dragging the creature forward once more. Finally, he heaved a sigh of relief as he followed the tarmac into the city. Chapter 1155 Do not purchase yet. We're 1 week behind travel schedule. This means we will arrive at Galaxy Flalentia days after ISOP has begun, Eldris disclosed. That's bad. You kids will be automatically disqualified if you arrive there any later than a day before the competition begins, Gradia Xanatus voiced out. Chatter, chatter, chatter. There was instant panic amongst the candidates upon the revelation of this new information. What do we do? Angie questioned from the side. Before Gustav could voice any response, Miss Amy figure glowed up as she floated off the spacecraft floor. Gustav stared at her. I will take care of it, she said before flying towards one of the corridors. In the next instant, Miss Amy had arrived outside the spacecraft, which was currently moving at a crazy speed. It left a glowing milky trail as it cut through space faster than a shooting star. Fu tilde Miss Amy wasted no time in following after it and caught up in a moment. She maintained the same speed with the spacecraft, which was many times faster than the speed of light. Her entire body suddenly lit up with a purplish glow. The glow extended from her figure to the spacecraft, and in the next instant, the entire spacecraft had been covered with this purplish aura. "Give me navigations," Miss Amy voiced out as she increased her speed. Within the spacecraft, they hadn't expected the speed of the craft to suddenly increase by a notch, and it took them by surprise. Some of them were sent flying in separate directions from the suddenly speed and activated their spacesuit once more to help them gain balance. "That's why she is the only woman I will ever call master," a grin appeared on Gustav's face as he voiced out. Without Miss Amy's presence, they were totally bummed out, and he was sure he wouldn't be able to come up with a way to salvage the situation. Fortunately, she had truly appeared at a time where she was needed. With this, their journey would be faster and they could make it to Florentia Galaxy even faster. The only issue was, it didn't seem like Miss Amy was likely to slow down. "Oh shit," EE exclaimed as space began to crack right before their very eyes. Lines like broken glass spread across space from what they could see within the spacecraft. "Her speed is causing a rift to open up within space," Falco stated. Just as he had said, up ahead more lines had been torn in space and soon a rift appeared. tilde Miss Amy wasted no time in dragging them in along with herself. The soon entered a world of purple with intense space turbulence pulling and trying to rip everything to shreds. Miss Amy was not affected in the slightest. The purplish aura spreading from her figure to the spacecraft also made sure Gustav and the others were unaffected as well. Soon they reappeared in another part of space, and Miss Amy still hadn't slowed down. She kept charging forward with intensity. Within the control room, she has taken the piloting work off our hands. At least we get to arrive there days before the competition begins. The rifts she keeps opening are equivalent to the dimensional gateways but more chaotic. She is too powerful. We are not even affected in the slightest. The pilots and navigators couldn't help but express their shock as the spacecraft glided through space with the help of Miss Amy. "What about the Grand Commander?" Matilda questioned. "What about him?" Gustav said with an unbothered expression. "Shouldn't we be worried?" Matilda inquired. "That's an alpha-ranked mixed blood. There is nothing to be worried about," Gustav replied. "The old man will find his way," Sheila added from the side. Matilda felt that since even the old man great-granddaughter was unbothered, there was no need for her to worry. Everyone else strapped in as Miss Amy became the new pilot and flew them away. In an unknown part of space, a middle-aged man clad in a silver-colored MBO uniform floated above an asteroid as he looked around. The asteroid was half the size of the Earth's moon as it floated in space. The diamond-looking item embedded into his forehead blinked with a mysterious glow, and a projection of lines appeared before him. These lines formed a spacecraft upon closer look, or what was left of it. "Oh!" The kids decimated them. As expected, he muttered. There was no sound, but he kept speaking since he was speaking to himself. "Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Time to leave here now. I should find a spacecraft in one of the checkpoint stations instead of expending all my energy." Immediately after saying this, his figure turned illusionary and he blasted forward with immense speed. Boom. However, why did EE close the vortex since he wanted to save them? "Hold on Gus, Angie, don't bring any more slum dwellers yet," EE voiced through the comms. His face turned serious as he moved forward and the crowd began to part ways for him. After a few seconds, he stopped and turned to stare at the left. EE snapped his fingers in the next instant and a vortex appeared like a ring above 3 of slum dwellers on the left. The slum dwellers had looks of realization upon seeing EE's action and were about to turn around and escape when the vortex descended upon them. All 3 of them disappeared instantly, the crowd to turn wary and confused. "There are some enemies disguised as slum dwellers amongst you lots. As soon as I get rid of them all, I will transport you all out of here," EE announced to quell their confusion. A vortex opened up right in front of Gustav and 3 figures were flung out. Swooshy Gustav dashed forward and grabbed all 3 of them before slamming them heavily into the ground. They passed out instantly and he proceeded to lift them off the ground before dashing in a particular direction. Dash Eldris, I'm bringing 3 your way, Gustav announced through the comms. Dash sure, we've rounded up 6 of them on this part too, Eldris replied. Anytime EE spotted a Jenksodus member hiding in the midst of the slum dwellers, he would send them to Gustav. ND. A no VE1 everyone had a GPS indicator on them that showed the rest of the teammates where they are in real time. This made it possible for EE to easily open up vortexes wherever Gustav was. The instant Gustav saw a vortex and figures dressed like slum dwellers, he was instantly able to tell that these figures were Jenksodus members. In another part of the slums, a figure clad in MBO outfit could be seen flying above with a purplish aura covering her figure. Vera, on your 3 o'clock, 200 meters away, there's a group of them trying to get away, Elevra disclosed as she flew across the city. Matilda and Vera were busy handling a group of Jenksodus members initially, but upon Elevra's message, she began heading in the direction disclosed. Matilda was left to handle 4 Jenksodus members alone. Fortunately, there was no bloodline dampening beacon around, so she wasn't restricted in the slightest. While Elevra flee across the slums, she spotted 2 more groups trying to escape. At this point, everyone was preoccupied with handling one Jenksodus member or the other, so Elevra had no choice but to swoop down herself. Dash step on it. Let's get out of here and rendezvous with the others back in one of the bases outside this city, one of the members yelled out as the hovercar sped through the street. They were 2 hovercars speeding across the northeast streets, and within each of them, there were 4 occupants. With their speed, they would be able to arrive within the outskirts of the city in a couple of minutes. Ding, 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 ding. Alarms suddenly began blaring off within both hover cars as the security system sensed an hostile approach. What is that? Shit. It is an MBO officer. Activate the weapons system, the Jenksodus members in the second hover car voiced out frantically. Elevra, who approached from above, could see cannons phasing out of the hover cars. Bam! Ting, ting, ting. Projectiles began shooting towards her in the next instant. Sweeve. Fu tilde Elevra gracefully swerved from side to side across the air, dodging the projectiles. One of them predicted her movement and fired out an explosive. Elevra found herself heading into the sight of this explosive and flicked her wrist. Fuehuai tilde a purplish storm blasted forth from her hand, slamming into the explosive and causing a massive blast in mid-air. Boom tilde shockwaves spread across the vicinity, blasting the hover cars off the road. One was blasted straight across the air and slammed into a high-rise-like building by the side. Bang! Chapter 1156. Don't purchase yet. Is everyone okay? Endrick felt a bit silly as he noticed their weird stares. EE chuckled a bit after seeing Endrick's concerned expression. The kid's personality truly underwent a 180. It's just Miss Amy, no worries, Gustav stated from the side. Endrick realized he must have missed something at this point. There was a little situation while we were busy, Husarius voiced in his head. A little situation? Endrick still has a slyly confused expression as he moved to a corner to sit. Hubby. I'll fill you in, Sheila voiced while hopping towards Endrick heartily. Gustav remained seated in place with an unbothered expression after she left his side. She acts like a kid, but within, she hides her true personality, Gustav took note. Well, I wouldn't say hide. This is still her personality, or a side of it she chose to show while she chose to hide the other side, the system responded internally. I don't sense any nefarious intent, so I know she's not a wolf in sheep clothing, but she is hiding something for sure, Gustav said internally. That is indeed true. She is just like Endrick. Both their potential far surpasses their peers. Endrick is higher, but she is not far off either, the system stated. Looks like deciding not to kill Endrick worked out for the best. You get to have someone that loyal and powerful on your side. He is already amongst the top in terms of strength at a young age. Truly an unmatched potential. This made Gustav think, I am the outworldly, my little brother was also blessed with such strength. Is there a force at play here? Their journey continued on, and the candidates engaged in all sorts of activities on their way to planet Osius. They had also passed by many planets, gone through multiple rifts, phased through a sun and shattered a star from Miss Amy's speed. None of these orbital bodies managed to slow Miss Amy down in the slightest, and they were soon closing in on Florentia Galaxy. While this was happening, Miss Amy's real body, which held around 80% of her strength, was currently in deep space. Her eyes were gleaming with a menacing purplish light as a whitish energy surrounded her as well. She stabbed her hands forward and pulled sideways with her fingers like she was trying to rip something open. Tinky. She groaned as it seemed difficult to separate what she was trying to. It looked like her hands were just stretched in front of her, holding on to nothing, but in actuality this wasn't the case. Space began to twist and turn as powerful winds began to blast out of a small tear that suddenly appeared while Miss Amy was still trying to rip hole through space. The separation finally began to happen as a reddish tear increased, and Miss Amy's fingers could be seen within trying to rip it apart even more. Par N Dan, 0ve1. C0 Ma wave of energy suddenly blasted forth from the tear, sending Miss Amy flying for thousands of miles in deep space. The tear she had ripped in space repaired itself very quickly after she had gotten blasted backwards. Miss Amy stabilized herself after flying backwards for a period of time and peered forward with a suspicious gaze. "I haven't used half my full strength in any situation for a long time," she mouthed before flying forward. "If I was to create another planet, I still wouldn't expend 10% of the energy within me, but this..." Miss Amy raised her palm to stare at it. Her fingers were scalded, whereas a sun 4 times larger than Earth's was unable to cause her to sweat. The scald slowly disappeared and she returned to normal in nearly an instant, but nevertheless she was surprised. Whatever we're dealing with is not something that can be taken care of Earth alone. Heading to ISOP was a good plan. "It would be better for the Alliance to be informed so they can prepare themselves," Miss Amy stated as her figure sent forth an outburst of white energy. "I won't stop trying to expose their existence," she said before stabbing forward with her fingers once more. In a known part of space, massive discs-like structures could be spotted in different colors floating around. It was a very beautiful sight, as this part of space had wondrous colors and constellation of stars in the distance that brightened it up. There wasn't a sun like Earth, but there was fluorescent colored star in the western part of space, shining a blinding light across that illuminated every area the massive disk structures were situated. It was a truly beautiful sight to behold, and occasionally spacecraft would fly by towards the southern area. There happened to be a 9-disk structured orbital body in the southern area. Every disk looked copper-like in color, and the top one happened to gleam the brightest like a golden deity. "Please visit Panda, N0ve1. Co. M." The disks were all aligned in a line-up format from the bottom to the top. The 9th disk structure was as large as the entire circular surface of Earth, and it also happened to be the smallest amongst all 9. Spacecraft bearing the emblems of planetary bodies would occasionally enter the atmosphere of the last disk and land there. However, that was only after they were screened by a blanketing barrier that surrounded the 9 disks. 3 new spacecraft happened to have arrived at the same time just after 2 arrived some time ago and flew towards the 9th disk as well. At this same moment a spacecraft approached from the west with a blue and red color. It bore a familiar emblem on its massive body. Just like the 3 that had arrived, it was also given access to the 9th layer of the disks. Within a space station situated right outside the gravitational center of the 9-layered disk structures, a group of people in spacesuit gave reports about the arrivals. Planet Gunderbolt has arrived, SSSE. S eyes turned bloodshot as the violet glow that coated his fingertips turned to red. Deep in space, a collapsing red vortex appeared beside a satellite which was shooting down green beams towards the Earth. The vortex was not even 1/4 the satellite, but the instant it appeared to devour and suck everything in its vicinity towards it. A barrier appeared around the satellite as a security measure, but this still wasn't enough to stop the collapsing vortex. It sucked the barrier along with the satellite into it in a couple of seconds and closed up. It reappeared once more beside another one in a few moments. "We are calling for space check to take care of the issue." Gustav could hear one of the commander's voice through the comms. "There will be no need for that, Commander. My subordinate is taking care of it," Gustav voiced through the comms. "Which squad leader is this?" Commander Darmok questioned from the other side. "Gustav Crimson," Gustav replied. "Oh. What do you mean by taking care of it? Just as Commander Darmok questioned, some beams of light from the sky began to thin out. They are disappearing, one of the other squad leaders reported. There's your answer, Gustav stated. I and another one of my subordinates is headed for the upper district. I hope we're permitted, Gustav added. That is beyond your designated area, Officer Crimson, Commander Colt voiced out. The situation is about to be dire. Switching off comms to focus on the mission at hand, Officer Crimson. Officer Crimson, don't you? Gustav totally ignored all of Commander Colt yells as he arrived before one of the houses in the upper district. Bang! Bang! Massive roots shot through the walls and headed for Angie and Gustav. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Swing tilde. Gustav swung his palm forward and the roots were immediately cleaved into multiple pieces. It looked like he only moved his arm once, but in actuality, he swung a couple of times. He was just so quick, it looked like it was once. Go look for the ones that haven't fully turned, I'll take care of this. Gustav leapt through the hole created on the wall after giving Angie the instruction. Upon getting into the house, the sight that greeted Gustav wasn't a pretty one. Gark tilde Pelis K, Kielelmi, the person who said this, did so with great difficulty. She was in a kneeling position, with giant roots protruding from his back, chest, thighs, arms, and even both her eyes. She was bleeding profusely and already lost a part of his skull, yet she was still alive. Body parts with roots protruding from them were scattered across the floor with blood splattered on the walls. It would seem, these were the body parts of her family members. The massive roots were everywhere and they began headed for him, upon sensing his arrival. Swee tilde, multiple of them shot forward at him from every direction. Gustav reached out and grabbed the first one that arrived before him. Intertwining disintegration, Gustav murmured as his palm glowed a milky color. Chapter 1157. Do not purchase, yet don't be too shocked when I reveal my full strength, Master, Gustav added. I won't be, but the world, the universe, shock them, Miss Amy smiled as she responded. As they got out of the spacecraft, a bunch of people clad in weird-looking outfits were spotted approaching them from up ahead. They had landed in a vicinity where thousands of spacecraft could be seen. It was really an epic sight to behold. The numbers exiting the numerous spacecraft were very high too. SSS-guys, just as he voiced out through the comms, houses in the upper district began to glow up. Gian tilde Zihin tilde. The roots growing out of the people who had consumed the bloodline dampening seed were glowing up. They began experiencing intense growth spurt, unlike earlier where it wasn't too intense. Bang! 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 Hundreds of houses in Arabia City were blasted to smithereens as the roots extended from their initial ranges to far beyond. Some of the officers who were battling against the Jenksodus mechs suddenly found themselves surrounded by gigantic roots that had lengthened to the point where they had reached the sky. Wave of encapsulment. Flames of annihilation. Draconic thunderbolt. The officers quickly activated powerful abilities. Some activated abilities to protect themselves from the roots, while others did so to blast the roots to smithereens. Unfortunately, the roots had now become impervious to all attacks. Kaya! Aga! The yells of the MBO officers soon reverberated across the entire city as they were restrained and completely entrapped by the roots. The ones who had activated abilities that created barriers around them and their fellow comrades managed to save themselves from getting restrained. However, all they could see beyond the barrier was an endless cover of roots. Everywhere had almost turned completely dark in a couple of seconds. What in the world is this? One of them voiced out. The ones within the protective barriers began to notice some changes to their bodies after some time. Meanwhile, the screams of officers could still be heard. Get to the far corners of the slums, right now. Gustav voiced through the comms to the rest of his teammates. Aeldris, Temi, Ria, Falco, Vera, Elevra, and Glade were in the same area currently, which happened to be in the northern part of the slums. The northern part of the slums happened to be very close to the upper district, hence Gustav's warning. They could already see the towering sea of roots heading in their direction from the upper district area, so they didn't need to be told twice. Let's go, Aeldris yelled to Elevra and the girls who were closer to his position. He turned around and began speeding away. Timmy, Rhea, and Falco, who were closer to each other, began their movement as well. However, just as Falco turned around, a mech which was about 100 feet away suddenly leapt in their direction. Bang! He landed directly behind Falco and reached out to hit him. Dark tattoos appeared around Falco's face as he turned around to throw a punch at the same instant. Boom! Upon collision, a loud blast rang out and the ground caved. Both figures were unscathed, however, a metallic entrapment which was the size of a wrist phased out of the mech fist. It had already wrapped around Falco's fist and wrist before he noticed it. Timmy and Rhea turned around with speed and were ready to battle when the thrusters on the mech's body activated. Vroom tilde the mech lifted up into the sky with intense speed and flew in the direction of the incoming sea of roots. Falco! Temmie yelled and instantly activated an ability. Rhea did so as well, hurling pillars of earth in their direction but to no avail. A red spear was conjured in Timmy's hand as he sped forward and flung it with intensity. FYI. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. Wind blasted across the place as the spear shot forward with piercing intensity. The mech only noticed the spear when it was a couple of feet away, and even with that, it was already late to do anything. As it turned in mid-flight, bang! It made contact with the chest of the mech and tore right through and went out the back. Karoor! The mech operator vomited blood as he spotted a hole in the place where his chest was. Fui tilde both Falco and the mech, who had already crossed a distance of more than 1,000 feet, fell towards the sea of roots below. Falco! Rhea shouted out this time with a look of disbelief. Are you guys still there? Get out of there right now. Gustav yelled through the comms after noticing their location still showed they hadn't left. Falco! Falco was taken and he fell into the area with those weird roots, Timmy reported back. What? Everyone voiced out at the same time. We need to help him, Timmy yelled out. P-N-1, see, he just fell in, we might still be able to save him if we act now. Timmy sounded unwavering. You will just be sending yourself to the jaws of death. You have no idea what you're up against or how to protect yourself against it. Leave there immediately, Gustav stated once more. You might be able to leave people to death when the situation warrants, but I am not you, Gustav. I will. Bang! A crashing sound was transmitted through the comms. I knocked him unconscious. I will take him out of this area, Rhea voiced through the comms with a regretful tone. Good job, Rhea. Gustav couldn't deny that this was the last thing he expected Rhea to do, but he was grateful. Rhea, who had knocked Timmy out, could see that the roots were only a couple of feet away and they had completely devoured the houses ahead. He quickly picked Timmy up and surrounded himself in a ball of earth which turned around and drove them away from the incoming sea of roots with speed. Gustav couldn't say he didn't expect Timmy to act this way. Timmy was always more on the logical side like Eldris, but Gustav knew that deep within he was a big softy. If it was someone else, he wouldn't act this way, but since he considered everyone in the team to be family, he was willing to give up his life if it meant protecting them. Only Gustav initially knew this side of Timmy existed, but now everyone did. I will handle Falco's situation myself. Make sure Timmy doesn't try anything when he comes to, Gustav voiced through the comms. Where are you? Eldris questioned. In the air, Gustav replied as he looked down upon Arabia City from above. Massive bat-like wings were sprouting from his back and a female figure was in the clutches of his left arm. I will regroup with you guys soon and tell you the next plan, Gustav added. Angie looked down at the city as well. All that could be seen were the roots and vines that had covered the entire upper district up. Parts of the slums were not spared either, but it didn't reach too deep into the slums. If we had not gotten all the slum dwellers out of here, the whole city would be covered up by these roots. Angie realized what was happening. More would have died, Gustav added. Those fools should have let me siphon more of their memories, Gustav sparked. He had uncovered the info related to the bloodline dampening seed and the conventional center ploy amongst others by siphoning the memory of the two high-ranked Jenxodus members. Since he left the two to EE and asked him to get them to the temporary base, the commanders took custody of both members. After his return, They stopped Gustav from siphoning more of their memories when they found out both members would meet their end. They wanted to take them both alive no matter what. Gustav only hoped there was no crucial information left that might hinder them, but unfortunately his hopes were dashed with this. They were unaware that the Jenksodus could enhance the state of the bloodline dampening seeds with even more features. It's sucking out the life energy of every mixed blood trapped within, and it actively spreads to find more mixed blood. So long as it senses on in range, it tries to trap them, Gustav analyzed. So it could still spread beyond this? Angie questioned. Yes, but as long as certain conditions are not met, it won't, Gustav replied. The Jenksodus members are safe since they don't have bloodlines. This means they can escape, Angie said with a look of worry. That's what they think, unfortunately for them. I won't let that happen, Gustav voiced with a tone of confidence. What will you do? What about Timmy? Angie questioned. He is fine. I will go and get him once I get you to the ground, Gustav responded. Chapter 1158 Do not purchase, refresh previous chapter, are you ready? EE questioned with an excited expression. I would say I was born ready but I really wasn't, Gustav replied sarcastically. EE chuckled in response before saying, it doesn't matter that you weren't born ready, what matters is we have fun. It's good that you're no longer as stuck up as you used to be, that is thanks you guys, Gustav stated while turning to face E. Oh come on man, don't make me shed tears this early in the morning. EE turned to face Gustav as well with a smile. Even though it's dangerous and we might die, let's have fun, Gustav said while stretching out his fist. Yeah, let's do this man. EE stretched forth his fist as well and gave Gustav a fist bump. Let's do this, cheers, cheers, cheers. Within a massive arena all sort of life forms could be seen seated around and cheering with loud voices. SS Whip tilde his wings phased into his back in the next instant. Fui wee tilde Gustav began to fall towards the sea of roots below in a vertical format. As he closed the proximity between himself and the vines which were towering tall into the sky, they began to react. The tilde roots began to shoot upwards in his direction, in a bid to catch him in their snares. Gustav wrapped his arms around himself and began to spin very quickly as he dropped from the air. This made his speed of descent increase and also caused the roots that shot towards him to miss. Bang! In a couple of seconds, he landed on the ground. He had managed to slither into the gaps of these roots and land on solid ground. However, the moment he did, the roots around him reacted intensely and surrounded his figure to entrap him. Cognitive concealment, Gustav whispered. His presence instantly disappeared the instant he voiced that out. Fui tilde the roots paused in the next moment. Every one of them that reacted, waved slowly in the air in confusion. After a while they returned to their previous state and Gustav was left. Those idiots that thought they could escape. Gustav's perception spread out and covered the entire city in nearly an instant. He could sense the MBO officers who were still struggling to stay alive but were already on their last breaths. He could also sense the pile of mixed blood's corpses trapped in different parts of the roots covering the entire city. They belonged to both people of the city as well as MBO officers. Only a few humans and a couple of mixed bloods in the upper district are still alive but not for long, the system voiced. The oxygen has turned sparse because of the roots, so even though the humans' life force aren't getting sapped because they have no bloodline, they will eventually die from lack of oxygen. Gustav analyzed. The Jenksodus don't seem to care about killing even the ones they claim to be making the world better for, as long as they get rid of the MBO and mixed bloods, the system added. Might as well end them now. Gustav could sense even the ones that were currently trying to leave the city. The Jenksodus members were not in any way trapped by the roots. Some of them even toyed with some of the nearly dead MBO officers since they were trapped. They laughed at their state and poked them repeatedly. Partial kilopissol transformation has been activated. Gustav opened his eyes at this point as his entire body turned greenish and he bloated. Multiple hands phased out of his body and he clasped his palms together. Pa. GHRC. GBBGGGGBBBHH. The ground began quaking intensely in the next instant. Everyone within the city and even in the slums could feel the intense vibrations. This had them wondering exactly what was going on. However, in the next instant, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. A wall of spikes that looked like it was made of countless icy diamonds was growing out of the ground. It surrounded the entire upper district, putting Arabia City in a kind of cage. It looked so thick and sturdy as it grew out ground and reached into the sky. In a couple of seconds it reached a height of 5,000 feet and began to curve. The top of all sides curved in as they kept growing out till the upper district of Arabia City was completely covered up. Now it truly looked as though the city had been placed in a cage. The icicle-like walls were so deeply bonded and thick that only a few rays of sunlight was let through the covering. All the Genxodus members that were close to arriving at the edge of the upper district were dumbfounded as they found themselves trapped in place. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. Guys, make sure you take care of the ones that already got out and every single one of them in the slums. The instant Gustav voiced this command through the comms, the others understood that the covering was his doing. Dash understood, they all answered as they got to work. Gustav wasn't bothered about the MBO officers that were still alive but were at the jaws of death already. He knew if he wasted another second before acting, lots of Genxodus members would escape. It was either he saved them or he got rid of the Genxodus members. He chose the latter. None of you will be leaving alive, Gustav mumbled. You might want to leave some alive for questioning purposes though, the system reminded. TCH. These bastards sent assassins after me over and over and over again after thrashing my house when they tried to abduct me. I don't plan to leave any of them alive, Gustav responded. Still, leave some alive. Maybe you should keep your killing intent for the leaders, the system stated. Gustav began to move at this point, avoiding the roots which were everywhere. Making use of his cognitive concealment had stopped the roots from sensing his existence, which was why they had stopped earlier. Since the roots lacked visual senses, it would be impossible for them to spot Gustav. Gustav wasn't affected by the bloodline dampening effect they had spread across the city, which was why he could use his abilities as he pleased. However, despite the fact that Gustav was unaffected by the bloodline dampening effect, the roots would have still tried to siphon his life force, assuming his presence wasn't hidden. This was something the Genxodus had put in place despite not knowing of the MBO plans. This proved they were truly calculative and smart in their methods. Unfortunately for them, someone like Gustav existed. This practically tipped the balance each time since Gustav's existence couldn't be measured with common sense like other mixed bloods. Hey, what is this? I have tried every artillery but it barely made a difference. One of the mech operators voiced out. In a particular part of the upper district, around 20 Genxodus members were clustered together. They were trying to leave but finding it difficult to cause any form of damage to the wall cage that had just appeared all over the city. Let's try doing it together, one of the Genxodus members who was also operating a mech voiced out. Dash the others without good weapons should move to the side. Dash there is barely any space here. Where are we supposed to move to? They argued back and forth until a loud voice interrupted. Let me help. They all turned around when they heard this. Who is that? Since they didn't recognize the voice, neither did they sense or hear the approach, one of them asked. Your friendly neighborhood Spiderma. Mayol wouldn't get it, the voice responded. Step. 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 A person covered in a milky glow appeared from within some of the roots, which disintegrated upon making contact with his body. Atomic armor has been deactivated. Their eyes widened as they saw the original look of this person. Dash GU. GU. Gustav Crimson. Dash what is he doing here? Dash how is he unaffected? The Genxodus members voiced out one after the other with expressions of wariness. Do not concern yourselves with these questions. After all, Gustav smirked as he spoke. There is no point in answering the dead, Gustav added before speeding forward. Swoosh tildepan DN0VE1 CM, atomic disintegration has been activated, palm strike has been activated. Gustav activated two skills at once, and thrusted his right palm forward. A milky glow coated his entire arm as his palm thrust forward with intensity. Bang! His palm tore through the chest of the mech upon collision and kept thrusting forward till it penetrated the chest of the operator. The eyes of the Jenksodus members widened even more as they witnessed an organ flying out of the back of the operator. Plop! The Jenksodus member heart slammed into the wall ahead and got poked by one of the Aero silk. Everything had happened so fast, the members equipped with weapons and mech were unable to react in time. Jackson! A female Jenksodus member yelled out with an horrified look. Kill him! The Jenksodus members yelled out as they activated their weapon systems and sent forth all sorts of attacks in Gustav's direction. Chapter 1159 The Bloven Tree Race. At the same instant he picked, a loud announcement rang out. The Bloven Tree Race has commenced. Immediately after this announcement, the group sped forward intensely at their desired tree. The stampede had caused a cloud of dust to scatter across the place, but such couldn't hinder any one of them. Gustav and the others arrived in front of the one he picked and immediately placed their hands on it in a bid to pull it out of the ground. Hold on, send your energy into it first. Gustav stopped them before they could forcefully yank it with their strength. The tree must accept your energy before you can pull it out. If we try to do so forcefully, the roots will extend further into the soil and keep extending till it becomes impossible to pull out. Using our abilities are restricted, so imagine how long we would spend here trying to uproot a supernatural tree, Gustav explained lengthily, causing the others to stare with astonished expressions. The handler decided to withhold this information. How did he figure it out in just a glance? Everyone placed their palm on the tree at this point to do as Gustav had instructed. Meanwhile, in the vicinity, the other participants were struggling to pull theirs out. The operator fell out and Gustav stomped on his head, blasting it to pieces and giving the ground a new painting. The Jenksodus members were even more horrified after witnessing Gustav's brutality. They had heard stories of how cold and callous he was to his enemies. Witnessing his actions now, they had no more doubts. Contact the higher-ups or we're all gonna die here. One of the Jenksodus members yelled out while engaging Gustav. Gustav conjured 2 atomic blades in his hands and swung them sideways. Slash! Slash! 2 milky-colored arcs cut across the air with intensity and cleaved 2 mechs in half. Both operators were instantly sent to the afterlife after getting dissected. Gustav dashed across the place and leapt upwards to a mech that was up to 30 feet tall before burrowing his fist into the chest area of the mech. The mech was immensely sturdy and he already calculated this beforehand, so he made use of the double effect ability. The last 5 mechs suddenly took up an unknown battle formation the instant Gustav performed that action. Jahira. A ball of energy had been charging up within the chest area of the mech, which they finally revealed. Fire! One of them yelled out as they each released this ball of energy, which was reddish in color. Gustav wanted to pull his arm out of the hole he created within the 30 feet tall mech in a bid to evade all 5, but soon realized he was trapped. Thish! 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 The 3 mech operators within ejected and thrusters appeared around them, which boosted their speed as they headed further away. The mech operators leapt backwards upon releasing this attack as well. 3-3-3-3-3-3 strings of light suddenly shot forth from these energy balls at light speed and stuck to Gustav's body. He was unable to react on time due to how quickly they arrived before him. In the next instant, energy ripples were released from these energy balls and then boom, 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 boom. Blasts rang out, setting forth waves of destruction in every direction. The houses covered up by the roots in the vicinity were all blasted to kingdom come as the ripple of waves destroyed everything in its path. The force was enough to create a massive crater in the ground due to the destructiveness. The walls set up ahead even quaked a bit as shockwaves were sent flying across the place. The houses in this area with people who were still alive initially had all been blasted to nothingness as well. A massive cloud of dust spread across the upper district as a quarter of it had been destroyed from this blast. The other Jenksodus members had activated protective devices to shield them from the waves of this gargantuan attack, so they were okay. As the dust cleared, a 20,000 feet wide crater was left in place with lots of the roots in the vicinity blasted away. It was more than 1,000 feet deep and cracks were at every corner. That should have gotten him. Some of them moved towards the ledge as they voiced out. Some of them were directly in the crater since they didn't get far enough, but they were unscathed due to the energy field they used since all of them knew of the attack beforehand. The mech operators moved forward as well, to check the crater. I don't see him. He must have been reduced to ashes. The walls are still standing though. What the hell? Even with such a blast, they didn't crumble. The Jenksodus members discussed amongst themselves with looks of relief and disbelief at the same time. We need to find a way. In the midst of discussing, a small rumble drew their attention, followed by the movement of a large piece of earth in the middle of the crater. Her. What is happening? They questioned amongst each other. Bang! A piece of earth moved to the side and a person was revealed underneath. Gasped Tilda. It can't be. He is still alive. Their eyes widened and their jaws nearly dropped to the ground as they spotted Gustav in the middle of this gigantic crater. Clunk tilde clunk tilde clunk tilde clunk tilde. Pieces of icicle-like crystals fell from his body as he slowly stood to his feet with a dark face. The Jenksodus members noticed that the icicle-like crystals bore a resemblance to the walls that had been erected around the upper district. Could he be the one responsible for this cage? They were coming to this or striking realization at the moment. Blood trickled down Gustav's face and the upper part of his MBO uniform had been completely obliterated, displaying his magnificent-looking body. He had a few more blooded area on his upper body, but he didn't seem to be in pain. That should have wiped out no less than 500 houses. They truly don't care about the deaths of others as long as they achieve their goal, Gustav thought as he looked upwards. We're nearly out of core energy. Run. One of the Jenksodus members operating a mech yelled out. Kaya. Run. The Jenksodus members turned around to flee. Now I feel more affirmed with leaving none of you alive, Gustav muttered as wings sprouted out of his back. Foop tilde. His figure blurred and he instantly arrived at the top of the crater. The Jenksodus member he arrived before still had his mouth open in fear and shock. What he noticed next was his sight elevating while the rest of his body was still on the ground. If you wanna leave, leave your life behind, Gustav voiced out while holding onto the decapitated head of the Jenksodus member. He had yanked the head of the Jenksodus member off his body so quickly that blood only started flowing out when he was already more than 100 feet away from the decapitated body. Kaya! The members kept screaming out in terror as Gustav sped across the air. Gustav decapitated another Jenksodus member and held both heads in his hands. He suddenly arched his arm backwards with both heads in his grasp in a throwing format. Fwehuwai. The heads caught fire and began blazing intensely like two fiery balls. He swung forward within the next instant, throwing both heads out. Bang! 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gustav counted as the flaming heads slammed into one Jenksodus member after the other. Bang! 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 Upon collision, the heads would burrow into the body of a member and come out the other side, leaving a head-size hole in their body. Both heads brought down more than 12 Jenksodus members before losing momentum. Not bad, Gustav smirked as he stared at the chaos from above. The rest that were still alive were frantically fleeing for their lives while screaming with terrified expressions. They had been completely shaken by everything they had just witnessed and could only hope they would get out of this alive. Fuhum tilde. Gustav sped across the air once more and arrived before a Jenksodus member. Sweehi tilde. With a swing of his palm, the Jenksodus member instantly lost an arm. Please spare me. Please. She kept pleading while dragging herself on the ground while blood oozed out of her empty shoulder. How hypocritical. You lots just killed tens of thousands and you're pleading to be spared. Gustav clicked his tongue as he squatted in front of her. Please. It's the higher-ups. We can't disobey them. She kept pleading while trying to drag herself further away. Grab. Gustav grabbed one of her leg and pulled her back to his position. To think you can even fool me is yet another reason to punish you, Gustav stated before swinging his palm forward. Splurt tilde. Blood splattered across the place as the Jenksodus member lost her left leg. Kiaga. Her face turned completely pale as she screamed in pain with snot flowing out of her nose. Oh, you think I don't know you? Haha, weren't you the one who led an operation that caused the death of around 5,000 mixed bloods? Gustav voiced slowly. Her face shone a look of confusion and disbelief. You're probably wondering how I know that. It's a secret, Gustav stated before ripping another limb. Swoosh tilde Gustav left the poor Jenksodus member to die in her pool of blood as he chased down the rest. He left a trail of blood and incomplete body parts in his wake. Hunting down the Jenksodus members in this cage he had created seemed like a sport to him. He didn't spare anyone he spotted and slaughtered wantonly. He would give chase, leave them frightened before slaughtering a whole bunch of them. The cage was becoming too small for them despite how large it was. There was nowhere they could escape to that the Grim Reaper in form of Gustav wouldn't find them. All the MBO officers who were unable to escape from the upper district before the roots covered everywhere were already long dead. Gustav decided to pay them a tribute by sending the souls of these Jenksodus members to join them in the afterlife. About an hour later, Gustav landed in the middle of the upper district with a body soaked in blood. Yosh! 12,632 Jenksodus members erased from the face of the earth, Gustav stated since he had kept count since the beginning. Only one left. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he turned towards the left. Ek! A small masculine voice rang out from the side and the sounds of footsteps were heard next. Fwoosh tilde Gustav body blurred once more and he arrived a couple of feet away. Bump! Something or rather someone bumped into him but the person was invisible. The person quickly turned around to run while still invisible. Grab! Gustav grabbed hold of the person's neck from behind and lifted them up. Don't delude yourself, I saw you from the start. I just chose to leave you for last, Gustav voiced while tightening his grip on the neck of the invisible Jenksodus member. A glitch-like projection appeared around where Gustav was gripping and the person turned visible. It was a man with buzz cut and a green mechanical-looking armor surrounding his body. Grukakul. The Jenksodus member body thrashed in mid-air as he struggled to breath. Not to worry, if I wanted to kill you, I would have done that already, Gustav voiced out as he slowly loosened his grip. Chapter 1160 Do not purchase yet. Calm down. The moment they deactivated the spatial disruptor, we will be able to leave here through the emergency exit, the main leader stated with a calming tone. An holographic display of the cage surrounding Arabia City Upper District was playing out before them. By the side it showed distorted footage of the bodies scattered across the city. They had partially witnessed Gustav's slaughter spree which had incited the panic they felt. Seeing how brutal he had acted, they didn't want to get caught by any means. Within an unknown medieval city, icy stones fell from the skies above as the whole city seemed to be severely lowered in temperature. The icy stones, which were of different sizes, blasted to pieces when they reached a certain height due to a dome covering the entire medieval city. In the outskirts of this city, some of these falling ice stones were as large as buildings and they fell unhindered to the ground. A normal person wouldn't last outside the city since they would be crushed to pieces by the falling ice stones. Hailstorms were a usual sight in this unknown location and the climate was usually on the extreme winter side. A 510-tall teenage boy with curly black hair strolled through the medieval city streets with a slightly bewildered expression. He was clad in silky and ragged-looking brown attire. A lot of the houses around here were made with ice stones and the temperature was really at a freezing point, yet the people of the city didn't seem bothered by it. It looked like they strived in coldness. The teenage boy with curly black hair stared at a particular part of this city which had a floating cone-shaped building in the heart of the city. He was closing in on that area already and the people around greeted him with respectful expressions upon sighting him. After a few more minutes, he finally arrived in the vicinity of the floating cone-like structure. A 7-foot-tall gallant figure in silver and golden armor suddenly appeared before him. This figure sported a long blue hair and was equipped with a massive 6-foot-long sword. She stood right in front of Endrik, blocking his path. By her side were 2 guards with straight-looking expressions, both equipped with weapons. Tarmac, are you going against your word now? Endrik voiced out while raising his head slightly to meet her gaze. Eric, you have accomplished the final task required so I can no longer deny you access, Tarmac responded. It's Endri, Aish, never mind. Endrik gave up trying to correct her. There is one thing you need to know before you get into the Library of Shadows, the Tarmac resumed speaking. What is that? Endrick questioned. Do not under any circumstance go for the book with a triple golden starred cover. It is forbidden and you will immediately be pulled out of the Library of Shadows, the tarmac revealed. Your life will be spared if you did not see the contents after getting pulled out of the library, but if you so much as manage to take a glimpse of the contents no matter how little, you shall be sentenced to death, she added. Endrick gulped down a throat full of saliva after hearing this. Understood, he replied. She stared at Endrick briefly with a suspicious look before finally moving aside. Stand underneath, she instructed while gesturing at the space underneath the floating cone structure. Endrick did as instructed, moving to the designated spot. The tarmac collected a dagger from one of the guards beside her and pulled off her left glove. An unknown tattoo-like marking could be seen in the middle of her palm. She then proceeded to stab the middle of the palm where the tattoo was inscribed. Tilda blood oozed out and the tattoo changed from white to red before glowing up brightly. Endrick, who was standing under the floating cone structure, felt a pull from above and raised his head. Tilda in the next instant, he suddenly disappeared. Sir Tarmac, are you sure we can trust him? One of the guards questioned. It doesn't matter. He poses no threat to us and I will instantly end his life if he chooses to disregard the warnings, the tarmac replied. But, it seems as though you are really fond of him, sir, the other guard said with a tone of disbelief and respect. My city comes first. Anyone who tries to threaten my city regardless of who they may be, I will cut them down. The tarmac's beautiful face twitched a little before she put her gloves back. She walked away afterwards, leaving the guards with surprised expressions. They knew how the tarmac had gotten close to Endrick in the last 1 year since he was permitted access into the city. She must be bluffing, the tarmac never bluffs. Both guards exchanged a brief dialogue before following after her. Arabia City, Upper District. Yeah, I need you to level this part of the city. Can you do it? Gustav asked through the comms. Level a part of the city? How much range? Ria questioned through the comms. A small area. I need you to level it to around 1,500 feet deep, Gustav replied. Why do I feel like you can easily take care of this, rival? Ria yelled. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. If I decided to take care of it myself, the entire city will be blasted off the map, but you have more control over the Earth, so you're best for the job, Gustav explained. If Gustav was around Ria, he would have seen the blank expression on his face. I need to get stronger so I can flex like this too. This was the thought running through Ria's mind. Ria, can you do it? Gustav asked once more. Okay, so long as I am not too far from the area, he responded. Good, I won't be letting you get into the cage because the roots will take effect on you and also try to ensnare you too, Gustav voiced out. Let's do it. Ria became fired up. Minutes later Gustav was in the air once more. He stared at the city from above as he gave a set of instructions. I've gotten the humans who live in the houses in that area out of there. You can go ahead, Gustav voiced through the comms. After a few more seconds a rumble reverberated across the upper district. In a part of the upper district, the ground suddenly began to cave in. Tilda cracks spread across a wide area as the ground collapsed in and continued to spread for a radius of 1,000 feet. All of the building structures in that area as well as the roots all caved in as well. They crumbled as they fell into the large hole. About a minute later what was left in that area was a hole more than 1,500 feet deep. Gustav stared at it from above with a satisfied expression before swooping downwards. Bang. He landed at the bottom of the hole in a few moments, which was filled with all sorts of rubble. It was completely dark at the bottom, but Gustav was unaffected by such a situation. He tapped his wrist area and a holographic display showing a couple of things appeared. In the next instant, a palm-sized device appeared in his grasp. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he slowly took a squatting position with this device in his grasp. A minute earlier Panda, N0VE1. Is this what I think it is? The ground just sank in and now the area we're situated is now exposed. There is no need for panic leaders, we still exist in another dimensional frequency. We are safe here. The main leader kept assuring the other leaders as they watched footage of happenings above surface level. The space was still dimly lit, but there was tension in the air despite the unclear faces of the Genxodus leaders. He just landed at the bottom of the hole. What is? He is definitely up something. Tension rose as they stared at Gustav's actions. If we're truly safe here then, what is he doing with that? One of the leaders questioned as they spotted a device in Gustav's grasp. Isn't that? That is the same charge used to affect the other dimensional frequencies earlier. We are doomed. The leaders jumped to their feet as they noticed Gustav placing the device on the ground and activating it. Relax, leaders, relax. The main leader also stood to his feet as he voiced out. We still have contingency plans, he voiced out while slowly stepping backwards. Upon arriving at the wall, he tapped a part of its surface. A small space shifted open in the wall and he stepped in with his back. I still have contingency plans. A sinister smile appeared on the main leader's face. He voiced out. Leader, you. Although their faces couldn't be seen properly, there was no doubt that the other leaders had expressions of betrayal on their faces at the moment. Follow me on TikTok, Timvik_. I posted a spoiler video. Chapter 1161. Do not purchase. Refresh. Gustav raised the tree with everyone at this instant and quickly swerved 50 feet towards the left. Bang! At the same instant he left his initial position, a massive figure landed there. Cracks spread across the icy path, causing Gustav to look down. Damn it! This is the worst place for a fight, Gustav thought as he looked up ahead at the group that had just arrived. Mixed bloods. The rocky captain voiced out as he held the massive tree like a stick with his subordinates latching onto it. Get them disqualified, captain, one of his teammates yelled from the top of the tree. Okay, hold on tight. They of course were speaking in a different language, but the language transmitting device interpreted it to Gustav and the others. Looks like they bear a grudge, Timmy voiced. It's the Klaxosapes, Falco stated. Everyone hold on tight, Gustav said to the others as he tightened his grip around the tree and stared at the 20 feet tall rocky giant. The Klaxosapes captain yelled as it charged at Gustav while swinging the massive tree. Gustav turned at this point and sped forward. Why? The Klaxosapes captain air as Gustav sped away from his initial standing point. The ice can give way at any time, Gustav said internally while the cracks spread. The Klaxosapes captain began giving chase from behind but was having a hard time catching up. SSS boom. At this same instant, a charge was set off on the surface. Gustav had activated the device. Sorry my fellow leaders, but this place only allows one person. I have enough oxygen and food here to last me for days till the effect of the charge wears off, then I can escape, the leader voiced out as he noticed the other leaders began to choke. Kura. Core. HOQLDU. The rest of the leaders coughed intensely as they voiced out with tones of regret. I shall rebuild the Genxodus, since we still have lots of bases scattered across the world, bouncing back from this incident won't be an issue, the main leader voiced out from the secluded space. Too bad the rest of you won't be here to witness it, he clicked his tongue with a tone of disappointment. If you four are truly loyal to the Genxodus, you should kill yourselves or stay here till you die instead of getting caught by Gustav Crimson, the main leader added. Above the surface, Gustav stood in place waiting after the charge had been set off. Any minute now, Gustav muttered with a smile as he waited. They won't be able to get away with any spatial help since the disruptor is active, the system announced. So they have no choice but to exit the other frequency from the vicinity. Looks like I have nothing to worry about, Gustav replied with a look of understanding. After a couple of minutes, a circular beam of light appeared on the ground several feet away. Two figures clad in whitish cloak appeared within the circular beam an instant later. Before Gustav could check them out, another circular beam appeared a couple of feet behind. The moment Gustav turned around to check out the second beam, the figures that had just appeared stormed off. Fuhum tilde, both of them had instantly tapped on the chest area of the cloak, which in turn caused their entire figure to be covered in a suit. This was activated the instant they arrived on the surface. The suit gave them increased movement speed and agility, which they were currently using to try to get away. Fui Fu Hui with a single leap, both figures had crossed up to 500 feet and they headed in separate directions. Just as Gustav was about to go after them, the ones that had just arrived as well performed the same action. Panddnov1. All four of them had fled in separate directions while clad in the suit that enhanced their physical capabilities. They all headed north, south, east and west respectively, arriving at the top of the hole in only a few moments. They must have planned this before leaving the other dimensional frequency. Thinking it would work against me, Gustav muttered as he made a 360 degrees turn to check out the runners. Blink. Gustav's eyes suddenly turned dark pink with a mixture of gold. Cosmic superiority. Parallel domain, Gustav whispered. Vahayu please visit Panda, N0VE1. Man outburst of golden and pink energy was sent forth from his figure. The runners instantly felt a wave of unprecedented and unfathomable energy sweep across the vicinity. Gustav had controlled the wave of his parallel domain, limiting it to only a small range. Had he let it run wild, the entire city as well as the neighboring ones would be affected. This was something he didn't want since his friends were also within the city. This power was a combination of Yaki and another ability he unlocked after becoming a parallel being. All figures that were escaping initially paused as they figured out they had lost control of their body functions. Their figures were lifted into the air and they found their bodies floating back to the same place they fled from. No matter how much they tried, they couldn't even move a finger, much less let out a scream. They were completely incapacitated by this strange and unknown Goldie power. Only their thoughts were their own, but their bodies at this point didn't even belong to them anymore. Is this the power of Gustav Crimson? Just as suspected, he is indeed a dangerous man. The leader's thoughts ran wild as they arrived before Gustav. Did you lots think you could actually escape from me like that? A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he voiced out. Think again, Gustav said while moving towards the first one. He deactivated his suit and the face that appeared before him was a blue-colored one with horn on the forehead. Gustav moved to the next one and deactivated the suit as well. This time it was a female face. She looked pretty human but had a pointy ear with unknown markings behind them. The last two Gustav deactivated had similar looks, making Gustav believe they were relatives. Two of them had the same type of horn on their faces. All Slarkovs. I thought as much, Gustav said internally after uncovering their identities. There was not a single human amongst these Jenksodus leaders. Now that I have you all in the palm of my hand, tell me why I shouldn't slaughter you one after the other, Gustav stated. They were silent for a bit before Gustav realized something. Oh, he snapped his fingers after exclaiming. You can speak now, he said while conjuring a chair out of Iro silk. He proceeded to sit with his legs crossed as the floating figures in front of him drew a little closer. You can't kill us, Gustav Crimson. We are valuable to the MBO, oh is that so? A snack appeared in Gustav's hand and he began chewing away as he listened to them speak. You are a slave to the MBO, you must keep we the leaders alive for questioning, one of them voiced out once more. Am I now? Gustav gobbled down another mouthful of snack before nonchalantly staring at the fourth leader who had just spoken. Fuhui bang. A popping sound rang out in the next instant, causing the leader's eyes to widen in shock and fright. I guess you can't answer my question. After all, you're missing a head, Gustav muttered as he stared at the fourth floating leader who now had a headless corpse. Kiara. No. The three leaders yelled out as they watched blood squirt out of the fourth leader's headless corpse like a fountain. Gustav watched the blood flow with an unbothered expression before snapping his fingers. The headless corpse fell to the ground and was soon covered in a pool of its own blood. Gustav resumed gnawing on the snack bar in his hand while watching the frightened reactions of the other leaders. I wonder if anyone else thinks him a slave of the MBO, Gustav voiced out while swallowing another mouthful of snack. Despite the stench of blood in the vicinity, he was not bothered in the slightest. Please spare us, the leaders began pleading for their lives. Nah. One or maybe all of you will still die by my hands, Gustav replied without an iota of mercy in the tone of his voice. Please, please, we will tell you everything you want to know. Please spare me, I will for sure cooperate. Well, it depends on if you give me enough valuable information, then I can let the rest of you live. If not, I'll just kill all three of you and tell the MBO there was no way to save you lots. After saying this, Gustav drank a bottle full of water. There is still one more, Gustav's face beamed with a look of interest upon hearing the female leader say this. Tell me more. The bottle in Gustav's grasp disintegrated into light particles as he stared at the Slarkov woman with interest. Contact them again. Chapter 1162. Good job, Captain. You pulled through for us in this one, Ealdris stated while tapping Gustav's shoulder. We still came second, Gustav voiced out. At the very least we were top 3 and this is the first challenge so it doesn't matter much, EE responded while wrapping his right arm around Gustav's neck. And it was fun too, a smile appeared on Gustav's face as he stated. That's the spirit, EE chuckled. That was the slowest I've had to move in a long time. Angie complained a little from behind but she understood the race left them with no choice. Good job, Captain. Good job, Captain. Everyone still praised Gustav since he did up to 50% of the work. Those guys are super strong, Timmy said while staring at the Klaxosapes who were basking in the cheers from the audience as they left the track. Oh them. Yes they are, a smirk appeared on Gustav's face as stated. Matilda stared at Gustav's expression with a weird look. Are you getting excited? She questioned. Of course I am. I won't be worried about going all out now. A lot of opponents here will make it worthwhile, Gustav replied, causing everyone to shake their heads. Hes crazy, they didn't understand Gustav was genuinely excited because none of his peers would be able to contend with him if he went all out. However, in the race he had contended against another species with his full strength and lost. Despite not making use of any abilities, Gustav was still sure he had sensed really powerful beings amongst many others during the Bloven Tree race. He was looking forward to other categories where there would be no restrictions. Things were bound to get even crazier. Planet Cyrus, 15th place, Planet Oxlark, 16th place. The announcements kept going off as more planets arrived at the finish line. Some of them that had just arrived stared at Earth candidates with sharp looks. It was almost like they were throwing a challenge saying, next category will end differently. A couple of them even went on to unleash their energy, causing the winds in the vicinity to howl. Indeed, a lot of them were not weak but instead restricted due to the race. Gustav just smirked in response before walking off with his teammates. Don't destroy too much while having fun, Angie said from the side while rubbing Gustav's cheek as they walked away. No worries. I'm sure they can handle it. Maybe, Gustav replied while grabbing her left palm and giving it a peck. Cheers! 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 The loud voice of the spectators could be heard as Earth candidates walked off the tracks as well. Well done, Miss Amy said to Gustav the instant they arrived in front of their waiting room. Thank you, Master, Gustav voiced in response. Do better next time, she added. I intend to, Gustav replied with a light chuckle. Hours later, the first challenge of Aesop had ended. The results had been announced and a table of scores had been displayed on screens all across the 9 discs. Over 500 groups got disqualified while around 1,300 managed to finish the race. The disqualified parties had no point assigned to them, meanwhile all groups that managed to finish got points accredited to them even if they came last. The Klaxosapes being placed first received a total of 3,000 points, while Earth received 2,000. Planet Foheng came third and got 1,000 points. Going further below, the points got a decrease in 10 at every next position. The top 2 had given every other planet quite the gap. It was also revealed that points varied based on the challenges given in main categories. However, main categories would always have much higher points accredited compared to subcategories. Gustav and the others were currently in their accommodation area, as they went through today's challenge again. Since it was the first day, it was scheduled to have a single main category challenge, but from the next day, subcategories would be starting. The group had prepared their minds as some of them would have to participate in both the main and subcategory the next day. How long does the competition run? Timmy questioned from the side. Currently unknown, but the first stage of disqualification will be after a week, Falco replied. How many points are required to not get disqualified though? Matilda questioned as well. 3,000 points, don't you guys pay any attention? Falco replied again. Tee-hee-hee, almost everyone chuckled wryly as they heard this. It was difficult to take note of everything, but it seemed like Falco had done precisely that. Oh, I guess we just have to make sure we score extra 1,000 points to remain above disqualification, Fildhor stated. Finks flicked his forehead from the side. Aim higher, she voiced out. TCH, anyways, anyone wants to tell me why the Klaxosapes were literally looking to draw blood? Angie voiced from behind. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. They have bad blood with Earth, Falco disclosed. No shit, Sherlock. She's asking why. Glade stated from the side. Long stew, Earth took custody of a resourceful star that appeared in their galaxy and they feel we're thieves, Endrick answered before Falco could write them off. It's a little more complicated than that, Falco voiced. Yeah, but that's the short version, Endrick replied. Hubby is so smart. Sheila jumped into Endrick's embrace and began ruffling his cheeks. That explanation makes Earth look like the bad guy though, Falco stated. Then how about explaining it yourself? Matilda rolled her eyes. Okay, see the Pan DAN0VE1, they looked just like the handlers but they were obviously different people. Can't anyone let me speak before interrupting? Falco rolled his eyes while voicing out. What the hell is this? Yonder voiced with an irritated look while staring at the discs. The one above was so wide, it carried some rhombus-shaped bowls which in turn had some weird-looking foods in them. Some looked like purple and was heart-shaped while some resembled green tentacles with some eyeballs scattered within what looked like a soup. These foods were like nothing they had ever seen. Everyone had looks of disgust as Yonder picked up an eyeball which was dripping some weird green mucus-like liquid. Ozzia's specialty. One of the Ozis began to introduce the dish. Gustav, I think you might have to resume cooking for us like you did in the last few days we arrived here, Eldris voiced from the side. Nope. Everyone dig in and listen to tomorrow's main category challenge and subcategories challenges, Gustav instructed. Ooh, man, this has got to be some drainage soup. The smeller, everyone kept complaining even after the two who brought it in had left. Just as Gustav was about to start speaking, crunch. The loud crunch attracted everyone's attention as they turned to face the culprit. Her jaw paused for a bit as she felt everyone's eyes on her. Hey, it's actually pretty good, Glade voiced after gulping down the eyeball she had just chewed. Dash hell no. Dash what the fug. Dash brew. Dash how she do that. Guys. Gustav's loud voice rang out, causing everyone to focus their attention on him again. Tomorrow's challenge has been revealed, he stated. What is it? Aildias inquired. It is called the River Split, Gustav disclosed. What? What does that mean? He asked precisely what everyone thought. It is just as the name states, we'll be splitting rivers, Gustav voiced out. Huh. But this planet don't have any rivers, Rhea stated. It doesn't, but just like today, they can easily create one, I guess, Gustav replied. It sounds like an easy challenge, Matilda said with a confounded expression. Do not let your guard down. It might sound simple, but we still have no idea about whether or not it will be complicated till tomorrow arrives, Eldris voiced out. As for the subcategories, only 2 will be holding tomorrow, Gustav resumed speaking. The Varlin chase and the seismic climb, Gustav disclosed. Details. Angie quickly got interested the instant she heard this. The Varlin chase has a requirement of at least 3 teammates from a planet. It could be substitutes or from the main group. Everyone stared at each other after Gustav said that, unsure about whether they wanted the substitutes to take care of it. Just as the name suggests, Varlin chase, there will be a chase, Gustav added. Yes. Finally I get to chase after something, Angie rejoiced. No, the participates don't get to chase, instead they get chased. Angie's face dropped as she heard this. She had rejoiced too quickly. Huh. Yeah, you get chased, and if a teammate gets caught, they are disqualified. However, so long as one teammate remains till the game ends, the planet can progress to the next stage, Gustav added. All chapters error before privilege tiers were fixed over a week ago. If you refreshed and the chapter still doesn't look fixed, then you might have to uninstall and reinstall the app. Chapter 1163. Yeah, you get chased, and if a teammate gets caught, they are disqualified. However, so long as one teammate remains till the game ends, the planet can progress to the next stage, Gustav added. This seems more tricky than it sounded at first, Eldris voiced out. It's fine so long as I don't get caught, right? Angie stated as well. Yes, Gustav replied. All right, then I won't get caught, Angie voiced confidently. You don't even know what you'll be running from yet, Gustav chuckled, but he didn't doubt Angie's capabilities. You can add any other 2 persons from the team since it doesn't matter if they don't do well, Angie said. While I admire the confidence, we still need to make sure your backups are up to par. We can never be fully prepared for unexpectancies, Gustav replied before turning to stare at the rest of the teammates. Finks and Abestos, you're with Angie, Gustav instructed. Finks turned to stare at Angie, giving her a look with hidden meanings. Nothing beats the original, Angie stated in response to her look. Sure, does this mean impermitted? Finks inquired. Angie didn't respond until Gustav gave her a look down. This time she's on your side, so it shouldn't matter. In fact, it's good, Gustav voiced. TCH, alright, sure, Angie replied before taking her seat. Abestos, I picked you 'cause you're one of the fastest here besides Angie and myself, so make sure to hold on as best as you can, Gustav addressed Abestos, who was seated all this time with his arms crossed. No problem. I just hope we gather enough points to make it worthwhile, Abestos voiced. As for the seismic climb, only 2 participants are needed. In picking 2 teammates with the strongest grip, Gustav announced as he moved around. He arrived in front of Timmy first and stretched forth his hand. Shake me with all of your strength, Gustav instructed. Timmy's face turned serious as he stood to his feet and stretched his hand forward to shake Gustav's. An unprecedented pressure spread across the place as they shook hands, but without the shaking. The place began to quake as they stared face down while their hands were clasped to each other. All right, that's enough, Gustav said before separating and moving on to the next person without saying another word. Try not to destroy the building, we're staying from a handshake, Gustav stated as he arrived before Falco. Hours later during midnight, Gustav stood in a part of the building corridor while staring through the massive triangular glass wall. Other oddly shaped buildings could be spotted in the distance as he stood in place like he was in a deep trance. What is it? Angie questioned while approaching from behind. Nothing, Gustav replied without turning around. It doesn't seem like nothing, Angie said as she arrived on his left. My sensory perception is getting interfered with, Gustav voiced. Does that mean you were trying to spy on the other accommodations? Angie inquired. Yes. I am always curious about my opponents, Gustav answered. He had made use of God eyes to try and spy on the other alien species around, but there was something interfering with it. Gustav knew he could forcefully push God eyes to break past the interference, but he was also aware that the moment he did that, the ones responsible for the interference would immediately trace it back to his location. His default perception was also encountering the same interference, which was the reason for his response to Angie. Didn't you already make research though? Angie inquired. I did, but no form of research is ever enough, especially when it's done from database. It's always better to acquire more information from the source itself, Gustav replied. That's the Draconette's accommodation area, right? Angie questioned as she noticed where Gustav's gaze was fixated upon. It is. Weren't you more worried about the Klaxosapes? The Draconettes weren't even top 10 in the first challenge. PFFFT Angie, you're truly unaware about the situation, Based on my findings so far, around 237 out of almost 3,000 planets hold a threat to us as we are now. That is precisely 4,740 opponents with the potential to cause our disqualification in ISOP. Please visit P-1. Mange's face displayed a look of disbelief as she heard Gustav reveal this. Over 4,000. That's a lot, Angie voiced with a nervous tone. There's also the probability that throughout the entirety of ISOP we won't encounter up to 80% of them due to the sheer numbers of ISOP participants. However, encountering a couple of them is inevitable and there's no telling which one it will be and how high or low they are ranked on my danger list, Gustav explained. Angie knew Gustav to be very calculative, so she wasn't surprised about how he was stating his thoughts. This had also helped him take care of many battles that couldn't be toppled with just strength or power alone. So the Klaxosapes are not even top 20 on the danger list. The Draconettes rank higher than them. Gustav cut Angie short before she could complete her sentence. That's crazy talk, but coming from you. I actually believe it, Angie stated in response. The first challenge made things disadvantageous to a lot of species, but the Klaxosapes were barely disadvantaged. The only thing they have going for them is their strength, but some of these other species who couldn't use their abilities are 10 times more dangerous, Gustav voiced. The Tribites, the Draconettes, the Hixtos, and even the Osis are more dangerous than the Klaxosapes. Gustav only mentioned a few as he was still making findings. The first challenge was not enough to observe, but I can tell that things will get more difficult in the future. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he said this. He wanted to address the group as well, but he decided not to yet. You're too excited about this, Angie complained. It's no fun if they are not strong enough, Gustav replied. You should go to bed. Tomorrow will be a long day for you, Gustav added. Will you be joining me? She questioned while moving closer to him. With their faces only inches apart, Gustav took a whiff of her feminine fragrance and held his breath to control himself. No, he replied while his ears were turning red. You should, Angie said with a seductive tone before planting a peck on his face and walking away. Gustav's cheeks had turned red at this point as he stared at her walking away. Women are dangerous, he muttered while finally breathing out to calm himself. I should focus on my current task. He turned his sight towards the front again before suddenly vanishing from his standing point. Cheers tilde cheers tilde cheers tilde cheers tilde. The sound of loud cheering reverberated across a massive arena-like area. Millions could once again be seen gathered in the spectators' areas. PND no one OSS send word to the reinforcements surrounding the upper district. Tell them to bring back the captured member and leaders and also escort Officer Crimson back to this base, Commander Colt yelled. The operators in the control room nodded as they got to work. Within the upper district, Gustav stood in place as his body bloated and turned greenish. Bam! He stomped his feet on the ground and the cage surrounding the upper district began to open up. Grari tilde. The ground quaked lightly as the aero silk walls rescinded. In a couple of seconds, the entirety of the walls descended completely and the upper district was open once again. MBO officers that had surrounded the upper district were visible now. They had formed a circular wall of their own due to their numbers being in the 1,000. Gustav's body slowly returned to normal as he looked around without a morsel of surprise in his expression. He already knew they were there. The MBO officers were shocked to see the upper district in such a devastating look. It was expected that the whole Arabia city would take a hit from this operation since the Jenxodus members would not just back down without a fight. However, they hadn't expected this much destruction. A massive crater that covered a quarter of the upper district, another large hole in a corner of the upper district, multiple structures with cracks and even some pile of dust in spots that used to contain houses. Arabia City now looked like a place that had been devastated by war. This is the power of mixed bloods and the earth is truly in danger having bore such monstrosities, the main leader who hid in the other dimensional frequency, thought to himself. He was even more affirmed that mixed bloods should be wiped off the face of the earth now or it would lead to destruction. On the surface, the MBO officer's face darkened even more as they spotted pile of corpses scattered across the upper district. The ashy and dried-out looking corpses were clad in MBO uniforms, so it was obvious these were the MBO officers who were ensnared in the roots before they could escape the upper district. There were thousands of corpses like these. The other corpses they could find had incomplete body parts and dried blood could be spotted. Chapter 1164 Gustav and everyone noted the rules as the river-splitting challenge illustrations were displayed on the massive floating screens above. Oh, so we'll be using that, Rhea muttered while staring at the display of a circular bead on the floating screens. We are also allowed to use abilities too, but only through the weapon well using to split the river, Teamy voiced from the side. How can we use that? Rhea sounded confused as he questioned. Just listen you idiot, Teamy chided. The Anusa relic takes the form of the Wilder's soul and shapes it into a weapon. Whatever weapon your Anusa relic transforms into is what you must use in the river splitting challenge, Handler 1 voice reverberated across the arena. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The revelation caused the entire place to turn rowdy as some spectators felt this might not be fair to some participants. Who could tell what weapon a person would end up with and if it would be strong enough to help them split the rivers? Remember the weapon isn't what matters, the wielder is, Handler 1 stated once more. He mentioned a few more things and explained that they will be categorized with their opponents based on the system. The entire arena began to quake once more as a transformation took place. This was similar to the day before with the difference of land. As the ground sunk, rivers began to spring up in place. In just a few minutes, the participants as well as all of the spectators had or struck faces as hundreds of rivers differing in length, depth and widths could be spotted all across the place. Everyone could not take part in the challenge in one go, so the computerized system began to pair planets that would oppose each other. The first batch of planets were 100 in number. The other planets had to stay behind on the massive platform which had shifted to the other end of the arena. The arena had expanded so much, it had become the size of an entire city with up to 1,000 rivers of different sizes. Earth wasn't amongst the first batch of planets, so Gustav and the others remained on the platform while watching the screens. Planet Yggdrasil versus Planet Oxlark, Planet Draconets versus Planet Cyrus, Planet Foheng versus Planet Tribites, Planet Klaxosape versus Planet Osius, Planet Diov versus Planet Thoxelos. Gustav stared at list of planets facing each other in the first batch, which was precisely 50 in number. He would have been conflicted as to which one to focus on, but with Gustav's perception and mental fortitude, he could watch every single battle at the same time. Analyzing each one of them at the same time was also something he could do due to his high intelligence. The Klaxosapes are definitely going to win against Planet Osius. They took first the last time, an alien species from a group besides Earth voiced out. Gustav chuckled lightly upon hearing that, causing their attention to be drawn to him. Is something funny, Earthling? The white-headed alien with transparent skin questioned. Yes, Gustav replied. Why does this Earthling find this funny? Another one from their group questioned. That is what I am about to ask him. Hey Earthling, just because you 2-second in the last challenge doesn't mean you're better than we Zionsi. If you are put against us in this challenge you're losing, understated while pointing at Gustav. Sure, but the Klaxosapes aren't winning, Gustav replied with an unbothered expression. Wanna bet on it? Questioned. I would, but you don't have anything to offer, so no, Gustav responded with a disinterested tone. Who says I don't? I'll give you my sway force, understated. Gasped Tilda under have you gone crazy? PND no one, oh this fool. His teammates yelled from the side with looks of shock. I don't know what that is, so frankly am still uninterested, Gustav shrugged. Please visit P-1. The Earthling doesn't know our sway force is where our ability to connect with the laws of nature comes from, their captain spoke up with a calm voice. Seems pretty valuable, Eldris, who has been listening from the side, spoke up. Merit's pretty useless to me, but if you say so then no problem, Gustav replied. Not so fast, Earthling. If you lose, you have to forfeit and let a substitute take your place as Earth's captain, understated. All right. Watch. Gustav gestured at the screens which displayed planets already going against each other. On the screen where the Klaxosapes and Osis were displayed, both groups could be seen standing behind a lineup of rivers waiting their turn. A Klaxosape with thorny-like rocky body stood on the left side while an Osis stood on the far right. The Osis of looked scrawny and less intimidating compared to the Klaxosape, especially with the two thin stalk-like poles that held his eyes above his head. The first river they had to split was a 200 feet long river. Both of them had separate 200 feet long rivers in front of them to split. After that a longer river was up ahead, and if they were to successfully split that as well, they'd move to the next one. There were 10 rivers each to split in total. It was already expected that no one would be able to split all the rivers to the end, but the person that managed to split the farthest or most out of the two would automatically win. What made it worse was the gravitational beams descending from above upon the rivers ahead. It turned out that the gravitational force descending upon the rivers increased in strength the farther they went. The Klaxosape and Osis were ready to begin when 2 Anusa relic appeared in front of them. They reached out to grab theirs and a bright glow encapsulated their figure. In the next instant, different weapons appeared in their grasp. The Klaxosape raised his rocky right hand in joy as he spotted the massive sapphire-like axe in his grasp. It looked so sharp that one could feel it cutting the air with barely any movement. The Osis had a bow in his grasp that looked fairly ordinary. It was nothing noteworthy compared to the Klaxosape's. Coo. The Klaxosape laughed at the Osis while placing his second hand on the body of the axe. Yah! The Klaxosape loud roar caused the river ahead to form waves as he strengthened his grip on the body of the axe. In the next instant he swung it down heavily, causing fierce winds to blast across the vicinity as a destructive milky-colored arc traveled forward with intensity. The 200 feet river was instantly split as all the water within flew out sideways while the destructive milky-colored arc continued to travel forward. 2 more rivers ahead with thin gravitational beams pointing at them from above also got split. The milky arc disappeared after successfully splitting 3 rivers in one go. Cheer! Cheer! Gasp! Loud cheers and gasps were heard from the spectators' area after some of them witnessed this. The challenge had also started in other areas since hundreds of them were having it at the same time, yet the spectators hadn't seen any other participant split 3 rivers in a go. The Klaxosape's teammates behind cheered their teammate on as he hit his chest repeatedly with a look of satisfaction. The Osis on the other end already had his bow pointing at the river as he pulled the string. A brownish arrow made of energy appeared and he released it. The arrow shot forward with speed and threw a line through the 200 river in an instant. The Osis moved to the next river up ahead while the Klaxosape moved to the 4th river, which was more than 30,000 feet away. I told you the Klaxosapes will win, Under, who was watching from the side, voiced. Gustav didn't reply and kept watching with an unbothered face. All they could do at the moment was watch since it was still a long way from being their turn. The Klaxosape continued to advance quickly until he arrived at the 7th river. At this same moment, the Osis had just reached the 4th river. He wasn't quick, but he hadn't failed in splitting any river so far. The Klaxosape stared at the pillar of gravitational force shooting down from the sky onto the 7th river. The river was looking as still as a solid ground due to the amount of gravitational force in place. His face turned serious as he clenched the massive axe tightly once more and poured strength into his arms. The ground began to quake, but the river in front remained unaffected till he raised his arms and brought them down with force. A massive milky-colored arc shot forth once again, ripping the ground open as it headed for the river. Chapter 1165 A massive milky-colored arc shot forth once again, ripping the ground open as it headed for the river. It cut 200,000 feet across the long river with intensity, causing waves to jump to the sides. The ground floor of the river was instantly revealed as the force from the swing kept sweeping forward till it arrived at the middle of the river. It began losing momentum until it finally came to a stop after reaching the 3rd quarter of the river, blowing only a little part of the water towards the side. The voices from the spectators' corner had reduced as some of them witnessed this. Woot! The Klaxosape voiced in dissatisfaction. Try again, Gunfur. The captain of the Klaxosape, who happened to be the largest, stated far behind where they were cooped up. Gunfur looked back and could see that his opponent from the Osis side just finished splitting the 4th river and was now moving to the 5th. I still have 2 more tries, he hissed before raising the axe once more. More pointy rocks appeared on his arms as it became even larger than before. Yah! Gunfur roared once more as he swung the axe downwards with intensity. Tilde this time an even more powerful blast rang out as the force from the swing sliced through the air and arrived before the river instantly. It split more than half of the river in the next moment as waves rose into the air on the left and right side simultaneously. Breaking past the third quarter of the river, the arc created from the force began to lose momentum. The instant it broke through the start of the fourth quarter, the arc lost momentum completely and whittled out. Gunfur had a look of seriousness as he realized that this still was unable to split the entirety of the seventh river. He growled in disappointment as he looked back and noticed that the Osis had arrived at the sixth river. Once the Osis opponent managed to split the sixth, both of them would have the same progress. His speed at the start would have been for nothing. I didn't want to use this initially, but there is no other option. I must get to the 8th river, he said internally. Gunfur is going to use core transformation. It doesn't look like he has any other choice. His teammates watching from behind could already tell what was about to happen. So long as he progresses and wins, it doesn't matter even though he will be weaker for the next 3 days, the captain also spoke. Up ahead Gunfur clenched his fist as he roared once more while his body began to rapidly enlarge. Rock cracking sounds rang out for a couple of seconds as his initial 15 feet tall frame increased almost 3 times in size. Now the Osis have no chance of winning. This was the thought process of most spectators who had their eyes fixed on the screen that displayed Planet Klaxosape and Osius. Gunfur once more swung his axe forward, which now seemed a bit smaller for him due to his large size. The force generated from this swing was almost 100 more than before. Cracks and dust spread across the vicinity from his standing point as the arc created shot forward. The whole river was instantly split into 2 halves before the arc ran out of momentum. Cheers! 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 At this same instant, the Osis had arrived before his own 7th river. He pulled the string to his bow backward as the same brown arrow made from light rays appeared once more. Tuck! Gunfur scoffed as he waited to watch the Osis lose but was soon left with a look of dismay. The instant the Osis released his string, the arrow powerfully shot forward, clearing everything in its path. As it glided over the surface of the river, waves blasted sideways, leaving clear path in the middle. The ground floor of the river was spotted in the middle as its entirety was split instantly. Gasp! Cheers! 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 The sounds of shocks and cheers reverberated across the vicinity as both the spectators and Gunfur was left with looks of disbelief. Pino 1 times, oh, I can't lose. He yelled as he arrived before the 8th river with a look of confidence. He WSS still in his massive form as he swung his axe forward with all of his might once more. Minutes later please visit P-1. Am I lost? Gunfur stood in place with a look of confoundment as his body decreased in size. Bam! He fell to his knees with a look of defeat as he stared at the river before him, which was in an unaffected state even after he had swung his axe with all of his might. On his opponent's side, a completely split river could be seen up ahead. The Osis slowly lowered his bow as the screens displayed the current score. Planet Klaxosape 0-1 Planet Osius. The Osis had won the first bout since Gunfur had made use of his last turn, which meant failure if he was unable to split the river. Everyone had been mostly shocked because upon their arrival at the 8th river, the Osis bow increased in size and when he pulled the string, 3 massive arrows had appeared instead of 1. It turned out he had been saving his power for this moment. As expected of Planet Osius Captain, everyone came to the realization that Osius Captain, Rundaf, used a high amount of power at this stage. The 8th river was like trying to hit a solidly refined ground. Due to the gravitational force, it was very sturdy. After the 2 opponents finished their bout, both sides sent out their next representatives. Another one of the Klaxosapes moved out as well as an Osis as a new bout began. Just because the first one won, doesn't mean it will always be like that. They still need to win 10 more times before they can eradicate the opposition, understated from the platform. Sure, Gustav smiled while responding as they kept watching. Hours later what? How? Stood in place with a look of shock as the results for the first batch displayed on the screens. Planet Klaxosape 3 to 11 Planet Osius wins Planet Draconets wins Planet Foheng 7 to 11 Planet Tribites wins Planet Diov 11 to 0 Planet Thoxelos Planet Diov wins Planet Osiris 11 to 5 Planet Astrian Planet Osiris wins. The list continued with different screens showing the outcome of the first batch for the river splitting challenge. It turned out Planet Osius, who looked weaker in comparison to Planet Klaxosape, had won just as Gustav predicted. Under looked completely shattered as he stared at Gustav's devilish grin along with his condescending gaze. "Shit. This idiot is done for," their captain cursed upon seeing the outcome of the bet. The entire arena was still loud with cheers and moans of disappointment in different corners, unaware of the wager that had just gone down. The first batch of Planet's participants were getting off the arena at this point as the computerized system began pairing the next set of planets. "We're up, Gus," Eldris voiced from the side as Earth appeared on one of the screens above. "I'll be getting that sway after we're done. Make sure you don't run," Gustav announced with a strong tone. Under slumped onto the ground upon hearing that, as the rest of his teammates also had looks of horror on their faces. It turned out that only the Klaxosape's captain and 2 others had managed to win their opponents in the river splitting challenge. The Osis were just too powerful despite how weak-looking they were. Gustav and the others moved towards the platform that brought them to the very end of the arena where the river splitting challenge would begin. He stared at the rivers up ahead with a contemplative expression. So far no one had managed to successfully split the 9th river completely. The only person who came close to completing this feat was the Klaxosape's captain, whose team still lost eventually. Only a few managed to cut a little into the 9th river, which included participants from planets Gustav had dubbed dangerous. "Looks like it's our turn next. Am I supposed to battle whatever that eye is or what?" Gustav questioned while raising his eyebrows. "No, that is nothing compared to what is coming," the system replied with a cryptic tone. "Gustav, the only hint I can give you is, what had just happened today is one of the 5 premonitions," the system added. 5 premonitions? Does that mean 4 more similar events will take place in the future? Gustav questioned. Chapter 1166 It's a shield. 1166 It's a shield. "Let's do this," EE smiled as he arrived before the first river. On the side of Planet Gundabalt, the opposition, who looked similar to a human but around 3 feet tall in height, stood in place with glowing red root-like hair. This was how all of the Gundabalts looked. "Erdin, don't disappointment us. Defeat that earthing," their captain voiced from behind with a high-pitched tone. "You got it, Captain," Erdin replied with a determined expression. In the next instant the Anusa relic appeared in front of them and EE wasted no time in reaching out to grab his. Zazian and Tilda, a bright glow encapsulated his figure, and a few seconds later, a glowing violet-colored shield materialized in his grasp. "Woa, my soul identifies as a shield. That's crazy," EE yelled in excitement as he turned around while holding up the glowing shield. "Gus, see this. It's a shield, haha, it's a shield." EE waved it in the air, causing the others behind to facepalm. "What is he doing?" Matilda chuckled while voicing out. "Isn't he a little too excited for getting a shield? It's a difficult weapon to use in this situation," Teamy stated. "EE will always be EE, Falco shrugged. "Just as mentioned, the weapon isn't what matters, the wielder is," Eldris reminded. "The Gundabalt has a better weapon," Rhea said while pointing at the other side. "A large weapon for such a small creature," Teamy pointed out. "It definitely looks powerful," Falco said with an amused expression. "The Gundabalts are in no way weak, but isn't losing," Gustav stated confidently. Everyone looked forward in response to that as the bout began. Erdin the Gundabalt, who was holding onto what looked like a 9-feet-long glowing lance, began to float as a dreadful energy surrounded her. Reaching a particular height in the air, she raised the weapon with both her hands. A red glow spread from her being to the tip of the lance-like weapon. "Kia!" Her high-pitched voice spread across the vicinity, causing everyone to cover their ears in dissatisfaction. In the next instant she swung down forcefully, causing a sharp wave of energy to shoot downwards from the weapon. "Thwiwi I tilde boom." It sounded like an explosion went off as it slammed into the river and caused the entirety of the water inside it to blast in every direction. The wave of energy traveled forward to the next river and pushed out the entire water body as well before dissipating. Fuwum tilde the spectators from Earth who had just witnessed this was in awe as they watched the rivers rain from above like a storm. The Gundebolt did not just split the rivers, she emptied them. That's an overkill, Fildhor voiced with wide eyes. I agree, Finks responded. Uhui tilde Timi created a reddish spherical barrier that covered the whole group as the river poured from the sky like rain. Oh you damn she's good, she's really good, Ee praised as he watched her moving to the third river location. Chenpate. Erden noticed Ee staring in her direction as she flew away and scoffed. Oh it's my turn now, Ee closed his eyes as he raised his shield. The instant he opened them back, his irises emitted a violet glow. June tilde 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 June tilde. The spectators were awe-stricken as violet-colored vortexes began to open all around EE. In just a few seconds, over hundreds of them had opened up, and unlike the usual vortexes he would conjure, these had suction force. Winds had been stirred up as the air cracked from the multiple appearance of vortexes. Ee tuned to bis left where a vortex 20 feet away had been conjured. Here, he voiced as he flung it towards the vortex. Fuerai tilde it flew forward with intensity and soon disappeared into the vortex. At this point, Ee just moved back and let the course run itself. Fuiwai tilde the shield soon reappeared from another vortex over 300 feet away in the east sky. It soon got sucked into another vortex not too far away and reappeared from another one. Fuiwai tilde Fuiwai tilde Fuiwai tilde Fuiwai tilde Fuiwai tilde Fuiwai tilde. The audience could barely follow it anymore as it cut through the air with intense speeds, spinning 10:36 uncontrollably and leaving afterimages in its wake. The shield continuously kept getting sucked into vortexes and reappearing from different ones hundreds or thousands of feet away. Each time, the speed would increase and in a couple of seconds, it had become so fast it was now a blur. The momentum kept building up, gathering waves of energy around it that caused the air to tremble. The audience could barely follow it anymore as it cut through the air with intense speeds, spinning uncontrollably and leaving afterimages in its wake. This should be enough, Ee muttered as he turned around and snapped his fingers. 50 feet south of the first river, a vortex appeared. The shield which had just disappeared into another vortex suddenly reappeared from the one south of the river. Theri ih tilde it sounded like the air was getting ripped apart as it traveled forward with intensity, crossing more than 500,000 feet in an instant. The reaction from the surroundings was not fast enough to keep up as the shield rolled over the surface of the first, second, and third river as well as the land in between their midst in a second. Immediately afterwards, the rivers blasted sideways as the bottom was quickly revealed and the land underneath cracked open. Boom. Corkkkkh tilde the jaws of half of the spectators who happened to be hooked on the Earth's current performance had dropped to the ground after witnessing this. Silence reigned for a few seconds before the sound of cheers reverberated across the arena. The shield had completely split not only the first to fifth rivers but also totaled the surroundings as well. A caved-in massive split surrounded by cracks could be spotted where the rivers were initially located. It looked so deep from the spectators' corner that they wondered just how much force the shield carried when it was released. June tilde Ee stepped into a vortex and appeared right in front of the sixth river, going ahead of the Gundebolt who was still on the fourth. How did he do that? Erden had a shocked look upon seeing the surroundings. Even the river in front of her had sand spilled into it from the residue energy of the shield. June tilde Plum tilde the Shaled reappeared in Es hand as he prepared to perform the same action for the sixth river. That worked better than I expected, Ee mused as he began opening vortexes again. Minutes later tilde Planet Earth 1-0 Planet Gundebolt the spectators area was currently going bunkers after witnessing Ee's splendid performance. Erden moved back to her teammates with a completely defeated look as one of the screens displayed the replay of how Ee had managed to split the ninth river. Ee was the first participant to split the ninth river. Although he didn't split it completely, The quarter he split was counted since no one even managed to successfully split it even a little bit. Erden hadn't managed to even successfully split the 8th river, talk more of reaching the 9th. Her stopping point had been the 7th. Don't be disheartened, Erden, not even I could have managed to win against him, their captain voiced. Captain Shumi Tilda Erden began crying glowing tears as she fell into her captain's embrace. It's okay, their captain, who was also a female with a broader body, patted Erden back repeatedly. That must have been their strongest teammate, they definitely won't be able to repeat that. Captain Shumi's face turned determined while the other teammates had fired up looks. On Earth's side. Good job EE, nice one, I knew you could do it man, don't lie, you didn't haha. Everyone either gave EE a high five or a fist bump. When EE arrived in front of Elevra, she raised a fist while he raised a high five, which caused a little awkwardness. Haha. They both chuckled as Elevra blushed a little. Good job, she said to him. It was nothing, I'm sure you will do better, he replied. You have too much faith in me, she voiced once more. Pa. Before EE could reply, Gustav tapped him from behind. Oh, were you too? Gustav realized he just interrupted something. Oh no, nothing like that, I didn't say nothing though. Gustav raised his arms with a clueless look. UMF, EE chuckled as he grabbed Gustav's head playfully. After a minute, it was time to send the next participant. Am I going next? Timmy questioned as he stepped forward. No. You will lose if you go against that person, Gustav stated while staring at the next representative the Gunderbolts had chosen. Why? There's no way I would lose to that. Timmy was about to retort when Gustav replied. 2 reasons, bad match-up and that's their captain, Gustav replied. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1167 2 reasons, bad match-up and that's their captain, Gustav replied. Oh, Timmy voiced. Will you be going then? Nah, I have a better match-up. Elevra, you're up, Gustav announced. Elevra's face turned focused as she heard this. How far do I have to go? She wanted to know if it was necessary to go all out. Gustav had told everyone initially that they wouldn't be displaying all of their strength from the start, but eventually they would go all out. Just make sure you get to the 9th river, Gustav instructed. Elevra nodded and began heading forward. The grounds EE destroyed initially had been fixed and new rivers were now positioned there. As Elevra arrived before the first river, the Anusa relic appeared before her and she reached out to grab it. A few moments later, she was holding onto a massive spear with a fiery purplish flame at its tip. Elevra stared at her weapon with a look of satisfaction before pointing it at the river before her. Her entire figure was soon emitting a bright purplish glow as the ground began to quake. On the other side, Captain Shumi held onto what looked like a massive cannon. It was 4 times her size, yet she held it above her like it was nothing while pouring energy into it. A couple of moments later, they both took action. Boom. A shot was released from the cannon which flew into the river ahead and exploded with intensity. Meanwhile, Elevra, who had levitated to almost 100 feet height, flung the spear in her grasp downwards. Tilda, a purplish streak cut through the air as it bore through the river instantly, emitting a shockwave that caused the entire river to be emptied. Both opponents went through the 1st to 6th river, performing the same actions and clearing it out. Her strength should be reaching its limits after this river, Captain Shumi thought as she gave it her all and cleared the 7th river as well. The purplish aura surrounding Elevra climbed as she flung down her spear from the air once more. Bang! The entire river was emptied once again effortlessly as cracks spread across the floor of the river. TCH, there is no way she's as calm as she looks, Captain Shumi peeked at Elevra from her end below. They were currently at the 8th river now, which was the limit for a lot of participants. If I manage to clear this, it should be the end for her, she whispered while pouring energy into her cannon. Tilda weird popping sounds rang out as the projectile within the cannon kept growing in energy until she finally fired it. Thushu tilde it cut through the surface of the gigantic river which was well over 1,000,000 feet in length, before falling into it. Boom! A loud explosion rang out as huge amount of waves rose into the air, displaying the bottom of the river as the blast kept spreading. Unfortunately, It wasn't powerful enough to split more than a quarter of the river before dying out. The gravitational force is so strong that it causing the power of any blast to be reduced to a third of its output. She had a grudging look as she came to this realization. I just need to amp it up then, she said with determination while infusing a large amount of energy into her cannon once more. Up above, Elevra was also gathering energy as the purplish aura surrounding her continued to climb. Her head tie was still wrapped around her forehead and there didn't seem to be a need for her to reveal it. The sky had begun to change color in her position due to the purplish aura she emitted, but she knew it still wasn't enough. On the ground, Captain Shumi finally fired her cannon once more. A rocking explosion rang out, clearing 3/4 of the river in front of her, but it still wasn't enough to clear all. At this point she stared at the river before her with a look of disbelief since she was aware of how much power she had just used. That other earthling must be immensely powerful, she recalled EE. However, she wasn't ready to give up as she began charging her cannon again for the third and final try. At this same instant, Elevra held up her spear and arched her arm back to the limit with a serious expression. "FYI please visit P-1. She flung her spear downwards with intensity, causing shockwaves to spread from her location even before the spear hit the water. The sky cleared out and the river surface blasted open while the spear was still 100 feet away from making contact with its surface. Boom! In a split second the spear had made contact with the bottom of the river and a powerful force spread forth from it, pushing the water body out of its 1 million feet hole radius. Cheers! Cheers were heard from the spectators' area as she cleared it in one attack once more. Captain Shumi instantly lost morale as she witnessed this and released her shot impromptu. As expected, it didn't manage to clear the 8 river, leaving Elevra the winner. Planet Earth 2-0 Planet Gundabalt. The spectators' areas focusing on Earth and Gundaball's face-off erupted in cheers and groans of satisfaction as well as disappointment. They both headed back to their respective groups. Elevra and the Oaths jubilated after their second win while a cloud of gloom was casted on the Gundabalt's area. Captain Shumi is right, WS can still win, some of them agreed as they tried not to lose hope. Gustav proceeded to send Timi next as he wanted and there was no disappointment. Timi cleared 7 rivers while his opponent did not manage to successfully clear the 7th. The Earth had been hailed to have one of the most powerful species in the universe, but they hadn't expected to lose 3 bouts in a row without winning a single one. It was humiliating. Captain Shumi wasn't happy with the current turn of events, but she made sure to keep to her strategy and kept sending out the weaker teammates from her side first. Time went by very quickly and before Evione knew it, both planets had completed 7 bouts. So far, Aeldris, Glade, Vin and Yonder had participated and none of them lost. Planet Earth 7-0 Planet Gundabalt. At Planet Gundabalt's side, Captain Shumi turned to one of her teammates who happened to be the smallest in their midst. He was about 2 feet tall with a glowing green root-like hair that floated up. "Tyven, it's time for us to make a comeback, head out there and do the needful," she said to him. He didn't say a single word in response and just began to head forward. "This will be a tough one. Endrik, you're up," Gustav voiced. Endrik, who had been silent all this time behind, finally walked forward. "I see what you're talking about. Hes strong," Endrik stated as he arrived before Gustav. "Yes, the type of weapon you two get actually matters," Gustav voiced. "Have faith in me, big brother. I will take care of this," Endrik reassured before he began stepping forward with a solemn expression. "He has become quite reliable," Aeldris voiced from the side. Gustav remained silent, but deep down he admitted to what Aeldris had just said. Endrik soon arrived before the river and the Anusa relic appeared before him. "What type of weapon do you want?" His forehead beeped with a greenish glow as Husarius' voice rang in his mind. "You can manipulate that?" Endrik questioned internally. "Yes, just tell me the weapon you are interested in," Husarius inquired once more. "I just want something that doesn't hinder my telekinetic abilities," Endrik replied while reaching out to grab the relic. Ironing Tilda in the next few moments, a 4 feet long katana with bluish glowing blade appeared in his grasp. "This is good. Now I have no worries," Endrik voiced as he raised the katana. in tilde his irises turned sky blue as he gathered telekinetic energy. On the other side, Tyvan held onto what looked like a metallic club. The club began to extend in length as he floated into the air. It became so long, it extended beyond the first river. Whoa, is that even allowed? The spectators began questioning this, but then it wasn't against the rules since it was his abilities manifesting through the weapon. Bang! Swinging the massive metallic club downwards, it instantly split a couple of rivers as it dropped onto them. Meanwhile, Endrick also swung his katana forward at the same instant. Telekinetic split, universal separation, he muttered as a wave of energy was released from the blade of the katana. Chapter 1168 Telekinetic Split, Universal Separation, he muttered as a wave of energy was released from the blade of the katana. Tuish tilde a loud crack rang out as the energy descended upon the waters like a giant blade and cut through everything in its path, causing the waters to separate. The spectators once more watched in awe as Endrick performed a spectacular feat close to that of ES. Spatial blink, Endrick blinked and vanished, only to reappear after 4 rivers in the next instant. He wasted no time in activating another telekinetic attack while swinging down his katana once more. Tyvan, who was still heading towards the 4th river, hadn't even activated his next attack before Endrick reached the 7th river. After another swing of his katana, he blinked and arrived at the next river, which was up to 1,000,000 feet away. Just who is that kid? He looks like the youngest amongst Earth participants. The others really need to watch out for him. The first representative and that girl with the head tie. The spectators were once again in awe as Endrick soon arrived at the 9th river. At this point he finally slowed down and gathered telekinetic energy for a bit. Tyvan, despite being slower, had been clearing the rivers effortlessly as well. The spectators had to agree that he was powerful as well. In the next few moments, he cleared the 8th river and arrived at the 9th, catching up to Endrick. Cheers tilde cheers tilde cheers tilde. At this point everyone spectating was on their toes as Tyvan seemed to be the most powerful Gunderbolt. Only him had managed to scale past the 8th river so far. The metallic club in his grasp, which had turned into a rod at this point, kept growing in length as he floated upwards like Endrick as well. Endrick was keeping himself afloat with his telekinesis, but it seemed like Tyvan had other means of performing the same action. The 9th river right in front of them was over 20 million feet in length and had a thick concentrated amount of gravitational beam currently firing upon it. It looked 100 times more solid than steel as it reflected its surroundings without a single ripple. As Tyvan rod kept extending, it soon reached a length of more than 20,000 feet. At this point he raised it in the air with both hands as a bright glow encapsulated its entirety. Fwiri tilde he swung it downwards at full force, causing the winds to howl as it descended upon the 9th river. Boom tilde a loud sound of collision rang out as the rod met with the river. It was like metal clashing with metal as the sound waves caused a lot of discomfort. The river surface cracked like glass as the rod managed to sink into it, causing it to separate to an extent. Up to 1,000,000 feet of the river was affected by the powerful swing, which would have done well to split any of the rivers before the 9th, however, this didn't do much as not even a quarter of the 9th river. Don't lose faith, he will still win. The Earthling cannot possibly. Before Captain Shumi could complete her words, Endrick swung down his katana with intensity. Tilde their part of the arena began quaking intensely as a sharp telekinetic energy ripped through the air from above. Bang! 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 The barrier covering the arena was pierced through as Endrick's attack descended. Theahise. Minutes later, Planet Earth 8-0 Planet Gunderbolt. That was a close one, Eldris said while watching the replay. They both got a chunk of the 9th river, damn powerful, they praised after noticing just how far the two went. Endrick had managed to cut through half of the 9th river, but Tyvan failed to get past a quarter. Endrick had gone further than ES performance at the start. This made the spectators re-evaluate as they wondered who was the most powerful on Earth's team. Who is going next? Abestos questioned. At the Earth spectators' corner, Grand Commander Shin and Miss Amy were seated right next to each other. How sturdy do you think the 10th river is due to the gravitational beams on it? Grand Commander Shin questioned. As sturdy as the entire Earth, from its surface to beyond its core. Managing to split the 10th river would mean, a participant is capable of splitting the entire Earth into 2 halves, Miss Amy replied. Do you think any of the participants here are capable of that? Grand Commander Shen questioned. Please visit P-1. I guess we will find out, she replied with a calm tone. Gustav, you're going ahead now? Timmy questioned. Yeah, Gustav replied. I thought you would be leaving this to us, Matilda voiced. I kinda did. I wouldn't be participating if Rhea hadn't failed, Gustav responded once more. Everyone turned to stare at Rhea upon hearing that. It's not his fault. His opponent was too overwhelming, Gustav voiced before anyone could say anything. Rhea had his head hung low in shame as he realized he was the first to get defeated. Look, they just held their most powerful participants till the final bouts to make a comeback. The weapon Rhea got didn't help matters either. I have to be the 12th match up so we can have our 11th win and finally move on to the next stage, Gustav disclosed. Alright then, we have no doubt you'll win, Eldris patted Gustav on his shoulder. Although I would have loved for you to take them by surprise when you show your strength in the next category, Falco stated. Gustav began walking forward at this point, while the Gunderbolt representative was already standing in front of the first river. That's their captain. On the Gunderbolt's side, they noticed the dirty blonde-haired human walking forward. So he finally decided to take on the mantle her, Captain Shumi voiced with a slightly wary tone. It should be fine since Naviere Powers is resistant to the force of gravity. She should do better than every other participant so far. After we win this, I doubt Earth has any more powerful representative to send out like the previous ones. It will be our win from henceforth, the co-captain Tonaki voiced. Her words made everyone feel encouraged as they focused on what was about to happen. I really thought you weren't going to participate, the system voiced in Gustav's mind as he arrived before the river. I didn't want to. I still wanted to play the role of the observer till the time for a physical battle arrives. Oh well, I guess things can't always go my way, Gustav replied. You could have used Angie, the system reminded. She has to be in peak condition for the Valin chase, Gustav replied before stretching forth his hand. I know the weapon that thing will be transforming into when you touch it, the system voiced. Doesn't matter what it is. I'm about to find out myself. Gustav grabbed the Anusa relic and a bright glow encapsulated his figure. Host has made contact with Alien Tool. Alien Tool energy is trying to infiltrate Host. Energy blocked. What the hell are you doing? Gustav nearly cursed as he spotted the notifications. Did you think I would just let it run its course and scan your soul? It will unleash a disastrous weapon here which might reveal your identity. I'm not risking it, the system replied. You little bitch. Gustav didn't hold it in anymore and let the word slip out. That's your mama middle name, Gustav. Well, she's not wrong. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Dash, what is going on? Dash, why is his Anusa relic taking so long to form a shape? Dash, is he okay? The spectators could see that Gustav was still covered by the glow while his opponent had already crossed a couple of rivers. Handler 13, I want you to go down there and check what is happening, Handler 1, who happened to be located on the far east area, commanded. Yes, Handler 1. Just as the handler was about to move, the glow surrounding Gustav finally died down. Hold on, it's fine now. Handler 1 had a look of suspicion but still stopped Handler 13. As the glow died down, Gustav could see a glowing crimson-bladed longsword in his grasp. It emitted so much energy, the air pulsated in reaction to it. It was around 10 feet long and 1 feet wide with runic patterns on the blade. This was your idea of a weaker weapon? Gustav could tell that this weapon would cause catastrophe on a normal day. It was the weakest I could force it to form. It already came into contact with you after all. The system girly voice sounded a bit tired. TCH. Gustav raised the sword as he poured energy into it, causing the glow to increase. From behind, the others watching had looks of anticipation upon seeing Gustav's weapon. His opponent had already gone past the 6th river and they didn't want him to waste any more time as well. Combination has been activated, Slash has been activated, Atomic disintegration has been activated. Chapter 1169, Combination has been activated, Slash has been activated, Atomic Disintegration has been activated, Strength Boost has been activated, 2 times Force has been activated, Partial Bull Transformation plus Bloodwolf Transformation plus Draconic Transformation plus. Adding the mini black hole would be an overkill. I should just leave things this way, Gustav thought as his arms bulged with intensity, showing his muscular outlines through his suit. On his hands, silvery scales appeared as his entire figure oozed unprecedented energy. The whole weapon was covered in a milky glow as he raised it higher. Gustav's face turned serious, as the grounds trembled as the rivers bubbled before he swung downwards with force. A massive crescent-shaped crimson arc blasted forward from the sword as the weapon descended in a vertical format. The ground from his position to 7 rivers ahead was split open in an instant as the destructive crescent-shaped arc traveled millions of feet. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Voices of disbelief and astonishment reverberated across the whole arena, as the grounds beneath the rivers split as well. Hover has been activated. Gustav's figure floated above the ground as everywhere around him caved in. Oh shit. EE and the others also jumped backwards as the grounds kept sinking. He quickly opened a vortex and everyone jumped in. They reappeared 10,000 feet behind their initial position and looked forward to see that the grounds had sunk in. That might have been too much, Angie muttered as they looked upwards at the screen which displayed Gustav. The footage showing Gustav zoomed out to display the destruction around and everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Did he just clear 8 rivers in one go? On the Gunderbolt's side, they also had shocked looks as they stared at the screens. It was not news that the further an attack traveled, the weaker it got, so the chances of clearing further rivers in one strike was lower. What they had just witnessed proved how powerful the strike was. This is your definition of weak? Gustav asked the system while slightly raising the sword. Yes, you have no idea how lucky we are, the system replied internally. Gustav, Navaire, who had already gone far ahead of Gustav, was stupefied as she noticed he had cleared past the 8 river in one go. I won't lose, she assured herself as she headed for the 8 river. On another part of the arena where a battle between 2 powerful planets was ongoing, they were currently at the last bout that would decide the winner between them. Unfortunately, despite the fact that both teams sent out their most powerful representative for the final bout, one happened to be much stronger than the other. Captain Iron is going to use it now. On the left side, one of the teammates who had a dark cloth wrapped around his figure from head to toe voiced out. The Lorks have lost then, another one who looked similar, but with a more scrawny build stated. Up ahead, both planets' representatives were currently at their 9th river, about to attack. On the left, one stood in place with dark eyes and cloth covering the rest of his head. He had a shadowy cloak strapped to his neck which kept swimming in the wind as energy surrounded the staff in his grasp. On the other side, a reddish figure with only eyes and black streaks across his body held onto a double-edged sword as he also prepared to unleash a mighty attack. The 9th river couldn't even be called a river anymore, it was practically a small ocean. After a couple of moments, the reddish figure had built up a massive amount of energy and swung his double-edged blade sideways. Winds howled as it carried a massive pressure that sliced towards the 10th river. It met with resistance as the entire river quaked like a solid object, but it suddenly built in strength and sliced through the 9th river. Cheers! 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 The loud sound of cheers rang out as this person happened to be the first participant to cut through the 9th river. The crowd was going bonkers at the moment. Meanwhile, the dark figure on the other side kept increasing in presence as he arched his arm backwards with his staff before thrusting forward with intensity. Boom! A destructive force bursted forth from his staff, slamming into the 9th river ahead and piercing through it instantly. Please visit P-1. Co. M3 After traveling for millions of feet, the spectators' mouths were once again left open as another participant managed to split the 9th river yet again. The participants from Ingulus Prime and Zillion might be the most powerful. Hey, you can't just judge like that. Some didn't get to use their full strength because their opponents were not strong enough. Look. Someone else just split the 9th river too. Earth's Captain Crimson. Look, the Gunderbolt is about to try too. Gustav, who had just finished splitting the 9th river without much stress, waited to see if his opponent would be able to do the same. "I'll have to unveil more of my strength if she manages to split it," Gustav muttered as he rested the tip of his sword on the ground. "Resistance build," Navire voiced from her side as she raised her spear before throwing it forward with intensity. Fuehui tilde her first try split half of the 9th river, causing Gustav to relax as he felt he wouldn't need to do more. She tried again and only managed to split a little over half this time. Navire began building up energy as she prepared to strike again. Meanwhile, on planet Indulus Prime and planet Zillion side, both opponents prepared to strike the 10th river, which was practically like a sea. Almost the entire spectators' area watched as they conjured strikes using their weapons and attacked at the same time. Boom! Boom! Both attacks hit the surface of the 10th river but unfortunately, didn't manage to split it even in the slightest. They both had determined looks as they built up energy once more to at least leave an effect on the 10th river. Their second strikes bore the same results as they didn't manage to split it even in the slightest. The heaviness of the gravitational beams descending upon the 10th river was just too much. Captain Iron has no choice but to use it now. Indulus Prime participants watched in anticipation while the dark-cloaked participant lowered his staff. On Zillion's side, Phyrus will use that attack now. If he manages to cause even the smallest effect on the 10th river, he wins, Zillion captain stated. Both opponents up ahead began undergoing transformation. Phyrus, who was the reddish figure, went from being bulky to slim as his entire figure glowed with a reddish energy. Wein tilde it blasted forth from his figure, spreading across the vicinity. The spectators felt the intensity despite being shielded by the barrier covering the arena. Phyrus' blade turned illusionary as after images appeared from his figure while he swung the blade forward. It sounded like space was being ripped apart as destructive energy blasted forth from the blade towards the river ahead. At this same moment, Captain Iron on the other side opened his eyes. Thum tilde a wave of darkness suddenly burst forth from his being, causing the skies within the entire arena to darken. The spectators looked up with expressions of wariness as the darkness from his figure disoriented the entire place, including other participants far from his location. "Strengthen the barrier," Handler 1 commander as he witnessed this. The handlers around him quickly sprang to action. "We didn't expect this year participants to be this powerful," he thought in awe as he watched. Captain Iron pushed his staff forward at this point, sending an indomitable force towards the river. Boom! The Zillions who had been celebrating earlier had looks of shock as the strike split up to half of the river. Their representative had only managed to split a quarter after his third try. The entire arena and even the spectators' area quaked repeatedly as the residual energy from the strike swept across the place. Luckily, the barrier had been reinforced, so everyone was safe from the residual energy. Cheers! 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 The crowd was going bonkers once again as Gustav stared upwards with a slight look of suspicion. The skies were already clearing. He stared back at his teammate's position, at a particular person. "Too familiar," he muttered before turning back around. "Oh, she managed to clear the 9th river," Gustav muttered. At this point everyone was focused on planet Indulus Prime and Zillion, so only a few were paying attention to Gustav, who was ready to strike the 10th river. "I guess I don't have any choice but to use more strength," Gustav muttered as he threw a glance at his opponent before stretching his sword forward. Combination has been activated. Gustav began transforming as he took on the full form of combining defiant mixed breeds this time. Chapter 1170 Gustav began transforming as he took on the full form of combining the mixed breeds this time. His height reached 10 feet as a horn appeared in the middle of his head and a tail grew out his rear. A silvery-colored energy encapsulated his figure, preventing an outburst that could cause the vicinity to collapse from his presence alone. Slash has been activated, atomic disintegration has been activated, strength boost has been activated, 2 times force has been activated, gravitational manipulation has been activated, mini black hole has been activated. Gustav could no longer suppress his energy as the power from the combination of different attacks began to reflect in the surroundings. Dune tilde as he raised his sword, a beam of energy had shot into the air above and pierced through the barrier. GBBBBLLLLLBBBB tilde. The entire arena began quaking at this point. However, the quake was not limited to the arena alone. GBBBBLBBB tilde. The entire ninth disc began quaking intensely as a dark swirling mass had appeared at the tip of Gustav's sword. The black hole was the size of a baby's palm, but the suction force it emitted was unprecedented. The whooshing winds and intense energy Gustav's figure emitted had caused the other participants around to stare in his direction as the whole place was affected. "This is bad," Handler 1 voiced. "Reinforce the barriers, a guy." He was too late. Gustav's sword swung downwards at this point. Titiathatin tilde. A destructive crescent-shaped arc that grew larger with each passing millisecond blasted forth from Gustav's sword. It descended like a judgment from the high heavens, ripping to shreds everything in its path before even coming into contact with it. The mini black hole happened to be right ahead of it, swallowing the river in its path as it shot forward with intensity. Before everyone's jaws could drop, the mini black hole had swallowed up to half of the 10th river up, but the destruction didn't end there. The destructive crescent-shaped arc trailing behind it also did well to destroy the dry land behind it, causing the grounds to cave in. "Get the other participants away right now. Move, move, move," Handler 1 commander, and all the handlers moved out at this point. They began to clear the part of the arena which the destructive force was headed. The participants were swiftly taken away as Gustav's mini black hole finished swallowing the entire 10th river. Boom! The thunderous sound of destruction reverberated across the vicinity as the destructive arc, which had become extremely massive, destroyed even the machines above, responsible for the gravitational beams. Up in space, the Osier space station watched a massive reddish arc slice one of their satellites in two. From their location in space, they could see the arc slam into the 8 disk as well, causing it to quake a little. "What in the world?" one of them in the space station muttered as they stared at the screens that displayed the ongoing ISOP challenge. All that could be seen was dust. The entire arena was currently having visibility issues. After a minute, calm began to return to the arena as the dust in the air slowly cleared. "Is everyone okay?" Miss Amy questioned as she waved her hand, causing the barrier she created around Earth's participants to dissipate. We're good. Who knew Gustav could do that? Some of Earth's spectators couldn't hide their surprise as they voiced out. "That's my boy," Miss Amy smiled with a look of pride. A wall of yellow-colored energy had surrounded the spectators' areas all around, which prevented them from receiving the brunt of the shockwaves at the last minute. The entire arena minus the spectators' area was practically leveled at this point. The participants had been moved away at the last second, except for Gustav, who was in the middle of the whole thing. DN Ohm Planet Earth 11-1 Planet Gunderbolt Chatter. Cheers. 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 An uproar erupted within the arena as the announcement went off. There was someone this powerful amongst the participants. Please visit P-1. Co. M- What are these youngsters eating? How did they get to such strength level this fast? Who would win, him or Captain Strum? Captain Strum can do this too. Who knew the Earth's captain was this strong? All sorts of discussions rang out amongst the spectators after witnessing the spectacular feat of Gustav not only splitting the 10th river but pretty much annihilating everything in the vicinity as well. This part of the 9th disk was utterly destroyed, but luckily, they were able to take care of the damage. "You are the true definition of an overkill," EE laughed as the Earth's participants sat within their waiting room. "I didn't think it was going to be that powerful." Gustav felt the mini black hole would have been enough, but he really overdid it. Black holes practically swallowed even light, so it was expected that the gravitational beams had no way of affecting it even though it was a smaller version. "Well, at least we won," Rhea voiced with an excited expression. "How in the world are you able to create a black hole? Just how many abilities do you have?" Matilda and Glade inquired at the same time. "Do you guys recall when I mentioned, I will no longer hide what I can do?" Gustav questioned. Some of them nodded in response. "But now the opponents also know of your different abilities. They will try to find a way to counter it in the future challenges. Is that a good thing?" Eldris questioned. "They only know of the ones I've used," Gustav replied. "So there's more?" Falco inquired. "Besides the ones even you guys have seen?" "Yes," Gustav responded. Man, there's definitely something you ain't telling us, EE voiced. Gustav turned to stare at Endrik upon hearing that before speaking. You will all find out more in due time. It's very abnormal for a mixed blood to have more than one bloodline. Are you saying you have numerous of them? Finks inquired. It's time for the sub-categories to begin. Angie, Finks, Abestos, are you ready to go? Gustav asked. Yes, ready. Ready to, I guess, the three of them answered. Falco, Yonder, Fildhor, are you ready for yours as well? Gustav inquired. The other three answered as well. Although the river-splitting challenge was still ongoing, it wouldn't affect the sub-challenges since they would be holding on the 8-disc. It was also going to be broadcasted across the planet and galaxies too, even though not a lot of spectators would pay attention to it. Fortunately, Earth took part in the river-splitting challenge before the sub-challenges began. Although Gustav would have still let Angie and the others leave to participate in the sub-challenges if they hadn't taken part in the river-splitting challenge yet. The others, you can return to rest or join us in heading to the 8-disc. Do whatever you want, Gustav said before heading out of the waiting room with the others. There happened to be an elevator-like terminal in the middle of the city where the river-splitting challenge was currently holding. Gustav and the others used different means to arrive there as he flew while some sprinted. Angie, of course, was the first to arrive at the elevator-like terminal, which looked like a pillar that extended into the skies. They attracted the attention of different species in the vicinity as they moved into one of the elevators together. Angie was quite excited since she hadn't gotten to perform any role since the day began. It was finally her turn to showcase her abilities. The elevator streaked upwards with speed, disappearing into the sky in a few moments. The group soon found themselves on the 8-disc, which was also almost 2 times as large as the 9th. The 9th was already larger than the entire Earth surface, and now they were on an even larger one. The air had turned humid and it felt like they had arrived on a desert-like environment due to the hotness on the 8-disc. However, just like the 9th, not a single speck of sand could be seen. The grounds were bright copper in color, so it made it look like they were walking on a path of gold. The massive star that illuminated their galaxy looked closer, and the environment was even busier than the 9th disc. They attracted attention to themselves once more as they headed to the locations where the sub-challenges were held. It looked like the buildings and living condition here was even better than on the 9th disc. This made Gustav wonder how it would look when they headed to the higher layers. The Valin chase will be commencing in the next 5 minutes. A loud announcement rang out within a dampened-looking location. Those are portals and we have to run in the mud, eh? Chapter 1171. Those are portals and we have to run in the mud, eh? Abestos muttered with a taken-aback look. Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the rules of the challenge, Finks voiced. It's not difficult really, the portals in the surroundings links the Valins to this location. You guys just need to make sure they don't make contact with you till the countdown ends, Gustav explained. When the countdown ends, we successfully qualified for the next stage, right? Angie questioned. Gustav nodded in response. I hope you don't mind. Finks moved closer to Angie and placed her lips on Angie's neck. Tinindi. An uncontrollable moan escaped her lips as Finks drew blood. In the next second, Finks' body transformed and another Angie appeared in front of Gustav. That's kinda unnerving, Abestos voiced from the side. We have better chances when there's 2 of her, Angie shrugged. There was no way to tell who was the real Angie. Her entire appearance and presence had been copied. Stop acting like you're me, Angie voiced. Technically I am, the second Angie who was originally Finks replied. It's time for you guys to get in the circle, Gustav reminded while pointing at the time left before the competition began. Up ahead, a barrier of light had surrounded a massive piece of land, whose circumference was unknown. On this land mountains, plain lands, rocks, gloomy clouds, and even streams could be seen. It was really massive and obvious that the Valin chase would be taking place there with the visible light barriers that sounded the place. A major observation within the barrier of light WSS the extremely muddy grounds. Mud could be seen everywhere except for the streams and mountains. THS blue portals scattered across the place was another observation. The Varlin chase will be commencing in Squinting Eyes Face. 5. Squinting Eyes Face. 4. It was finally time for the Varlin chase to begin. Angie, Finks and Abestos had already found their way into the expanse of land within the light barricades. Many other species participating could also be spotted within, ready to begin. Gustav had chosen to be an observer here despite the fact that another subcategory was currently ongoing. In another location, a cone-shaped rock could be spotted piercing into the clouds. It was quite long and rough-looking. The clouds around it were dark and emitting occasional sparks. It seemed like lightning bolts was a common occurrence around this cone-shaped tall rock. 3H tilde a streak of lightning bolt flashed across the east side of the rock and slammed into a green-scaled figure who was climbing. Tr. The creature screamed in pain as the petal-shaped object in his hand got released, while he fell helplessly. Another creature beneath with a square-shaped head grabbed hold of the petal with a joyful look and kept climbing. All around the cone-shaped rock, thousands of species could be seen climbing. It seemed like a dangerous endeavor, but they climbed with determined looks. Some were climbing at very fast pace since they had multiple limbs. Some had activated abilities that caused them to be surrounded by energy that couldn't be breached while they climbed so as to protect themselves. A particular set of species that looked like spiders with multiple heads seemed to be having fun as they sped across the cone-shaped rock and grabbed as many petal-like objects as they could find. EOE. See, on a part of the cone-shaped rock a trio could be seen climbing together. One had a dark aura oozing from his figure which had formed another pair of arms on his back. These pair of dark arms were responsible for climbing while the figure they were attached to used his actual hands to pluck a petal-like object hiding within a small dark caved-in part of the rock. The instant he pulled two of the petals out, a cloud far above crackled with light and in the next instant. Thrura. A strong lightning bolt descended upon the figure. Fuwuarem tilde the dark energy oozing forth from this figure expanded and covered him entirely. Bang! Small parts of the rocks crumbled and rolled down, but the figure remained unaffected after the lightning strike. The darkness rescinded to an extent and the figure kept climbing. Lucky bastard, he has that protection. We will have to be careful when plucking the Triscuits, Yonder stated from underneath as he stabbed his glowing red fingers into the rock before pulling himself upwards. He repeatedly did this while climbing as his fingers seemed to be so strong, they cleanly stabbed into the rocky surface which he used in pulling himself up. Well, we have our own means of avoiding the repercussions of taking a trikit too, so don't be too jealous, Fildhor voiced from the side. His entire skin was currently the color of tar but looking so smooth, one could use Fildhor as a mirror. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As Fildhor climbed, chunks of rocks would be smashed due to his intensive grip. Falco, Yonder, and Fildhor were currently competing in the seismic climb sub-challenge, and so far it had been a crazy venture. The petal-like item everyone was trying to grab as they climbed up was said to give extra points, and it was called a trikit. However, whenever a person took it from whatever spot on the rock, there would be repercussions. Despite the warning, participants still tried to get the trikits because one could still win points for their planets which might supersede the points the winner from the seismic climb got. Fildhor spotted another petal-like item about 20 feet towards his left and began climbing in its direction. Once he arrived before it, he reached out with a hand and grabbed it. However, the instant he did, this part of the rock began quaking intensely and a gigantic mouth suddenly phased out of this part of the rock, swallowing Fildhor whole. It was unknown how this monstrosity had been existing there, but its massive jaw began to sink back into the rock after it successfully swallowed Fildhor. Both Falco and Yonder eyes widened as this occurrence took them by surprise. Fildhor. Yonder yelled with bloodshot eyes as he began to climb in the direction of the massive monstrous mouth. However, in the next instant he paused as a loud crash began to ring out from within the rock. Bang! 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 This part of the rock began quaking intensely, causing many protruding parts to pull out and roll down. The loud crashing sounds intensified like a collision was occurring within the rock. Suddenly, the jaws of the creature which had been sinking back into the rock got blasted open. Along with the blast, a wide hole was formed within this part of the rock and a tar-skinned figure jumped out of it. 3-3 blood poured down as Fildhor grabbed hold of a part of the rock above Falco after leaping out of the hole. Hey, that creature had more in its belly, Fildhor jubilated as he held a bunch of trinkets in his palm. Bastard! I thought you were dead. Yonder yelled from beneath. Heh! That thing is not nearly enough to cause my death, Fildhor yelled back in response. Since you're fine, let's keep going, Falco stated as the darkness surrounding him created another pair of arms. Who died and put you in charge, creepy bastard? Yonder voiced, but in the next instant, Falco's figure turned blurry. Fui Tilda can't hear you. Falco's voice trailed off as the arms made of darkness pulled him upwards with speed, increasing his climbing pace by over 10 times the initial amount. Creepy bastard. It's on. Yonder yelled and began climbing upwards with speed as well to catch up with Falco. Not wanting to be left behind, Fildhor did the same as well. In the other location where the Varlin chase was taking place, ball-sized creatures with string-like tails and cat whiskers sped across the muddy environment. These little animal-like creatures chased the participants across the vicinity at high speeds. They were called Varlins. It was only over an hour since the challenge began and nearly 1,000 participants had been disqualified already. The Varlins first appeared in twos from the portals all across the place. Although their speed was high, due to their numbers, the participants were able to easily evade them. However, another set appeared from the portal 15 minutes into the competition. When this happened, the speed of the Varlins suddenly doubled. The participants were taken by surprise and this was how some of them got disqualified. In another 15 minutes another set appeared from the portals and their speed tripled. The participants realized at this point that the increase in the number of Varlins in the vicinity also caused their speed to increase. The time interval at which they appeared from the portals was also 15 minutes, which meant the difficulty would increase by a couple of notches every 15 minutes. Shit, these things are everywhere. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1172. We didn't even come first. The time interval at which they appeared from the portals was also 15 minutes, which meant the difficulty would increase by a couple of notches every 15 minutes. Shit, these things are everywhere. Abestos voiced as he sped across a muddy terrain. About 15 Varlins could be seen chasing him from behind. They were moving very swiftly as they glided atop the surface of the muddy terrain. The countdown displayed in the middle of the challenge venue showed how much time was left, 0:54, 07. At this rate I won't last till the end of the first stage, Abestos complained as he kept running forward while the Varlins behind were starting to catch up. I need to make sure I survive past the next 15 minutes at the very least. Abestos' eyes gleamed with determination as he made a left turn. Fui the Varlins also swiftly turned as they remained locked onto their target. Some even drifted across the surface of the mud due to their high speed. For the next 5 minutes, Abestos still managed to keep enough distance between himself and the Varlins till he noticed another participant heading in his direction. A horde of over 30 was chasing this participant. Abestos' eyes widened in shock as he tried to make a turn quickly. This is bad. This is bad. Abestos was well aware that contact would lead to his disqualification. Just as he made a right turn in the direction where a mountain could be spotted, the other participant grinned with a nefarious expression. I can't let him get away. I can shake some or all of the Varlins on my tail with him, the participant who was a Draconet thought as he turned to run in Abestos' direction as well. The Draconet happened to be a little faster, so in just a couple of moments, he was already a few feet away from Abestos. Shit. Abestos turned to his side after sensing a weird energy. Pa. The Draconet clasped his hands together and an unexpected phenomenon occurred. His body, which was only a few feet ahead of the Varlins, floated about 6 inches above the muddy surface as he emitted a bright blur glow. High in tilde, a silhouette suddenly slipped out from his back and instantly appeared 100 feet behind the Varlins chasing him. However, since his body, which floated a little above the ground, didn't move for a split second, the Varlins had already pounced upon it. To Abestos' surprise, the Varlins phased through the Draconet body, which suddenly turned illusionary and began to float backwards. G tilde the body floated straight towards the silhouette that slipped out from it, and they combined once more before returning to solid state. Shit. Abestos cursed again as he noticed the draconet had distanced himself from the Varlins chasing him by a couple 100 feet. The Varlins, which were close to catching him earlier, turned to Abestos now and identified him as their new prey. Fauhuhum tilde Abestos yelled as he kept running with over 50 Varlins chasing from behind. In another part of the location, Angie could be seen standing on a mountain and breathing profusely. I should probably reduce how I use her abilities if I wish to maintain this form for longer, she mumbled while the 2 horns on her forehead reduced in length. Never has a form drained me like this one. This girl is truly a monster, she voiced again while turning around. Fuihui tilde fuihui tilde fuihui tilde. She suddenly spotted multiple dark streaks cutting across the muddy terrain beneath from her view on the mountain top. They were heading in her direction and soon sped across the sloppy mountain path, arriving before her in a few moments. Got to go again, she voiced as she stared at the Varlins leaping towards her figure in slow motion. Their fast speed was really nothing to her. Turning around, she took a step forward and quickly arrived more than 200,000 feet ahead of her previous location. Fuam tilde the Varlins only caught air as they fell to the ground of the mountain top in confusion, wondering where the prey they were after had disappeared to. In another location, a second Angie could be spotted. She skipped playfully on a small green-colored stream, ignoring the chaos around her. At the edges of the stream, up to 50 Varlins had surrounded the vicinity. They didn't need to lie in wait as their speeds also allowed them to run on the surface of a water body too. However, at the moment, it looked like they had been frozen in time as Angie played on the stream. They were barely moving and the surface of the stream seemed still as well. Whenever Angie stomped on it, even a small splash of water hadn't been able to completely form. It was still slowly forming. Hee. Angie kept giggling as she moved from place to place across the stream while everything around her still looked frozen in time. She paused in the middle of the stream and looked towards the northern sky. 042, 37. This is too easy, Angie muttered as she watched the time count down normally. 042, 36. 042, 35. 042, 34. The timer WSS counting down normally, but the time in her surroundings seemed to have been altered. Hopefully things will become more interesting in the next stages. Her left horn, which had been emitting a silver glow all this time, suddenly dimmed. Just as that happened, the time in the vicinity returned to normal as water splashed upwards and the Varlins sped towards her across the surface of the stream. However, in the next instant, Thwuwushi tilde an outburst of wind caused the Varlins to get blasted backwards, as a pillar of water also rose to the sky, the instant Angie moved. Her figure disappeared into the distance instantly as not even a single one of the Varlins managed to get close to her. Although it was against the rules to attack the Varlins with your abilities, Angie's action wasn't counted to be rule-breaking since it was the wind effect from her speed that caused the Varlins to be blasted away. Angie's speed was so much beyond their level, it didn't seem like the Varlins could catch her without some sort of handicap. In other parts of the sub-challenge location, other species could be seen running helter-skelter as well. Abilities were only allowed for the purpose of running, not attacking the Varlins who were giving chase. Flying was also not allowed as a rule was given, stating that participants couldn't be above any surface for more than 3 seconds. The rules didn't stop participants from attacking each other, so several of them already sabotaged other participants with their abilities, causing them to get caught by the Varlins. Some of the participants realized this might be counter-effective since lesser participants meant more Varlins chasing a single person, so they decided to refrain. This was why the draconet, Abestos encountered earlier, only tried to pin the Varlins chasing him to Abestos, instead of engaging in any battle. At the moment, Abestos could be seen jumping and swerving sideways, as the Varlins caught up to him. His only option at the moment was to dodge them as much as he could. As he approached a forest area, more Varlins appeared from up ahead and he was soon surrounded. Fwy tilde fwy y tilde 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 fwy tilde fwy y tilde. They leapt towards him with speed and it looked like Abestos was done for. All of a sudden, a small ding was heard as the portals in the vicinity brightened up. Com0VLB in, / net finally, Abestos rejoiced as another 15 minutes had successfully went by. I can use it now, he muttered while pointing his index finger towards the northeast at a mountain that was within the forest area. It seemed like time had frozen as Abestos' feet suddenly bursted into flames and he reappeared at the top of the mountain he pointed at. The wheish tilde, a small blast rang out a moment later behind him as a blazing trail could be spotted on the ground leading from his initial to present location. Phew tilde, that was close, he heaved a sigh of relief. I can use it 6 more times. I should be able to evade the Varlins for the rest of the countdown. His face showed determination and excitement as he looked down the mountain. Hour later, nightfall had arrived and the participants all over the planet were heading back to their accommodation areas. As Gustav and the others descended from the 8-disc, he praised the team. Good job guys, he voiced within the sky elevator. We didn't even take first, Falco said with a tone of disappointment. It doesn't matter. You 3 managed to gather more points for the group and also qualified for the next stage. I would have liked to leave the rest to the substitute team, but I'm going to need you 3 to participate in the next stage as well, Gustav responded lengthily. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1173 Facing A panel. I would have liked to leave the rest to the substitute team, but I'm going to need you 3 to participate in the next stage as well, Gustav responded lengthily. What if there come a time where we can't participate because we're busy with a main category? Fildhor asked. Well, cross that line when we get there, Gustav responded. Angie, Finks, Abestos, good job on your suits too, Gustav added. It was a piece of cake, Angie said with a smile. I can't wait for the next stage, she added. Nope, it wasn't a piece of cake for me at all. That Draconet nearly sabotaged the whole thing for me, Abestos shook his head. I saw, but at least you managed to get through to the next stage, Gustav tapped his shoulder twice. So long as I maintain Angie's transformation I'm good, Finks cut in. According to the announcement, the next stage is in 2 days so you 3 can relax till then, Gustav stated. No rest for us. The next stage for the seismic climb is taking place tomorrow, Falco folded his arms. On the bright side, the river splitting challenge won't be completed till tomorrow so the group will be free for the entire day so until the second stage for the seismic climb starts, you 3 are also free, Gustav voiced in response. They arrived on the 9th disc and the group decided to go spectate the ongoing river splitting challenge. Gustav on the other hand excused himself and went off to a residential part of the 9th disc. Hand it over, Gustav voiced within a hallway where a group of 10 could be seen. They had white heads, completely green eyes and transparent skin. These were the Zionsi. Now hold on Earthling, you can't just take it from him, the captain responded. I can and I will. He lost the bet, Gustav stated with a strong tone. Under stood behind the group with a fearful look as he tried to avoid eye contact with Gustav. If he gives you his sway force, he will be left powerless and become completely useless to our team in the course of this competition, the captain spoke with a pleading tone. He should have thought about that before he made the bet. Hand it over, Gustav said once more. I'm afraid we really cannot do that. If you could wait till the end of th. The captain was still speaking when Gustav cut him short. I will not repeat myself, a dreadful aura began emanating from his being as he threw out a menacing gaze. Or what? Another teammate voiced as he stared back at Gustav with an unfazed expression. Yuziki, stop it, their captain quickly cautioned the teammate who had just spoken. Captain Alumo, we don't have to cower just because of his performance in the river splitting challenge, Yuziki voiced out. Participants are not allowed to fight each other outside of challenges too, and if he was to complain to anyone, he doesn't have proof that there was a bet, the other teammates added as well. Under was starting to regain his confidence back as he realized his teammates had his back on the issue. You all better stop thigh. The captain was about speaking again when Gustav cut in. All right, time up, Gustav voiced as he began to take steps forward. Step. 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 Hey, you can't attack us, it's against the rules. Yuziki's face turned tensed with every step Gustav took. Who said I was going to attack? I'm just going to take what is mine, The instant these words escaped Gustav's lips, his right foot also made contact with the ground. Fu-hu-wu tilde, a pinkish energy drifted from his being, spreading across the vicinity. What is? Yuziki was about speaking again when he sensed an insurmountable force descending upon his entire body. Bam! 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 He wasn't the only one feeling this as they began to fall to their knees one after the other while Gustav kept stepping forward. Captain Alumo was the only one who managed to fight against the force as he struggled to remain standing. However, his trembling knees were proof that he was having a difficult time as well. Sleep, Gustav's voice was like a mandate that couldn't be resisted. The Xionsis began falling face flat for the ground as they passed out one after the other. Their captain still remained the only one who kept fighting against the power as he tried activating his while a strong dose of drowsiness kept assaulting his senses. He tried to scream and fight but he couldn't do so for long. As his body began to succumb, the last thing he saw before his vision faded was Gustav's hand on Under's head. Under was in a kneeling position, facing a completely different situation to his teammates. Bam! Captain Alumo's body fell to the ground and he finally passed out. I can extract it, right? It seemed like Gustav was talking to himself, but this of course wasn't so. Yeah, in a couple of seconds, the system replied. A minute later, Gustav stared at the system notification in front of him with a satisfied expression. Xionsi Sway Force has been successfully extracted. Does host wish to merge the Sway Force with a bloodline? Oh, I can do this too. Interesting, Gustav muttered. Under, thank you for your cooperation. You can go to sleep now, Gustav said to the person kneeling before him. Bam! Under fell face flat onto the ground and passed out in the next instant. A couple of other species passing by this corridor stared with curious gazes before one finally moved in Gustav's direction. Fights are not allo. It wasn't a fight. Gustav cut her short before she could complete her statement. Sprint has been activated. Gotta go. Gustav's voice trailed off as his figure left after images while he sped off. He didn't want to attract any more attention to himself here. Everyone wondered what happened as the Xionsi lay on the ground like they had met their demise. Time went by very quickly and the next day arrived. Since all planets didn't get to participate in the river-splitting challenge the previous day, they had today to do that. Gustav headed out with the others to go spectate the challenge, but on his way, he was accosted by a group of handlers. Tilde, a rectangular floating platform descended from the air and landed in front of them. Gustav Crimson, you're coming with us, the handlers on the platform stated with authoritative looks. The group had expressions of confusion as they wondered why the handlers' voices sounded hostile. Gustav instantly knew what this was about but still decided to ask. This is about yesterday, isn't it? Yes, you are coming with us for questioning, one of the handlers replied. Gustav stared at them once more before replying, okay, you guys go ahead, I'll catch up soon, he said to the others before stepping onto the platform. It floated upwards and soon disappeared into the southern skies before they were even able to ask what was going on. Does anyone know what happened yesterday? Angie asked with a worried expression. No idea, Ee shook his head. The others looked clueless as well. We better tell Miss Amy about this just in case, Teamy suggested. Com0V //Elbin, net within a wavy-looking roofed building, Gustav stood in front of what looked like a panel within a large hall. They were seated on high transparent seats in front of the hall which made them look exalted above all. Gustav stood on the left, while a bunch of Xionsis stood on the right. They all had familiar-looking faces. Gustav Crimson, Captain of Earth, did you break the rules of ISOP by fighting outside of the competition? One of the exalted panel members questioned with a loud tone. Nope, Gustav replied. Then how did you successfully extract the sway force from a Xionsi participant? Another one of them questioned. I just did. I didn't have to fight to achieve that, Gustav responded with an unbothered tone. Answer with truthfulness as this could lead to your disqualification from participating in the rest of ISOP. The one who first questioned Gustav spoke again. Disqualification? Last I checked no rules were broken, so just say so if you're looking to disqualify anyone unjustly, Gustav replied. Are you claiming you didn't make use of any special abilities against the Zionsis yesterday? The panel member questioned. I did, but there was no fight, Gustav replied. How do? Just show a goddamned footage instead of wasting time. What happened within the corridors of the accommodation area was surely recorded, so show footages, Gustav stated. The panel members began whispering amongst themselves for a minute before facing Gustav once more. Display yesterday's footage. After the instruction was given, an holographic footage appeared in the middle of the hall. It displayed what had gone down with Gustav and the others yesterday, stunning the panel members watching. How is he doing all this? This question ran through their minds. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1174 Show Is He Doing All This? This question ran through their minds. It looks like there truly wasn't a fight, one of the panel members finally voiced out. The others nodded in agreement. But he assaulted us, surely the panel will be just in meting out punishment. Yuzuki finally voiced out as it seemed he had been holding himself back. It will be unjust for the panel to let Gustav go. He took my sway force. Understated as well. According to the footage, Gustav Crimson did make use of his abilities, but we cannot see it as an assault since he did not physically harm anyone, one of the panel members replied. I have lost my abilities because of what he did. He put his hand on me. That is assault. Under yelled. Indeed, this part cannot be ignored. Gustav Crimson, while no fights or physical harm occurred, you have taken something that doesn't belong to you. The panel member in the middle spoke. We ask that you give it back to put an end to this issue once and for all, another panel member on the left voiced. It belongs to me, so no, I will not be complying, Gustav responded. You will be punished if this matter is judged to be an assault since you have forcefully stolen something that doesn't. Let me stop you right there. I only took back what was rightfully mine, so you'll need to get your facts straight. Gustav cut the panel member short before they could continue. Lies. Under cried out. We made a bet and he lost. The wager was his sway force, so like I said, I only took what was rightfully mine, Gustav stated. He is lying. This scum just assaulted us out of nowhere. He took it by force, the Zionsi participants voiced out simultaneously. It's your word against theirs. Do you have proof? Witnesses that can back your claim? Upon the mention of this, Under had a glint at the corner of his eyes. The group was sure that Gustav had no proof. Although Eldris and a few other teammates were witnesses, it was still going to be their words against that of the Zionsis. PD no one. Oh yeah, I've got evidence here. Gustav's statement shook the Zionsi as they stared in his direction with shocked looks. Hes bluffing, they had similar thoughts. SJ, Gustav called out. Z in tilde, a translucent head-sized item suddenly appeared out of thin air. A glowing fluorescent light, the size of a baby's palm, could be seen within, while its surface happened to be transparent and looked as smooth as glass. Display my time yesterday exchanging dialogue with that buffoon, Gustav pointed at Under. The fluorescent glow within the sacred jewel suddenly glowed intensely, illuminating the entire hall for a moment. In the next instant, the surface of the sacred jewel began displaying a particular footage that was all too familiar to the Zionsis and Gustav. Their faces dropped as the sacred jewel even increased the volume of the ongoing scene currently getting displayed. The Klaxosapes will win, Under's loud voice reverberated across the hall. Minutes later, Gustav Crimson, you are free to leave. The panel finally granted Gustav freedom without any punishment after watching the footage completely. As for the Zionsi, chatter, scuffle. The panel and everyone within the hall was suddenly attracted by a ruckus at the entrance of the hall. You can't go in. You are welcome to try and stop me. Within all of the ruckus, a familiar voice drifted into Gustav's hearing. FYY_DN oming the next instant, a figure clad in all white robes appeared within the hall. What do you lots think you're doing? Miss Amy voiced the instant she stepped in. A powerful pressure instantly descended upon the entire vicinity, causing a deathly aura to permeate the air. This earthling. The panel members had shocked looks. Meanwhile, the Zionsis found themselves on their knees yet again. Miss Amy, stop, Gustav voiced out. I heard about what happened. Did they finalize the whole situation with a stupid verdict? Miss Amy questioned while walking towards Gustav. Actually no, we just finished and I was about to leave, he replied. Oh, the dreadful look as well as aura permeating from her suddenly ceased. Her face warmed up as she arrived before Gustav. Looks like you took care of it, she said. Yes, it's fine now, Gustav replied. I'm late again, but it's surprising to see that some people in power can have sound reasoning, Miss Amy voiced while staring at the 5 panel members. Shouldn't you apologize for barging in and inconveniencing everyone this way? One of the panel members questioned. No. He shouldn't even be here in the first place, so next time, make your findings before bringing my student before any panel, Miss Amy replied before grabbing Gustav's arm. Let's go, she said while dragging him along as they walked out. The Zionsis had looks of devastation after Gustav and Miss Amy left. They had lost a teammate at this point. A teammate who was one of their core strengths. Now they would have to use a substitute to continue with Aesop. Gustav had met up with the others outside who had been worried and came along with Miss Amy. It turned out Eldris figured out it must have been related to the bet issue despite the fact that Gustav didn't inform him about it. Knowing Gustav, he was sure a scuffle must have gone down where Gustav probably had to take the wager by force. After he pieced things together, he informed Miss Amy and they inquired to discover where Gustav was taken before they showed up. After the whole issue, they returned to the arena and for the rest of the day spectate the other planets who were still participating in the river splitting challenge. Gustav kept taking notes of the other planets' participants, especially the ones that would pose the most threat to Earth. As expected, 3 more participants representing different planets managed to split the 10th river as well. Before the river splitting challenge ended, Gustav took note of those who were even more powerful than the participants who managed to split the 10th river. Just as mentioned earlier, some powerful participants couldn't show more of their strength due to pairing against weaker opponents. Some participants were also trying to hide their strength, which was most likely because they didn't want others to be aware of their cards before the one-on-one battles arrived. In the span of 5 days, about 2 more main categories were completed. So far the challenges had been types that would require the participants to use their abilities in specific ways and also follow a set of instructions as well as rules. Points were shared based on how the planet participants performed in these categories, and it was mostly high. Angie and Finks had managed to qualify for the last stage of the Varlin chase, which was holding the next day, while Abestos had been disqualified in the previous one. As for the seismic climb, Fildhor, Falco and Yonder reached the last stage but finished at the 20th place. Gustav wasn't in any way disappointed with the results since they still managed to score a total of 620 points for Earth. Angie, Finks and Abestos had only managed to score 300 points for Earth so far despite reaching the final stage of the Varlin chase. As for the other sub-categories that kicked off, Gustav had the substitutes participate in them as he couldn't spare any main teammate in the last 2 days. Another subcategory would be starting the same day Angie and Finks would participate in the last stage of the Varlin chase. However, Gustav didn't have any plans of making a main team member participate. He already decided that the Earth sub-candidates would be participating. This WSS mostly due to the fact that a very major category would be holding a day after the last stage of the Varlin chase. This category happened to be a major one due to the fact that it was never reshuffled. This category was always in every Aesop and this year it would be too. It granted the winner a total of 20,000 points, which happened to be way higher than many other categories. Gustav was looking forward to it and also making plans as to how Earth participants would act. It's an entire week long, I think we'll have enough time to find each other, Teamy voiced within the main room of their accommodation area. I'm not sure you realize how large the 4th disc is. To make it worse, they're using a dimensional expansion machine, Falco stated from the side. So what? Who cares if it is 30 or 50 times larger than Earth? The Viandu egg category is an entire 3 weeks duration. Chapter 1175 Planet Desecrating Orbs. So what? Who cares if it is 30 or 50 times larger than Earth? Rhea yelled and soon regretted his action. Everyone stared at him like he was an idiot. The Viandu egg category is an entire 3 weeks duration. Has not entirely wrong, Teamy added. If the disk is truly as large as recorded and they also make use of the dimensional expansion machine, the probability of us finding each other is really low. Angie is the only one that has a chance of finding anyone since she's very fast, Gustav analyzed. Indeed, since according to the information given, we will all be scattered across different locations on the 4th disk, Eldris added. I think it's best we come up with a plan now, Endrik voiced out. A map of the 4th disk might help, Sheila spoke as well. I doubt the handlers would let the 4th disk bear its usual look. A map would become completely useless if the terrains of the entire 4th disk got changed, Gustav shook his head. Everyone agreed with Gustav's reasoning. So far the handlers had the power to change how the location of a category looked. There was a high chance they would do the same again. I don't think we have any other choice than to just gather as many different colors as we each can and meet in a designated point, Endrik voiced with a low tone. But there are over 900 designated points. How do we know which one to head to? Finks asked with a serious expression. This is gonna be difficult, Matilda sighed. Now just relax guys, how about I cook a dish to calm everyone down? EE stood to his feet with a smile as he proposed. No. The unified voices of everyone left EE standing in his spot with a look of betrayal. Come on guys, I promise he'll cook something good this time, EE voiced with a wry smile. The last thing we need before taking on a tasking challenge is food poisoning, Sheila pointed out with her shrill voice. EE. Pat Eldris patted EE's shoulder as he took a seat with a defeated expression. Back to the issue at hand. I have a way out, Gustav stated. Everyone's attention instantly focused back on Gustav. Do you guys know that I can track every one of you, no matter how far away you travel? Gustav announced. What? They exclaimed with expressions of surprise. Even if we're on different planets? Fildhor questioned. Yes, it gets weaker the farther away you are. Meaning, I'll still be able to see you and your surroundings, but I won't be able to sense which direction to head in since it's like a tracker. Everyone was still reeling in shock about Gustav having such a power. Like what he had displayed in these last few days weren't enough. He still had more in his arsenal. However, so long as we are on the same planet, I'll be able to do both. See everyone and pinpoint locations as well, Gusev explained. But that's just a one-way ability, no? We won't be able to see you or talk to you, but you'll be able to see us, Abestos inquired with a contemplative expression. That's where SJ comes in, Gustav replied. SJ. Everyone's faces showed expressions of confusion upon hearing this. Hours later, Gustav stood in the middle of a corridor with glass walls. He stared through the transparent walls towards the buildings in the distance. What are you worried about again? Angie approached from behind. We have only managed to accumulate a total of 19,000 points so far. There will be a huge gap if we don't win the Viandu Egg Challenge, Gustav stated. And we're currently 6th position out of over 2,000 planets, so far I think we're doing good, Angie said while wrapping her arms around Gustav from behind. Yeah. I don't wanna lose though, Gustav replied. Don't worry, even if we don't take first place in this challenge, other challenges will still take place. Also, losing this category doesn't mean we can't acquire any points at all, Angie voiced with a comforting tone. You're right, but we haven't lost, haha. This is more fun than I expected, Gustav said while slowly turning around with Angie's arms still wrapped around him. I'm glad you're having fun. I hope Gustav Jr. will be less stuck up and be more of your current self. Angie placed her head on his chest at this point. Gustav Jr. I think I'll name him Danzo instead, but no, we won't be making a mini-me till after 2 years, Gustav replied with a light chuckle. Angie's face turned reddish at this point. We? You want me to? She stuttered while speaking. If not you, then who else? Haha, anyway, let's focus on the current task, Gustav said while separating from Angie. A little fun every once in a while wouldn't kill you. Angie muttered while pinching the chest area of her fabric and pulling it a little downwards. This time Gustav's face turned red as Angie's cleavage was exposed, displaying the smooth lumps threatening to spill out. Damn it. I gotta look away, she really got busted, Gustav said internally. Are you just noticing that? Compared to the last 3 years her chest is twice as large, her thighs are also. Shut the fuck up. You're making things worse, Gustav cursed internally as he felt blood rush to a certain part of his body. Asterisk cough cough asterisk see you later Angie. Gustav turned around and sped away. How is he still so shy after all this time? Angie smiled while shaking her head before recalling she was similar. Her face turned red. I love him with all my heart, soul and body. The next day arrived very quickly. Gustav and the group didn't have to head to the arena since no main category was holding today. Only sub-categories were taking place today. Angie and Finks would be heading to the 7th disc for the last stage of the Varlin chase. As for the other sub-categories, Gustav had picked a couple of Earth substitutes to participate in them. As Earth's captain, he was still the leader or the substitutes as well, so he had to make sure he let right ones represent Earth in the sub-category that was suited them. Gustav wanted to witness the final stage of the Varlin chase in person, so he gave Eldris the task to take care of the rest. Fwywiesha tilde. Com 0v/L/bin// net on a large screen towards the east, a group of species could be seen running from a bunch of black round creature with cat whiskers. The black round creatures with cat whiskers moved so quickly, black streaks were all the screens could capture as they sped across the vicinity. Gustav, who witnessed the Varlins chasing the participants, was amongst the spectators who were able to properly follow the fast movements. They're already this fast in just 30 minutes. Glade voiced from the side. Yeah, that's more than 70 miles per second, Gustav analyzed. If they're already moving this quickly, then how fast will they be moving in the next hour? Matilda had a worried look on her face as she spoke. SS red energy phased out of Gustav as he stretched his hand forward to touch the spherical balls one after the other. A couple of minutes later all of the balls had turned from purplish to dark red while black electric arcs swam across it. The all emitted fierce destructive energy which the air to vibrate intensely due to their existence. Gustav went back to his seating position after imbuing them with more energy and looked upwards before whispering. Combine, he snapped his fingers. Z tilde Z tilde Z tilde. The spherical balls of destructive energy began to phase into one another at quick pace. With every combination, they grew larger and larger. A few seconds later, a gigantic building-sized orb had appeared. 3. The air sizzled with intensity upon the final product of the combination, causing weird reactions to the vicinity. Compress, Gustav voiced out. A space compression energy phased out of Gustav at this point and the massive spherical orb began to reduce in size. Do you know what you just created? The system voiced with a slight tone of terror. A planet-destroying orb. Yes, I'll call it planet-desecrating ORB, Gustav decided with a tone of delight. You are crazy, that thing can destroy a planet almost twice the size of Earth, the system yelled. Exactly why I call it backup, Gustav replied. Now let's make more, Gustav added. Did this idiot even hear what I just said? Hours upon hours passed and Gustav spent half the day creating more planet-desecrating orbs. He didn't stop even after creating more than 10 of them. This couldn't be called a backup anymore. It was more like a backup that had multiple other backups. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1176. Within the light barrier that encircled the location, a silver streak suddenly cut through a forest area. Multiple black streaks followed about a second later, chasing after the silver streak. The silver streak soon arrived before the tallest tree within the forest area and sped across it. In less than a second, the streak arrived at the top of this 7,000 feet tall tree. It's getting tasking again, I need to shake them off, the figure with silver and pink hair as well as 2 short horns on her forehead voiced. They are coming. SHS barely had a moment of rest as she spotted the approach of the black streaks once more. Just like her, they scaled across the tree in a jiffy. However, before they arrived at the top, she jumped off. 3 As her body traveled across the air, the Varlins were only just arriving at the top of the tree. I may not be able to attack them directly, but I can do this, she muttered while her entire figure gave off a silver glow. Doom. An outburst of silver-colored energy spread forth from her figure the instant she landed on another tree. Fwy. 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 Trees began to topple one after the other, including the one she had just landed upon. She had to leap off once again. The instant she landed on the ground, which currently had visibility issues due to the dust she stirred from her initial action, she turned towards the west and sped away. Thwoosh tilde as she sped away, her facial muscles squirmed a bit, making it look like her face would fall off, but a moment later, it went back to normal. In another part of the venue, Angie could be spotted running sideways on a sloppy mountainside. Her body was in a slanted position like the mountain as she sped across its sloppy surface with no issues. That cave would have been a good hiding spot if there wasn't a portal right there, Angie muttered underneath her breath. No Varlins could be seen chasing her as she was moving at a speed that was more than twice theirs. Her feet were starting to cut lines into the mountain, so she decided to descend so as not to split the entire mountain by mistake. Oh well, this is still too easy, she muttered while speeding across a plainland. Fwy tilde her figure blasted past another participant who was about to get caught by the Varlins. They instantly got attracted by her presence and turned around to give chase. However, they soon lost her due to speed and were unable to decide on which direction to head in. Time went by very quickly and soon only around 5 hours were left on the timer. Planet Foheng last representative disqualified, Planet Draconet last representative disqualified, Planet Tahuti last representative disqualified, Planet Riverk last representative disqualified. Disqualification announcements kept ringing out by the minute as more participants got disqualified. At this point only around 100 participants were left. More than 2,800 planets had been disqualified as well. There were barely any planets left with more than one representative. It got even worse after another 15 minutes went by. Now they are moving at 170 miles per second, Gustav analyzed from his spectating position. That's just insane. I can barely follow their speeds anymore, Matilda stated. And there is still over 3 hours left. Just how fast will they be moving by when the timer is less than an hour? Glade looked agitated as she spoke. The only person besides Angie who was able to move at the current speed was Gustav, but the group were worried that Angie might reach her speed limit before the timer counted down completely. Gustav, on the other hand, was more concerned about how many Varlins would be in there with them in the next hour. Currently there were about 6,000 Varlins that had appeared from the portals according to Gustav's calculation. He felt that the participants left would soon run out of space. By the time the Varlins filled everything, there wouldn't be any more room for movement, which would eventually lead to disqualification. PND no one tilde Augustav calculated that with the current rate of disqualification, less than 10 participants would be left in the next hour. And he wasn't wrong. 251, 27 DN Amit was going just as Gustav predicted. The sheer numbers of the Varlins was starting to become a problem as there was little room left. Angie could be spotted on the screen getting slower and slower as she tried to keep away from getting caught. Fwoosh tilde she soon stopped behind a giant rock and began panting heavily. Fuck, she muttered as her flesh began to squirm. LJKE there were worms underneath. A white foam-like substance fell from the side of her face, revealing a different look. Gnashing her teeth, she quickly sped forward as a bunch of Varlins arrived at her location. Bam! One landed from the air at her initial location. Fwy tilde as they bolted forward to make contact, she swerved repeated across the place. However, her figure suddenly glitches as she felt her speed getting sapped. Her left horn melted from her forehead as she tripped and tumbled across the ground suddenly. The instant she managed to get herself up, she had already been surrounded by the Varlins. Minutes later, Finks was teleported out of the venue. You did well, Gustav praised as he passed an energy snack to Finks. Sigh I could have tried to hold on longer, she muttered while receiving the snack. You did your best, now the rest is up to Angie, Gustav added. Finks had gone back to her original look after getting caught by the Varlins. She was already running out of energy. Gustav understood that this WSS mainly due to the fact that Finks had to use Angie abilities more to escape the Varlins who were multiplying and increasing at a rapid pace. Now only 7 participants were left. Angie was still doing well in escaping the Varlins, but they were becoming too many to count, and her opponents were not weak as well. They were evading the Varlins pretty well too. Fwywhy. Oh. You're fast for an Earthling, a participant with 27 wings voiced out. What is that supposed to mean? Angie questioned while sizing her up. The 7 mini wings lined up across her feet to her calves happened to be quite eye-catching. I'm saying your kind is usually slower, she voiced in reply. I hope you can keep this same confident tone when you lose, Angie stated as they sped forward side by side. Lose? You make me laugh, Earthling, the female participant who happened to be a terracile chuckled before speeding further ahead. Fwoowoom tilde her speed went up to 1,500,000 feet per second. Angie squinted her eyes before increasing her speed as well. Fauhumshumsh tilde the land was getting split apart as these two sped side by side. Angie had caught up with her again. Oh, is it a race? Let me join. Another participant with flaming limbs voiced as he approached from the left with an excited tone. A pericule? Looks like I need to show you lifeforms with lower speed, your place, the terracile voiced as she increased her speed once more. Her face soon turned shocked as Angie and the other participant caught up with her in a couple of moments. One more soon joined their race as well as they sped across the vicinity of the sub-challenge. Winds were soon stirred up as these 4 ran non-stop, increasing their speeds occasionally. Despite the size of the venue, they had run across it more than 100 times in a couple of minutes. 55 at this point only 3 participants were left. Angie, Maruv and Vilken. These 3 were Earth, Terracile and Pericule representatives. Due to their speed, no Varlin was able to approach them as they were currently moving at more than 2 million feet per second. They had created storms from their speed which kept blowing the Varlins away whenever they tried to approach the 3. Gustav had to admit he didn't expect this, but soon they would have to break it off since only one of them was expected to win. It's time for you 2 to lose, Vilken stated as he prepared to attack Angie and Maruv. You have to catch us first, fool, Maruv stated and suddenly increased her speed by over 100,000 feet again. Maruv had suddenly leapt into the air at this point, ready to kick Angie in the face as she was right beside him. The instant Angie was kicked out of the circle, the Varlins would be able to get her and he would have one less competitor. However, at this same moment Angie activated an ability. Thean's har tilde her left horn glowed a silver color that suddenly illuminated the environment. Vilken, who had leapt into the air, suddenly found himself moving in very slow motion. Chapter 1177 Losing Consciousness her? He expressed his confusion as Angie suddenly sped off while the heavy winds created from their speed blew him out of the circle. Thean's har tilde her left horn emitted a silver light that suddenly illuminated the environment. Vilken, who had leapt into the air, suddenly found himself moving in very slow motion. What is? The winds generated from the speed of Angie and Maruv, who were unhindered, sent Vilken spiraling across the air. Bam! He soon landed outside the encirclement and found himself surrounded by thousands of Varlins. Planet Pericule's last representative disqualified. The ability Angie had just activated was amongst the new abilities she got from connecting to her bloodline predecessor. It stole time and speed from a particular radius while other areas remained unaffected. Angie had already caught up once again with Murov, who kept trying to outrun her but to no avail. 012. 34 minutes went by and none of them had been caught by the Varlins. They were already in the last 15 minutes. The Varlins at this point were moving at over 300 miles per second, which was well over 1,500,000 feet per second. Despite how insanely fast this was, they weren't able to keep up with Angie and Maruv. The Varlins got pulled into the storm that was still maintained from their speed and kept swirling about. At this point it looked like they would both get to the end of the timer. The handlers hadn't expected this and only wanted one winner. Initiate the merge, the handler in charge of sub-challenge instructed. DD Hien tilde a beam suddenly descended upon the venue of the challenge, drawing the attention of the spectators. The instant this beam appeared, all of the Varlins started getting pulled into it and the storm generated from Angie and Maruv's speed disappeared. A loud roar rang out from within the beam the instant all of the Varlins got sucked completely into it. The beam disappeared in the next moment and everyone could see an enormous Varlin in the middle of the venue. It was up to 3,000 feet tall with a long 400 feet long tail and massive whiskers. Its eyes gleamed a dangerous white light as its massive black body moved. "That is troublesome," Falco muttered. Tilda Maruv and Angie suddenly felt a mighty pull the instant the Varlin moved. It suddenly appeared in front of them with its massive paws swinging downwards. Tilda Angie stepped towards the left instantly, barely missing the paws as they landed on the ground. Boom! Gusts of winds blasted across the vicinity, slamming heavily into Maruv and Angie the instant they escaped the paws. Angie found herself spiraling across the air from the sudden contact of the shockwaves along with Maruv. Elbin, net the creature swung both of its paws downwards once more in their directions since it was large enough to reach both of them without moving. This happened to be the deciding moment as both participants looked like they would be disqualified in this moment. Tilda Angius' left horn suddenly gleamed once more with the silver glow as the right paw of the Varlin slowed in descent for a moment. She groaned as she landed on her feet before it made contact with her. Tilda turning to the south, she blitzed off, appearing more than 1,000,000 feet away before its paws landed on the ground. Boom! It sounded like a nuclear weapon had gone off as its paws slammed onto the ground. The right one descended before the left due to Angius interference. Planet Terracile last representative disqualified. Now only Angie was left in the last stage. However, the others didn't rejoice yet. Maruv got disqualified because the rules of the challenge did not allow flight, which meant she was incapacitated till she landed on the ground. The massive Varlin didn't let her land before it got to her, and now that only Angie was left, it could focus on her alone. 007:31 The Varlin chased after Angie and caught up in a jiffy. It began slamming its paws down occasionally to disrupt the entire environment. Whenever this happened, Angie's entire figure would be thrown into the air and the Varlin would try to catch her in mid-air. However, Angie would take away part of its time and speed, giving herself the opportunity to escape. This happened over and over and over again till only a minute was left. 0:59 At this point Angie was weary and blood was oozing down her nose and forehead. She had nearly drained herself completely, repeatedly using that ability. "Come on Angie, less than 1 minute left," Glade voiced with a look of hope. The last few seconds were like days to Angie as time slowed down for her and the creature. Her vision was turning blurrier by the millisecond and she could feel her head was heavy. She decided to stop using the ability in the meantime and kept trying to keep as much distance between herself and the massive Varlin. However, this wasn't working as the Varlin kept adapting to her speed and catching up. There was also not enough room in the venue, which meant they were running in circles so much they could catch their own tail. 0:0:15:00, 0:14:00, 0:13:00, 0:12 Boom. In the last 10 seconds another shockwaves blasted across the vicinity as the Varlin suddenly leapt into the air and landed on the ground with its massive body. The ground responded by quaking and destructive ripples blasted across the place. Bang! The instant it hit Angie, she got swept across the air and instantly passed out in mid-air. Angie! Matilda and the others yelled as they spotted her body traveling across the air due to the shockwaves which were still spreading around. Her eyes were shot and the massive paws of the creature was headed for her. 0:07 The tension in the spectators' corner had risen to an insane level due to the number of seconds left. Would Angie get disqualified now? 0:06 The paws were only inches from making contact with her when mental manipulation has been activated. Wake up, Angie. She suddenly heard a familiar voice in her mind, causing her to open her eyes at the last moment. A silver glow suddenly coated the tip of Angie's right horn this time and an unexpected phenomenon occurred. As the silver glow from the tip of her right horn spread across the vicinity, the massive Varlin paw suddenly paused along the rest of its body, then began to reverse. Its actions began to reverse, with its pause rescinding and its leap into the air retracting along with the effects it brought. The distance between Angie and the creature suddenly increased as her right horn glow disappeared. Kura. She coughed out a mouthful of blood as she sped forward to further increase the gap between them. I still can't use it. Seconds later, the Varlin chase last stage has ended. Earth wins plus 700 points to Earth. Loud cheers reverberated across the vicinity as Angie's unconscious figure was teleported out of the venue. Gustav and the others quickly ran to where she was receiving medical treatment. That ended up being way intense than I expected. As the Varlin chase came to an end, the spectators moved to other parts of the 8-disc where other subcategories were ongoing. Other subcategories had long begun, but Gustav wasn't interested in spectating their substitutes. At the moment he stayed in a room with Angie laying on a bed. She's still unconscious. Eldris walked in. Yeah, Gustav replied. Should we get a substitute to replace her for the Viandu Egg Challenge tomorrow? He inquired. No one can replace her, but just in case, yes, we should have someone with speed abilities, ready to substitute with her for tomorrow, Gustav responded. I understand. When do you think she'll wake? Eldris said with a disturbed look. I don't know, she used something she shouldn't have. Gustav's face surprisingly looked unbothered despite how he was feeling at the moment. The time rewinding ability, right? Eldris muttered. Gustav nodded in response. Her body doesn't seem accustomed to such power. SS now my little Sheila. Great-grandpa will pay up okay. The aura of sharpness around Grand Commander Shen reduced as he pat Sheila on her head. How are you two even related? She's. Timmy voiced out with a look of confusion. In black doesn't mean G grandpa isn't my relative, you fool. I was just born with a different skin color, Sheila yelled out. Oh. Timmy nodded in response. Anyways, it is time for you all to gear up for ISOP, Grand Commander Shen announced. I have assembled a technological team specially tasked with assisting you all in this. Your spacecraft will be ready to leave within the hour, Grand Commander Shen added. This is an amplifier. You all have 4 amplification shots before it runs out, so make sure you make use of it wisely during ISOP. A bolt in suit shell, healing meds, follow current novels on top novelful. Com. Chapter 1178 Viandu Egg Challenge. What better time is there than now to go all out? Stop wavering and make use of what you have, Gustav added. Although I wouldn't advise overdoing it like Angie did, so as it won't result to the same situation, he added. She didn't have any other choice. I don't think she would have done so under normal circumstances, Eldris said before placing his hand on Gustav's shoulder. Don't worry yourself, she'll be fine, Eldris added with a comforting tone. Gustav nodded before Eldris walked out. A few moments later, Matilda and Glade walked in with some food. The time in planet Osius flowed differently from that of Earth. Not only was the galaxy home to a completely different orbit, the planets and major star was completely different as well. Compared to Earth, planet Osius' day was almost 3 times longer. This was why major or subcategories could continue on for a long period of time within just a day. Currently, it was almost nightfall and Angie had been unconscious for about 37 hours. At this point, Gustav already felt that she might not awaken till after the next category began. If she didn't wake before then, she would be unable to participate even if she regained consciousness before the category ends. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav activated God Eyes for the umpteenth time and could see that Angie didn't have any complications. Just as he had seen the many other times he scanned her body, she only seemed to be recovering energy very slowly, which was why she hadn't regained consciousness. There's no point, she's not reawakening before the next main category begins, the system voiced in Gustav's mind. Comnovel / by N / net. Is there a way to speed up her recovery? Gustav inquired. There is, but I think it's best to let her recover naturally. Her body will naturally come back stronger so long as there is no outside interference, the system replied. Alright then, so long as she is okay. Gustav softly caressed Angie's silver hair as he noted internally. You have to take her out of your plans, at least for now, the system voiced internally. That's the only option. This makes things a little more difficult. Angie is truly irreplaceable, but I guess we'll have to make do, Gustav decided as SJ appeared behind him. Geeing in tilde. You're hungry? Gustav questioned as he turned around and rubbed SJ affectionately. Flicker tilde, the glowing light within flickered repeatedly in response. Is it ready? Within one of the accommodation rooms, some creatures resembling humans but with multiple limbs and star-like patterns on their bodies could be seen in an encirclement. Yes, one of them who stood in the middle with what looked like a black candle voiced. Captain Strum, with the flame of the primordial link, we are sure to appear in the same place, the one in the middle added. Sure, I hope it works. This will help us win easily, the largest in their midst with a half-black, half-white face, responded. In another accommodation location, a group with acorn-shaped white heads were also holding a meeting. I must kill that earthling. I won't be satisfied if I don't kill him, Yuziki yelled. We have the chance to do that in the Viandu Egg Challenge, another teammate by the name Dartin spoke. Captain, we have to end that earthling for Under's sake, Yuziki said once more. It is only because of Under that this happened in the first. I am against partaking in any form of vengeance, Captain Illumo responded. Under is one of us, no matter what happened. Gustav Crimson deserves to pay for what he did, another teammate stated. They had a bet and he failed. It is the consequences of his own actions. Drop it, Captain Illumo voiced with a tone of authority. His voice reverberated across the place for a couple of seconds, causing silence before he spoke again. Now we have more important matters at hand. The Viandu Egg Challenge, Captain Illumo. In another accommodation location, a similar scene could be seen playing out with a different group of species. It is best we use this to eliminate some competition, one of the flaming-headed species voiced. Give me a list of participants you have in mind. The next day arrived in a jiffy and the participants began leaving for the 4th disc. As for the spectators, the arena on the 9th disc would be displaying the challenge from start to finish on the multiple screens floating in mid-air. The Viandu Egg Challenge would be holding for a duration of 3 weeks, so the spectators were bound to not witness the entirety of it, but a lot of them had vowed to witness most of it. We are here today with Foheng participants. Who do you think would win the Viandu Egg Challenge? A couple of Earth's reporters who were allowed to come witness ISOP in person questioned some of the participants on their way to the 4th disc. Floating cameras that transmitted the footages back to Earth could be spotted around them. We will win, of course. None of them can stand against us, one of Foheng representatives stated. Who are you most wary of? Another reporter questioned. Strum, Vilax, Erland, Phyrus and Crimson. They still can't hold a candle, one of them answered. Who are you most wary of? The reporters would occasionally ask the participants they came into contact with. Crimson, Strum, Vilax, Phyrus, Ironed, Volume 10. Vilax, Strum, Volume 10, Crimson, Strum, Gasula, E.E. Endrick, Strum, Crimson, Phyrus, Ironed. While everyone had a list to give, certain names always popped up every time from different species. The participants had been taking note of the opponents who had been performing the best out of over 50,000 participants. The Earth reporters approached yet another group with multiple limbs and star-like patterns on their bodies. Captain Strum, who are you most wary of? They questioned the one with the black and white face. Nobody, he answered with a proud smile. Not even the participants who have been doing the best so far? No one is good enough to waste a 1-second thought on, Captain Strum responded. Then who do you think will win? The reporters questioned yet again. Captain Strum stated before walking away with his teammates. Just after they left, a group with dark clothes covering their entire body also passed as well, emitting a dreadful energy. Is that? Captain Gustav Crimson is approaching, let's question him too. Few Tilda were finally here, Teamy voiced as they arrived within a massive hall missing a roof. Captain, I really appreciate you giving me the chance to be a part of the main team, a participant with green eyes and hair voiced. Never mind about it, we just needed to fill in the space, Gustav said with a dismissive tone. Still, I am grateful, the new addition replied with respect. I welcome you all to the Viandu Egg Challenge, Handler 1, who happened to be standing on an exalted podium, announced with an excited tone. Everyone focused their attention on him the instant he started speaking. As you may already be aware, this challenge will be holding for 3 weeks, and your tasks are as follows. True and tilde and holographic projection of different colors of eggs soon appeared before everyone. These eggs were up to 3 feet tall, and the colors they each had were violet, indigo, orange, neon, dark red, ultramarine, raisin, black. The colors of the eggs displayed on the holographic screens were specifically listed out as Handler 1 resumed briefing them. One of each with the colors listed must be found and combined at the designated points. The combination of all 7 eggs with each color would form a Viandu egg, which of course gives a certain amount of points. The team with the highest number of points at the end of the 3 weeks is the winner, Handler 1 explained lengthily. Son, a small piece of block. This male avoided the lightning strikes from above and even parried them sometimes as the small piece of block kept taking him forward. He is getting there, Glade voiced out. Do you really think he can surpass Fildhor's record? Falco questioned. Doubt it, Teamy and Glade responded at the same time. They briefly glanced at each other before turning away. On the screen, a golden-colored lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky and landed right in the turbulent sea. Fauhuhum tilde the sea suddenly rose with intensity, throwing the purple-haired male high into the sky. The piece of block kept spiraling intensely in the air as he reached out to grab it. However, before his hand could make contact with it, thra tilde 7 lightning bolts descended from 7 different positions in the sky and struck him down. Bam! His figure evaporated in the next instant, and a display of "Game Over" was shown on the holographic screen. Some of them let out disappointment sounds as a figure who was standing up ahead pulled a transparent helmet off his head. This was the same person who had been displayed on the holographic screen. He had a face full of smiles, even though he was a bit disappointed as he approached the group. I tried my best, Dennis voiced out. Yeah, you tried, some of them nodded. I will break the record, one of them who was flat-faced voiced out with confidence. We should probably go and join the others in training, Falco said to Teamy and Glade. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1179. I don't intend to kill anyone. If a participant receives 3 strikes, they will get disqualified. With this announcement, the faces of many participants flashed with a dark expression. Handler 1 mentioned how a participant would be instantly disqualified if they were deliberately trying to kill or successfully murder another participant, as opposed to it being a mistake. After Handler 1 mentioned a couple more things. Fluorescent glowing doorways began to appear all over within this massive roofless hall. Once you go through the light, you'll arrive within the venue, but as mentioned earlier, you all will be scattered across the 4th disc, Handler 1 stated. Let the Viandu Egg Challenge begin. The participants began to move towards the glowing doorways closer to them. Despite Handler 1 mentioning they would end up in different places, groups still went in together. As Gustav and the others moved towards the one closest to them, another group followed right after. It's time, Gustav voiced as they approached the light. Remember the plan, guys, Eldris stated. They all nodded with serious expressions. We'll be waiting for the link, EE said to Gustav, and they headed into the light. Gustav Crimson, you will par. Gustav heard a familiar voice trail off as he disappeared into the light. Looks like someone intends to use the Viandu Egg Challenge as cover to try to eliminate me, Gustav thought as his figure continued to sink into the light. Looks like your nice streak ends here. I don't think you've gone this long without killing anyone, the system replied internally. I don't intend to kill anyone still, so stop with the instigation, Gustav announced internally. Oh, we'll see about that, the system chuckled. Gustav, TCH. In the next moment, Gustav found himself falling from a sky with ice clusters. Bang! Bang! His body slammed into some frosted clouds that remained in a stationary position in the sky. Parts of them instantly came crumbling down. Looks like the 4th disc is extremely cold, the system voiced as Gustav began to leap from ice cluster to ice cluster. Yeah, the North Pole pales in comparison to this, Gustav stated as he leapt off another icy platform. Fwyrui tilde his body began to free fall unhindered, and now he could finally spread his perception. An area of ice rocks. Interesting, Gustav muttered as his senses spread across the vicinity. He could sense the frost-covered grounds and then multiple icy rocks scattered across the place as he descended. His senses were still spreading, so he was slowly picking up on more of the terrain while descending from the sky. There's fire. Bang. Gustav soon landed on a 200 feet tall icy rock, causing it to crumble. How is there fire in such a place? Gustav turned to stare northeast as he sensed this. From what he sensed, it wasn't coming from a person instead, the source seemed to be something unexpected. This of course drew his attention as he turned in its direction and began to head there. The icy rocks mostly were around 200 to 500 feet. They weren't very tall. Fuhush tilde Gustav sped towards the direction he sensed the flames and arrived on a high terrain where he could spot a 1,000 feet tall tree in the distance. This tree was ablaze with blue flames that looked undying, but the white leaves on them didn't seem affected in the slightest as well. Gustav could see that right in front of the tree was the entrance to a completely ice cave where multiple icicles could already be spotted. Looks like I have company, Gustav muttered while squinting his eyes as he spotted 3 participants walking into the cave that seemed to lead further underground. What was more unnerving was, they were teammates. It turned out these 3 had arrived here at together. So much for separation. Some insane luck they have, Gustav muttered as he spread his senses further out. Gustav's perception was currently so great that he could cover up to 3/4 of the Earth, however the 4th disk was more than 30 times larger than Earth. With the current challenge, the dimensional expansion machine had been used to make it an even larger land mass. It was impossible to tell how big it was presently. Despite how far Gustav spread his senses, he couldn't find a single Earth participant. Unfortunately, he discovered there were more participants in the vicinity who were headed in this direction. The eggs tend to be found easily underground than in other places. Gustav recalled one of the things Handler 1 mentioned as he glanced at the icy cave entrance up ahead. Fuhush tilde his figure disappeared down the path and into the cave in the next instant. Why the hell is it so cold? Glade cursed as she conjured a red glowing jacket around her figure. As she tried looking around, all she could see was a thick layer of fog that affected her senses. All she could tell was, she was on a sloppy terrain. Bam! Heh! Who the? She was about to curse as her figure bumped into someone, when she noticed who it was. You again? Timmy voiced with a look of shock. Dash, that's my line dweeb. How are you here too? She questioned. Don't tell me we somehow got linked again because of that. Timmy forehead scrunched. Yeah, it is the only explanation, Glade found herself agreeing with him. They both pouted before turning to face separate directions. We should get moving and at least gather something before Gustav link. Timmy turned to the east and began walking forward, while Glade turned towards the west and performed the same action. Her. They both paused at the same time before turning around. Where are you going? Bastard, I should be the one asking you that. Let's go this way. No, let's go this way, dummy. They both argued for a bit before playing a game and finally deciding to head south. You lost, Timmy voiced as they walked away. You too, idiot, Glade replied while her tail rose in frustration. Would it kill you to be more ladylike? Ladylike? What's that? Is it a training regimen? Facepalm tilde they both soon arrived outside the foggy area after traveling for a bit. Just as suspected, they had been on a sloppy terrain all this time. As they arrived outside the fog, they realized they had been walking down a frosted hill. At the bottom of the hill were buildings of sorts made from ice. However, there weren't just buildings up ahead, there were also people. Fwu tilde both of them activated their bloodline at the same time, causing their bodies to emit reddish glows. You ready? Timmy questioned. Yeah, Glade eyes squinted upon response. Let's go. Atop what seemed like a frosted statue, a teenage-looking kid with dark curly hair could be spotted in a squatting format. He looked down upon a terrain filled with icy mountains. The frosted statue was shaped to resemble a bird with 4 massive wings. It was very large and seemed to be resting on a mountaintop as well. This reminds me of there. The dark curly-haired figure muttered. A green dotted glow appeared on his forehead in the next instant along with a familiar voice. Indeed, but the frosted medieval kingdom was a much pleasurable sight compared to this, Husarius' voice rang out. Bang! Bang! Boom! The sounds of collision rang out as a battle played out in the distance. Well, this is to be expected since they landed together in a location that happened to have eggs on display in the frost, Endrick voiced as he kept watching the battle between a couple of participants. Do you intend to take the eggs? Husarius questioned. I do. Once someone wins, Endrick replied. I hope you are aware that you are not the only one waiting, Husarius voiced. I am. In the end, it will be a matter of speed and timing, Endrick responded once more while his eyes darted across the vicinity. Bang! Talk about inconvenience, Ealdris mumbled as he slowly retracted his fist from the gut of a white spider-like creature. What a way to spawn, right? Replied from the side as snapped his finger. Bam. 3. Bam. 3. Bam. 6 vortexes opened above them and creatures' boxy parts began to fall from them. Limbs, skull, teeth, internal organs, and the likes, just kept raining down. You say it like it's a video game, Ealdris chuckled upon hearing ES' response. I'm saying bro, there's no way these handlers niggas didn't play games from Earth, voiced with an excited tone. Haha, that may be the case but then we have to gather any color of eggs we can find before Gustav's link, Ealdris reminded of the most important aspect after they had finished dealing with the creatures in the vicinity. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1180 Acquiring 4 eggs. Haha, that may be the case but then we have to gather any color of eggs we can find before Gustav's link, Ealdris reminded of the most important aspect after they had finished dealing with the creatures in the vicinity. Which way do we go from here? Asked as he looked around. All he could see was a long flat terrain of frost. Nothing could be spotted in the vicinity for miles. I think this place is an original location on the real map of the 4th disc. Look at those markings, Ealdris called attention to some engravings on the frosty ground a couple of feet south. I didn't check the map since Gustav said it would be switched, replied. He did but he also said some locations might remain original, we just might have spawned in one of them, Ealdris pointed out. So are we heading south? Questioned. No, we have to head north, we should find some lowlands in that direction which increases our chances of coming into contact with eggs, Ealdris clarified. Nodded and they began to head forward after the agreement. This must be one of those points. Elevra stood before a 10 feet tall machine with 7 spherical-shaped slots on its surface. The machine had a hole atop it and was shaped to look similar to a funnel. Elevra happened to have spawned very close to this, which was a bit surprising to her. I need to gather some eggs first, she turned around while looking around. She noticed she was currently on an unknown ice summit and right behind her were multiple holes on the icy mountain. Elevra stepped forward and stopped in front of one of the holes which was large enough for 2 people to jump in. The hole looked like an icy slide that led somewhere within the mountain. This made Elevra intrigued. She turned around once more, observed the vicinity and could only see white frosted mountains in the distance. Elevra stepped forward after her inspection, dropping straight into the icy hole. Her body slid down the icy opening as she found herself within a dimly lit space. Blue, Gustav squatted before a 3 feet tall egg. He was within a dimly lit ice cave. All that could be seen in the vicinity were rough icy walls, displaying the reflection of the environment along with rays of light from small spaces above. One could occasionally spot cluster of icicles hanging from the cave ceiling as well as spotting some of them on the ground in specific areas within the cave. I'll take this. Gustav picked up the bluish egg and tapped on his storage button. Zing tilde, the egg disappeared and he turned to the side to carry the rest of the colored eggs in the vicinity. In the next instant and he began walking forward. Do you intend to use the colored egg for what I think you will? The system questioned. Most likely. Gustav replied as he continued stepping forward while inspecting the environment. He was well aware that eggs he took were not a part of the required eggs for creating a Viandu egg since they had a different color to what was expected. However, he had his reasons for acquiring it. Gustav's senses had already spread across the entire cave, so he knew the exact direction to head in so as to get more eggs. However, it would seem he wasn't the only one who was aware of where the eggs were located within the cave. Gustav could already see the figures ahead of him, heading in the same direction as he had in mind. The cave had multiple chambers and spaces. It was easy for a person to get lost here since the paths below would lead to 3 separate areas at once, making it difficult for a person to pick which direction to head in. Gustav, on the other hand, had chosen the left and right entrances to different chambers, and for the last one, he was supposed to go left, which would help him end up where another set of eggs were located. Just as expected, the trio ahead of him also went left. Gustav arrived a couple of feet away from the entrance to the next chamber and felt a presence awaken. I didn't sense that initially. Gustav's eyebrows creased as he moved towards the side and focused his perception in the direction of the presence. Patik galau slabitu venri labashaba ori. The alien participants celebrated as they spotted the numerous eggs embedded in the northern part of the icy walls. They couldn't hide their excitement as they saw the eggs bore the required colors for making a Viandu egg. Ukashitkak tahilyu vavi labai soju. Let's get them out of the ice and mark this area so we can come back here. The participants with massive transparent wings flew towards the eggs embedded in the icy walls. Just as one of them placed their hands on an egg, a loud rumbling reverberated across the vicinity. It was accompanied by a mighty roar that caused the cave to tremble immensely. Ice fell from the ceiling area as the ground split open in some areas. The participants were alarmed, but before they could react, a massive furry head phased out of the ground and instantly ripped off one of them left arm. Ku! The participant screamed in pain as green blood poured out of where his arm was initially situated. He had been lucky enough to get the help of one of his teammates who flew with speed and dragged him away in time, or his entire existence would have been swallowed up. Thwoosha tilde as the cave rumbled intensely, the presence that had been hidden underneath the ground floor of the cave bursted forth with part of its body still hidden in the ice. The entire place turned foggy in a matter of moments as the participants tried to leave a small distance between themselves and the creature. It looked like a snake and a dragon without wings all at the same time, but happened to be very massive and whitish. It looked like it was made out of frost. One of the participants flapped their wings intensely, causing the fog to suddenly clear. However, the instant they did, they noticed the face of the creature was already right in front of them. Fortunately, his figure blurred as the face of the creature flew past him while he appeared up to 100 feet higher than his initial position. Bang! The creature slammed into another ice wall behind, which just happened to be very close to where Gustav was hiding. Chunks of ice blasted across the vicinity as the walls came crumbling down. The entrance to the chamber became wider as well, revealing the presence of the person behind it. Who? The participants as well as the massive creature paused as they spotted Gustav with an unknown round floating object beside him which happened to be emitting a mysterious glow. What made them pause wasn't his presence or the presence of the glowing object floating beside him. What made them pause in their tracks was the blue egg in his grasp, which turned into a violet-colored egg right before their very eyes. As their eyes darted towards the ice wall on the other end where the eggs with the required colors were embedded, they noticed some of them had been replaced with a different color. The blue egg Gustav was holding onto a moment ago was right in the space where a violet-colored egg was initially, and now the violet-colored egg was in Gustav's grasp. "Hi," Gustav voiced with an innocent tone as the egg disappeared into his storage button. "Ooh!" The creature roared with intensity as it charged at Gustav. "Get him!" The participants yelled as well. "Bye," Gustav said as he looked upwards. Lightning Blitz has been activated. His figure suddenly turned into a lightning streak as he blasted straight through the ceiling and disappeared into the sky in an instant. The creature missed Gustav by a few inches, causing it to roar more in anger. However, he was long gone. It turned around after noticing the approach of the participants and lunged at them angrily. Gustav had left them to take the full brunt of his actions, which had triggered the snake-like creature to get even angrier. Fui tilde Gustav figure began to fall from the sky once more after reaching a certain height. His figure had already repeatedly blasted through some floating ice on his way up. He had to cancel lightning blitz in the next moment he activated it, but he already crossed more than 100,000 feet height before he could. Gustav turned towards the south. I've gotten 4 eggs now, but I can't go back to that cave since what it has left are repetition of the same colors of eggs. Follow current novels on tapnovelful.com. Chapter 1181 Gustav turned towards the south. I've gotten 4 eggs now, but I can't go back to that cave since what it has left are repetition of the same colors of eggs. Best to head this way, he decided as wings sprouted out of his back. Fuehui tilde he flew off into the distance in the next instant, leaving a whitish hue across the sky due to his speed. Shit. Why are these idiots after me? Finks cursed as she sped across the surface of a frozen-in and unknown location within the 4th disk. Finks found herself running from a duo who wouldn't stop chasing her. The duo had white heads and transparent skins. They were obviously participants and not the dangerous beasts that were said to lurk on the 4th disk. Finks, who had this moment, had her natural look, was finding it difficult to escape them. Stop running, Earthling. One of them yelled and created multiple icy hurricanes up ahead. Finks, who was aiming for a particular cave up ahead, had to change direction due to the incoming hurricanes. Massive icicles began to get pulled into the hurricane and started getting flipped out like arrows getting fired off a bow. Finks wasn't very fast, but she wasn't too slow either and managed to evade the icicles shooting from the hurricanes in her direction. Bang! 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 She managed to evade the 6th one by a hairbreadth, which gave her a small bruise on her left arm as it shot past her and stabbed into the icy surface behind. It seemed as though the duo in pursuit could manipulate the hurricanes easily to their utmost desire even after it had been formed. Finks kept running after changing directions and finally came across another icy cave entry. She managed to get through it this time, and both participants also abandoned the surface to infiltrate the cave entrance as well. Close to a minute later they came across another duo who were also participants but from a different planet. They had reptile-like head with purple mohawk growing out the middle of their head. Both participants looked no different from each other. Finks was nowhere to be found. Did you see anyone pass by here? They questioned the duo, one of which happened to be leaning on the other for support. They went this way, the one holding up the other participant voiced. One of the other two who had been chasing Finks spotted a small drop of blood running down the neck of the participant Wj was leaning on the other. However, they didn't make much of it and headed in the direction this participant pointed them in. Fu tilde the participant who was supporting the other heaved a sigh of relief after the other two left. They slowly helped the one who was leaning for support down. I apologize for this, a familiar voice was heard from the participant mouth. They turned around at this point and headed out of the cave. I need to gather eggs. In a flash 3 days had gone by, and during this time, the participants had been trying their best to acquire eggs. Some had already acquired different colors of eggs already, but it was unknown how many had managed to form a Viandu eggs. There were a lot of issues ranging from acquiring eggs to finding the ones with the required colors. During the briefing with Handler 1, he already mentioned that there would be other colors of eggs that weren't amongst the Viandu required eggs and that these eggs bore no importance. It was also possible to acquire a color of egg that was awfully close to that of the required egg, which was another reason the participants had to be careful. Handler 1 had also mentioned that the eggs could mostly be found underground, but what he hadn't mentioned was the repetition of colors. It was impossible to find all of the eggs with the required colors in a single place. There could be tens of eggs with the same color, which made it even more difficult to acquire a complete set required for creating a Viandu egg. Fights would occasionally break out in different areas due to groups or individuals spitting another color of egg they hadn't acquired at the same time. An opposing participant also spotted it. The Earth participants were still waiting for Gustav's link, but as agreed earlier on, they were gathering as many eggs as they could in the meantime. They had dimensional storage buttons like Gustav did, so storing the eggs they had acquired wasn't an issue. They could take as many as they wanted. Gustav hadn't picked a designated point for everyone to meet up at first because he wanted to acquire a full set of color variety necessary for creating a Viandu egg. So far he had only gotten 4 colors: dark red, neon, orange, and blue. Denon blue of course was useless, but these were the current 4 colors he had in his possession. He had more than 4 eggs in total, but the rest were replications of the same colors. He had visited more caves in the last few days but without any luck. Gustav felt the frosty caves within a particular radius most likely had the same color variations. Due to this, Thorgstad had decided to distance himself more from where he had managed to acquire his first eggs. After continuous flight throughout the last night, Gustav could sense another flaming area in the distance. His mind instantly reeled back to when he found one in front of the first cave he visited. Could it be? Gustav's mind formed a myriad of possibilities as he closed in on the source of the flames. He arrived there moments later and landed on a plain icy ground. Bam! The heat spreading from the flames were proof that it was authentic, but there was no logic behind how the leaves and branches were not affected in the slightest bit. However, the wonders of this tree didn't draw Gustav's attention as much as the cave that happened to be a couple feet ahead. Just like the last cave he got into, this one also happened to have a flaming but unaffected tree mounted right in front. Gustav had suspicions and speculations running through his mind at this point, but he wasted no time before heading into the cave which led him underground. He sped through the chambers, inspecting them one after the other. Minutes later Gustav was back outside the cave entrance with a look of contemplation on his face. Since it's looted already, you might as well just check the others around, the system voiced in his mind. Yeah, but to prove my current speculation, I would need to find another one like this. If I manage to find new colors within the ones around here, Gustav voiced out loud. I guess. Can you sense it? The system questioned. Sense what? Gustav inquired. I guess not, the system voiced in response. Sense what? Gustav asked once more. Just keep going, the system refused to elaborate. Gustav decided not to ask anymore, knowing the system wouldn't spill, but he already had an idea of what the system was referring to. In his mind, he was 99% sure he was correct. His figure blurred as he leapt into the sky. Boom! The ice caved in at his initial location as a ripple of frost blasted in every direction. He body traveled across a distance of more than 50,000 feet before he began to descend. Frosted rocks could be seen scattered across the vicinity as his figure descended. Bam! He landed at the top of a icy rock few moments later and happened to witness a battle ongoing between a couple of participants. Bang! 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 Attacks were being hurled left, right, and center as the participants battled for reasons which obviously pertained to the eggs. Chunks of ice blasted across the vicinity and the ground caved in multiple areas as powerful attacks collided. Gustav wasn't interested in their fight and didn't intend to be dragged in, so he spread his senses across the vicinity even more, infiltrating the caves around. Unsurprisingly, there were other participants underground, and he also found out that all the caves around here connected to each other. God Eyes has been activated. His sight phased through the layers of thick ice and arrived underground, giving him a clear view of the chambers. Just like the initial cave he checked before coming here, he could see holes in the icy underground walls. These holes were the same size as the eggs, which depicted a single thing: the caves had been looted. Gustav heaved a sigh of disappointment after the discovery and was about leaving when he thought of something. Chapter 1182. It's probably dead. Gustav heaved a sigh of disappointment after the discovery and was about leaving when he thought of something. When did I become so nice that I'm willing to stay out of trouble instead of getting the job done? He wondered as he turned to stare at the 8 participants up ahead who were battling. He was well aware that they were fighting because of the eggs, or what was left of them from the caves in this area. Which meant he could get it from them, but for some reason he had been wanting to stay out of trouble. I'm changing. Gustav was self-aware, however he knew that this wasn't the time for any self-reflection. God Eyes has been activated. He activated God Eyes once more and glanced in the direction of the battle. There were 7 participants in total who were battling each other. 2 were the same species, while the remaining 5 were different species. Gustav recognized every single one of them and immediately identified the different planets they represented. The 2 who were teammates weren't getting the upper hand despite there being 2 of them. One of them also happened to be holding onto an egg as they tried dealing with the attacks. It was no surprise that we other 5 were doing attacking in unison to get the egg from the 2 teammates, so in the meantime they weren't enemies to each other. The battle wouldn't end if they managed to get the egg from the 2. Gustav squatted in place and extended his index and thumb fingers a few centimeters away from his face. He proceeded to join the tips of the right and left index and thumb fingers together before staring through the space formed like it was a scope. Shutting his right eye, Gustavs focused his sight on the egg which was in the possession of the participant that had just successfully escaped another attack. Despite the battle happening more than 4,000 feet away, Gustav's sight was on the egg like it was just inches away from his eyes. "SJ, get it," Gustav commanded. Zing tilde, the sacred jewel, appeared in the next instant, and along with it was the appearance of a blue egg. After the blue egg and the sacred jewel appeared, the sacred jewel emitted a bright glow causing the egg to float in mid-air. Ting tilde, the egg flashed with a blue light and the color changed in the next instant to a violet-colored egg. The participant who was holding onto a violet-colored egg while trying to escape the onslaught of the other attackers hadn't noticed the change in color of the egg in their grasp. Gustav grabbed the violet-colored egg right in front of him and smirked, for eggs acquired. Just as Gustav was about to keep the violet-colored egg away, the participants up ahead took notice of the color change. "Hold on. It's blue." 2 of them who were initially about to attack earlier paused while pointing this out. "What?" The participant who was holding onto the egg raised it with a shocked look as the middle of his head turned red. "Who did this?" Fire blazed from the middle of his head as he yelled. Both himself and his teammates stared at the 5 before them with looks of anguish. "It couldn't have been us. We were right here," one of the 5 voiced out. Their faces calmed a bit as they realized that the participant was right, but this left them with more confusion. "I saw a flash of light in that direction, and when I stared at the egg I noticed it had changed color. I saw the flash of light too, from the top of that ice rock," 2 out of the 5 participants pointed out, and everyone turned to stare in Gustav's direction. "There's someone there. He has the egg." A participant among them who had the ability to ALOS view things from a long distance noticed the egg before Gustav kept it in his storage button. "Get him!" they yelled out as they leapt into the air and sped in Gustav's direction. Zing tilde, at this point Gustav had already kept the egg in his storage button when he noticed the participants headed for him. They caught on quite quickly, he muttered while standing to his feet. Attacks were already formulating and being thrown forward, but before any of them could close in on Gustav. "Bye," he waved at the oncoming participants as he activated an ability. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Right before their very eyes, Gustav's body dematerialized and turned into a lightning streak. Through tilde, the blue streak phased past them with intense speed, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. Flames, energy strikes and all sorts of attacks landed atop the rock after Gustav disappeared, causing it to come crashing down. Frost scattered in every direction after the bombardment of attacks, but Gustav was already long gone. "Let's chase him," one of them suggested with a look of dissatisfaction. "No point, whatever running technique he used just now is just as fast as teleportation. We won't be able to catch him," another participant voiced. "I saw who it was the Captain of Earth, Gustav Crimson," one of them revealed. "Him? What a sneaky coward," another one yelled. "I'll make sure to pay him back for this. Let's just look for another one." Gustav soon arrived in another location that was no less than 200,000 feet away from the initial. He landed within an area that just so happened to have nothing but plain icelands for a long stretch. "This is still a part of that territory. I need to move further away." Gustav happened to recall something at this moment. The third daily task was to defeat a frost Raikin. Gustav stared at the sky. The skies looked gloomy as usual, so one couldn't tell the time, neither could they tell if it was day or night. Despite its dimness, it still emitted a little bit of light that never increased or decreased. The day is ending already. Although one couldn't associate day and night with the way time operated within the fourth disc, Gustav was able to tell that the third day was nearly over. This also meant he would fail his daily task if he didn't battle with a frost Raikin and win. So now I gotta head back, Gustav muttered as he noticed he couldn't find any icy rock or cave in the vicinity. He couldn't start looking for another icy rock and cave since he didn't know the terrain or have a map with him. This was why he decided to head back to the one he had already been to. Gustav proceeded to tap on his left wrist. Tranquil, the dimensional bracelet strapped to his wrist appeared, displaying checkpoint areas. Gustav chose one. He recently made a checkpoint and a computerized voice could be heard next. 3, 2, 1. Zing. A flash of blue light encapsulated Gustav's figure and he disappeared in the next moment. He reappeared before a massive flaming white tree in the next instant. A couple of feet away was the entrance to a familiar-looking icy cave. This was the same cave Gustav had first infiltrated to get his first 3 eggs. Fortunately for him, he planted a checkpoint here before he went into the cave. He also planted a checkpoint before the second flaming tree he came across for reasons known to him. He had also decided he would plant another checkpoint if he was to find a flaming tree like this one in another location. Gustav wasted no time before walking into the cave. Thwoosh. With his speed, he soon arrived in front of the same chamber where the 2 participants he first met were battling with the creature that suddenly phased out of the cave ground. That creature happened to be a frost Raikin. Gustav wouldn't have known this if the system didn't announce its identity the moment it phased out of the ground 3 days back. Gustav could see that the place still looked roughened up with chunks of ice forming a small hill at a corner and a massive hole in one of the walls. Some eggs were still embedded in the northern walls, but these eggs were colors Gustav already possessed, so he didn't need them. However, he had to provoke the creature to show up, so Foohoosh. Gustav sped forward and arrived before one of the eggs. He grabbed hold of it and pulled it out of its hole, expecting the creature to appear. The place was as silent as a graveyard even after more than 30 seconds had gone by. Gustav had a look of confusion as he jumped up a little and pulled another egg out of the wall. However, even after many seconds had gone by there was no form of disturbance, neither did he sense any presence. It's probably dead or maybe it left, the system said internally. Thanks Captain Obvious. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1183, Let's go after his teammates. It's probably dead or maybe it left, the system said internally. Thanks Captain Obvious. You're welcome Dumbo, the system replied. Gustav ignored the system and looked around the place properly. There was more destruction in view compared to the time he was here. This was to be expected since Gustav fled, leaving the other 2 participants to face the fury of the frost Raikin. Did they manage to slay it? Gustav felt this was unlikely since one of them got seriously injured and there was no corpse nearby. He decided not to overthink it and crouched for a moment before leaping upwards. Thun. His figure blasted through the ceiling of the frost cave and arrived above the surface in the next moment. I need to find another one, Gustav muttered while looking around. There were more caves in the vicinity, so all Gustav did was spread his senses outwards to infiltrate the underground areas of the caves so he could inspect if there were any more signs of battles within tier ones around. Gustav sped forward in the next instant, crossing a long terrain of icy mountains and leaping across thousands of feet. In a couple of moments, he arrived before another cave and quickly went in. Few seconds later, a repeat of what happened in the other cave played out again. Gustav was back on the surface as he couldn't find a frost Raikin. He searched more for them and after an hour of searching all across, notifications popped up in his line of sight. Daily Task 3 incomplete, 30 minutes left. The notification was a reminder of how much time he had left before he would be deemed by the system to have failed the daily task. Gustav knew there was no time to waste as he leapt into the air and bat-like wings sprouted out of his back. He sped across the air with immense speed as he activated hover as well, merging them. Gustav perception caught wind of another cave a couple of minutes later and he quickly swooped down with intensity. Bang! 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 The sounds of battle coming from below was ignored by Gustav as he dove down and blasted through the surface of the ground. Boom! The instant Gustav blasted through, he landed on the massive head of a whitish creature resembling a snake. The force pushed the creature down, causing it to slam its jaw into the ground. Chunks of ice blasted across the vicinity along with winds carrying a lot of fog. Dash her! Dash A! The other alien life forms within the cave were confounded as they witnessed this. The icy ground above had shattered, displaying the interior of the cave where the battle was ongoing before Gustav's entry. It just so happened that the other 4 participants in the vicinity had been fighting this creature together. We are. The frost Rykin roared as it lifted its neck forcefully, flinging Gustav off its head. Gustav did a flip as his body traveled backwards and landed on the icy wall at the end of the cave, before pushing himself forward with his legs. Bang! The wall instantly came crumbling down from the force as Gustav's body propelled forward at an insane speed while he activated another ability. Atomic manipulation has been activated. A 15 feet long, milky-colored blade made of light particles appeared in his grasp as he swung forward with force. The frost Rykin opened its mouth revealing a set of teeth that looked like massive icicles, and in the next instant, a storm of ice shot out of its mouth. The entire cave turned into a location of extreme weather condition as cold winds mixed with hail and snow spread across the place. Swish tilde, a milky light slashed through the disturbance repeatedly as a silhouette phased through with extreme speed, arriving before the mouth of the creature. Gustav swung the atomic blade upwards as he arrived underneath the chin area of the creature. Bang! The frost Rykin whole body was sent flying upwards upon contact, causing it to blast through the ceiling of the cave, which already had a hole due to Gustav's appearance initially. Its whole serpentine-like body with icicles for a crown, swept out from underneath the icy ground and elevated into the air as it screamed in pain. Gustav felt the atomic blade didn't manage to so much damage due to the sturdy body of the creature. The force of the swing only managed to blast the creature into the air but didn't do enough damage. Thoom! Gustav leapt into the air through the larger hole that the creature's body had created, leaving the other participants in the cave with looks of confusion. Bang! 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 The sound of more collisions rang out as Gustav assaulted the frost Rykin with barrages of attacks. It couldn't move very fast in the air after getting separated from the ice below, so Gustav was able to easily catch up with it. Another cry was heard in a few seconds after Gustav cleaved a part of its crown off with the atomic blade. There's no time, I need to end this as soon as possible, Gustav thought as he realized that only a few minutes were left. The frost Rykin was currently flying upwards in the direction of the floating ice platforms in the sky. Fire has always been effective against ice. Gustav's body suddenly lit up with blue flames. The atomic blade in his grasp disappeared. He joined his palms together as the flames around his figure began to build up. The sway force should help make this even more destructive. As this thought appeared in Gustav's mind, he began to separate his palm, and a blazing circle that looked like a mixture of multiple colored flames could be seen. While it increased in size, the frost Rykin arrived before the massive ice floating platforms and hurled them downwards at Gustav. In the next instant, Gustav slammed his palms together, causing the multiple colored flames within to disappear. The frost Rykin, who was more than 500 feet above, suddenly felt a rush of hotness from within. As it looked down, a glow could be seen on its belly. As it clawed at its belly in fear and confusion, the glow increased and it could tell that it was coming from within. In the next instant, a raging flame tore out of its belly and spread to its body. At this same instant, Gustav moved. His body blasted through the multiple icy platforms, hurling downwards as the atomic blade appeared in his grasp once more. He swung upwards, separating the frost Rykin's head from the rest of its body in mid-air. You have killed a level 3 frost Rykin. A notification popped up in his line of sight afterwards and he heaved a sigh of relief. If he was a minuta later, he would have failed the daily task. The blazing body of the frost Rykin landed on the ground, right before the participants who were battling it earlier. They stared at it and then looked upwards with their still confused faces. Did he do this to help us? One of them wondered out loud. However, Gustav was already long gone at this time, so he had no idea what they were thinking. He just needed to kill a frost Rykin, and now that the objective had been completed, he was going in search of another. In another part of the fourth disc, a dark figure wore a cloak and wraps of cloth covering his entire crouched atop a floating frosted cloud. Clunk, an ice cracking sound rang out as he stabbed his wrapped-up fingers into a part of the ice and pulled out a dark-colored egg. Without saying a word, he stood to his feet with the massive 3 feet tall egg in his grasp. A wave of darkness began to spread from his being all of a sudden, and thread-like darkness phased out of his belly area. The threads of darkness wrapped around the egg in the next instant and pulled it into the dark figure. The egg disappeared like it was swallowed up by this dark being. Why? He proceeded to leap off the floating frosted cloud and landed in the middle of a frozen lineup of trees region. He began walking forward and soon heard voices coming from up ahead. We should have caught up to him by now, but he keeps moving. If he slows down, we should get to him in 4 days. But that is very unlikely. If we keep focusing on him, we won't get any eggs till the challenge ends. We need to think of another plan. Their voices drifted into his hearing, and the translator he had on, like every other participant, interpreted their alien language. He spotted the source of the voices as he moved further ahead. They were a trio with transparent skins and whitish heads. He could already tell which planet they represented, but it was none of his business. The figure continued on his way forward, passing by silently as their voices slowly grew distant. Let's go after his teammates instead. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,